Let's go. Yay. Hello, chatto! It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, I'm melting, oh, what a world. But what won't be melting is the other Polish teams, as they will maintain their cool and sign some good players over the course of the summer, even though, in bad news, our player values have tanked. They're now worth half of what they were before for absolutely no reason, because FM26 is a perfectly working game and has no issues whatsoever. Today we're going to sign people, we're going to do all sorts of stuff, and it's going to be great. And I'm hot. Coming up today, I've lost it. It's gone. My brain's been fried, alright? It's gone. Tempe is back. He is back. He's made a return. I felt that if there was ever a time that he would make a return to stream, now would be it. But I'd forgotten the code, so I had to rewrite it all. So that was fun. The camera's working currently, which is good. I may have had it sat in a cool bag this morning.
How long until your camera is fried as well?
We will wait. Twazak, thank you for the 73 months, friend. How are you? Did you get home safe last night? Gordo, thank you for the 59 as well. There was more in there as well. James with the 65 and the lack of sabotage.
Insert
Peter
witty
with the
comment
53.
about streamer being average. Playing video game with made up little men here. Mention pasta.
Oh. It was... Jesus Christ. I mean, the temp feels like it's... I mean, bear in mind, that is the actual temperature in this room. I have a temperature sensor, which you can see here, which is plugged into my computer. But it's in a bit of a weird spot because I've got the fan pointed in the doorway. So, sweating in 26... Yes, it's almost like it's different. It's the classic kind of, oh, well, it's hot where I am. Okay, cool. It's just different. We're not used to this. It just... UK is not built for this kind of temperature. Not different enough. Oh, it's very different. Holy. Yeah, it's fun. It happens every year. My favorite trend this year has been Americans on TikTok being like, I'm so sorry. I doubted you, and now I'm here. They're from like Alabama, where it's like 40 degrees normally. They come over here, and it's like 22, and they're like, ah. Happy about... It's... Bear in mind, 28 degrees is actually fine. It's not it's the humidity. It's the humidity is what gets you. We are an island nation, a small one at that. 19 would be nice, yeah. It's just, yeah. I do have a humidity sensor on here too, but I thought it would clutter the interface. I think the humidity is probably getting into the 70s, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, Z went to all the playoff finals, didn't he? 42. Yeah, thank God for aircon. That was the only thing. Obviously, don't have it in my house, of course, because I was looking at it. I was looking at them on the internet like, oh. Problem is, of course, the second you start looking at it, you know that everyone else is looking at it, and you look at the price history for it, and it's gone up like £100. 11 degrees, I'd like that. Apparently tomorrow's going to be fine. Like, nothing crazy there. Lazy Barrick, thank you very much for the 4 months, my friend.
Back again for 4 months with my favourite okayest streamer and his tiny pixel people. Much love.
Yeah, this is actually not part of the design. This is just pure sweat. Yeah, 17 is going to be fire. I would not like to talk about the avalanche, other than to be buried in one, because it would at least be chilly, right? Mikey, thank you very much for the 25. The second Mikey of the resubs today. You'll love to see it. Ironic Christian with the 48 months as well. Holy. 2 confederations. I know you have. You must be a happy man right now, man.
4 years of failed intros and bottling Champions League games.
Yeah, little bit. Poland won the Euros in 2040. Fuck yeah. That's even cooler because your save isn't like Poland-centric like mine is. So the fact that that's just happened organically is kind of dope, to be honest. Fair play. Let me just turn that down a little bit. I think I pressed the wrong button. There we go. That's why the music randomly cut off a little bit right before I hit the intro button, because my brain's been fried by many, many things in hymns of heat. Now, even though Fantasy, because it's transfer window today, isn't actually running, doesn't mean I can't catch you up on the leaderboard, because there have been some changes since last stream, of course. Adam, though, does still top the table with 71 points, but after that, it is properly tight between Bolskov, Inferno. Daz is still in there, potentially. And Chaser, our winner from last stream, who I think did have points before that, hasn't even managed to climb into the top 10 yet. But there's time. Recover the game from the free stuff? No. That is why you're not currently seeing a recap video today, because the game was not recoverable. So, unfortunately, no. But that doesn't mean we're going to be redoing anything, obviously. We are back to where we should be, just in a slightly different timeline, unfortunately. But yeah, so if you missed at the end of last stream, we got a soft lock, which was good. And it cost us the entire stream's worth of progress, which was less good. Would not recommend it. Now, apparently, the bug what afflicted me in that is going to be fixed in the patch. So that's nice. Bit late now, but it is. So if you ever find yourself before the game later comes out, what you're going to want to do is never ever go into the fixture page of another team, go into a match that they've played, and hit spacebar. Do not do it. If you do accidentally do it, do not leave match. Let the highlight finish, and then you can leave. Apparently. Maybe. I don't know. But otherwise, you will be trapped there forever. Fallen Dan, thank you very much for the 18 months as well. You love to see it, friend. Oh, dear. Yeah, apparently it is being fixed, but yeah, Mike did his best to try to, we went through everything, and Mike talked to much more senior people for me to see if we could figure out a way to get it back, but it was just completely had it. But I tried to sort of recreate things as best I could, basically, within reason. So we, of course, lost the final to Jagiellonia, which is what happened on stream. Autosave is, of course, switched back on again. God, the one time I forget to turn that on and that happens, it sucks, man. Just one of those things, I suppose, though. And yeah, I basically played the same tactic we were already dicking about with, made a couple of other little fancy tweaks to it when we got towards the very end, which are games we wouldn't have actually had a chance to do. Unfortunately, of course, Gornik didn't beat Manchester United. Shocker. Not that I would have let them anyway, because obviously it would have been unfair. But yeah, but that is the reason that there isn't a recap video today, because of course I had to spend the entire day doing that instead. The recap will be out for Thursday stream, though. Which is one of many things that there was like a knock-on effect of all the nonsense caused during that last stream, basically, at the very end, which sucks, but it is what it is. So, that's a song request. That is a song request. I hope these have all gone through. Do make sure you tell me if they don't. Sometimes they can be a bit slow, but it seems like Songify's got a bit better. Oh, that reminds me, I need to pay out the intro points. I can understand the lack of faith today, given the inevitable heat that we're in right now. It'd be so much hotter in here as well if I didn't have the fan in the doorway pulling air through. I turned this off for a couple of minutes when I went to get a drink earlier, and it went up 3 degrees in this room just in the, like, 5 minutes I was gone. Veggie, thank you for the 45 months. You love to see it. Let me just give you points out. There you go. What I've done there, chap, what I've done there is award the points the wrong way. I've managed to messing up the intro. He's done that. In fairness, that's the cost of entry. What I'll do next stream is I don't know how did I not? I swear I did. Will he mess up the intro? No. I'm pretty certain I did mess up the intro. TFG Cam WWFC. Oh, Shuri Rules fan. Thank you very much for the 3 months, friend. How are you? I did know. I did indeed know, yes. No, I hit no. I meant yes. Ah, fucking hell. Well, this is why you don't gamble, because the house always wins. Or something. Millennium with a 67.
Assuming I've not misinterpreted things, finding out that Clippity-Clop essentially statistical approach to his own mortality has absolutely scrambled my noggin. There's a conspiracy at play here the likes of which not even Matthew Letizier could come up with. Stay safe, kids.
Would you say, Millennium, that it really makes you think? Because it made me think. Let's just be honest about that. It really makes me think. Chat do be underperforming that, yeah. Dying in this heat, fair. I think it's just my brain is just not with it today. I nearly went for a run this morning and then I decided that might be a stupid idea given that it's already up to 30 outside, and yeah, so I decided not to, which was a sensible choice. But there'll be quite a lot of whiz quizzes today, I suspect, given the fact that I'll be probably going to the bathroom from having drunk 9 litres of water every hour or something. Everyone promises to vote the same way. Ironic, Christian, you have too much faith in humanity there, my friend. We'll put it down to like bad refereeing decisions where it evens itself out over the course of a season. Something. She did, Mikey. Yeah, I woke up and it was still in the living room and I went, oh no. She came back and got it and had all of her drinks in it. So Pog's basically taken most of my holy shakers today. She's got all of the holy shakers I had to spare, except for the one I've got in the fridge for me, because I've got new products to show you. In a big bag, like a big thermal bag, all full of ice, so that she could just drink them throughout the day, because I was like, you're not going out there like that today, checking boats, bro. Oh, I mean, maybe, Chris, it might just not ever get to my bladder at this stage. 6:30 yesterday. Ooh. Hey, you got to start somewhere, right? Did they never get a penalty all season? Wow. I guess, does that happen a lot? How until the update? Well, I'll be honest with you, I was really hoping, my plan was, because of all the disastrousness with the recap, which I have now put under exclamation mark recap for the TLDR of what happened with that. My hope was that we'd get the update this morning, because, you know, it's the 26th, and that's when it releases, and that we'd be able to jump straight into an Andorra stream, and then I wouldn't have to worry about it. But apparently not, because I'd made another save point right before the Euros after I'd done all the I'd done some prep scouting and stuff like that, as well as the like the loan extensions and stuff, so that if the game was released like that, we could then jump into an Andorra bit. That way I could sort of, not stall, but essentially get myself back up to speed again. Let's go for why none. That's impressive, actually. I mean, considering the amount of shit that goes on in the penalty area, that surprises me at the same time. I mean, what comes out? That or international football first? We will never know. Oh, God, let's begin. Right, so yeah, I mean, I didn't actually get a chance to watch any of the football on Sunday because I was obviously at Snetterton. Not burning my tits off, crucially. Look at me go. Love to see it. I bet, yeah. I find that this kind of weather, I try to avoid drinking just because I know that it's going to make me feel even worse. Not that that usually stops me, but I'm trying to be more sensible lately. But I suppose you have you have a reason to do that. That's 2 titles in one weekend. Very impressive. The A-League one obviously is the one you'd presumably really, really like because that's a huge achievement. Oh, first day back at work. Oh my God, what a day to go back. Yeah, I would say so. Oh. So the trick that we found for the non-air conditioning havers is we move Mr. Swizzles, the windy boy, directly in front of the bedroom window. Once the heat drops outside to a sufficient point that it's now hotter in the house, because obviously it's maintaining all the heat all day, it starts to suck the cool air through rather than just circulating warm air. And that, I found, actually made a certain center, basically just the bed itself, was actually much cooler than everywhere else. I got up to go for a piss in the middle of the night, and it was like I'd entered a sauna. Got back to bed, and it was about 10 degrees cooler in there. It was fantastic. It's ridiculous, man. It will just, that number by my ears is just going to keep creeping up the entire day. Yeah, BTCC was Snetterton this weekend on Sunday. Thankfully, it wasn't as hot as it has been today and yesterday, but it was still bloody hot, particularly when you're out there in the sun the entire day. Thankfully, I wore sun cream and stayed hydrated, which is the important thing. A 67, you're 2 away from the big number. Stones in the bathroom. Have you been speaking to the former tenant of this house? Ball of ice water in front of a fan. Yeah, till it melts, I guess. But that seems to do the trick. I mean, I'm not getting much off the fan, obviously, because I can't have it pointed at me because it will go into the microphone. But it does at least circulate some air around the room. And I do have the window open. I'm not opposed to going vesty as well because this is... I thought, a football shirt, that'll be fine. No. Still just hot as balls. So. £250. Yeah. You could... I mean, the prices have all shot through the roof now as a result of the heat wave. So the best time to buy them would have been before this, of course. It's a poor man's Alton Park. It's also a track that's under an hour from me, so it's much easier to get to. Also, they're very different tracks, surely. Like, they're just extremely different types of circuits. Both great tracks. I've never been to Alton Park, though, but I'm thinking of going later this year, actually. John Stones is a free agent. That's true. What if he's a free agent now? In fact, he's probably retired by now, I would have thought.
Here's a fun fact.
Joao Aguiar. Thank you very much for the follow. See you later, Gijo. Right, so, what to catch you up with? So basically... As you probably imagine, someone cutting their lawns. Yes. My next door neighbour's cutting his lawn. Fair play to him, honestly. That's brave in weather like this. I suppose if you're going to do it, now's the time to do it, right? Oh, it's very good. Yeah, so we were sat on the Bentley Straight because you get like a really good view of the infield from there. And my mate is like an expert at finding the perfect spots for these things. So he was there. Oh, dear. Yeah, Wolfsburg getting relegated is wild. Which means welcome to every single FM save in 2027. You're welcome. That might be my new go-to. When someone says, have you got a save idea? I'm just going to say Wolfsburg, no matter what, every single time, without fail. That's my plan. Yeah, the camera and the elevation changes at Alton Park are sick. Snetterton, I still kind of miss the old circuit, honestly, where they just didn't have the infield section. Leicester and West Ham rebuilds, yeah. And Lincoln City saves probably as well. Yeah, the Portuguese Cup final with, was it Torreense? Or Torreense? Forgive my pronunciation. Actually won the Portuguese Cup, which means they will play in the Europa League next year, correct? And they might still be in the top flight, but they also might not be because they're in the playoffs, right? Which is amazing. Oh, so, yeah. I finished off the season. The only changes I made to the tactic was I noticed that for some reason we were on time waste sometimes, which seemed a little bit pointless for us. So I switched that off. And I also found that I didn't even realize this because I don't think this was an instruction in 24. We literally didn't have it on to discourage long shots for the team. We just had it on like average. There's a lot of things I hadn't really taken into account when we were actually building that. So it seems. Second division team winning the cup, particularly in Portugal, when you consider the teams that are at the top of that league that you think would be winning it most seasons, or at the very least, if they're not, it'll be one of the guys just below that. So the fact that they managed to do that in... How many top flight sides did they knock out in order to get to that final in the first place? So I haven't actually followed it that closely as you could probably imagine. And goal difference, oh mate. If it makes you feel any better, Daz, the only reason we're not in Europe is because we didn't beat Wolves. So... We're both... West London is just not having a good time, is it? Just right there in the table, all together, all embarrassing. Ah, dear. I was scared to Casapia. That'd be kind of sick. I love that Casapia are basically just after every single player in this save without fail. I don't understand why. I think it's something to do with their preferences and stuff. The story of the Auckland FC goal scorer. No, I haven't. Please tell me. Wolves and drew 2-2. Ah, yeah. Wolves had one job on the last day, and that was to make my prediction come true, and they couldn't even do that. They have embarrassed me, frankly. 30th side in the semis. Really? Damn, Portuguese Cup be giving Coupe de France vibes. So, yeah, I finished the season. This is how we ended up. Obviously, Jagiellonia qualified for Europe through the Cup, so they will then mean that Cracovia end up being our Europa Conference League competitor this year, which I don't know how I feel about that. But either way, Górnik back in the Champo. Look how tight it was for the last few Champions League spots. Or rather, literally, 2 points between 2nd and 6th. Poland is back to being Poland again. Also, you'll note that Motor still got relegated. I wasn't trying to make that happen a second time. I just played along and but whatever happens, happens. If they stay up, they stay up. They did not stay up, in fact. I think they finished even lower than they were in the lost version of the save. The weird thing is, though, it came at the expense of them because of Zagłębie Lubin. Alex Greenwood managed Zagłębie Lubin as well. So she took over right towards the end of the season and has actually kind of chefed. Okay, they lost 3 of the last 4 games, but they went on a 4-game winning run when she first took over. Won 4 out of 5, put themselves right out of danger, and ended up surviving at the end, which is absolutely mad. Not that they would have stayed up anyway, because Pogon finished above them as well. Marta, I think she'll most likely be at Marseille now for the foreseeable future, because obviously now that she's joined a team in a non-Polish league, they just sack their manager so damn rarely. But I'm guessing that she's doing okay, unless she's been sacked, which would be... I thought for a second she had been sacked then. That would have been mental and very unnecessary, if you ask me. The 5th round. Oh, really? So only 2 top flights. To be fair, knocking out, like... I mean, hey, you can only beat what's put in front of you. They did that, and I don't think anyone would have had them having any realistic chance of winning the final. So they've still done an absolutely incredible job. I mean, yeah, teams winning the cup outside the top flight is just such a rare event in any league, but Portugal especially, I was trying to think, it's like Wigan winning the FA Cup, but it's not, because Wigan were getting relegated that season. They were still a Premier League side. It'd be like if Hull City won the FA Cup this year, but I feel like it probably isn't even that, because I feel like the disparity is probably even larger in many ways. No, it's ex-Wolves players. That's part of the fun, though. If you're not flooding your backroom staff with random footballers from previous saves and stuff, or just people whose name you go, then what are you really doing, right? 31 years old, been playing amateur football for 10 years because he didn't want to leave Auckland because of a disabled daughter. Fair enough. Polish Pro Juniors were over, then Auckland FC start. He was one of the first signs. The goal in the final was his first goal. Oh, that makes it even better. That's incredible. Speaking of B teams, did you guys see the shenanigans that's going on in the Spanish 3rd tier? I believe it's the Spanish 3rd tier. I might have misread this, but from what I saw, they changed the rules about team sorting after the games had happened, and it meant that the team that had rightly qualified for the playoffs got kicked out in favour of fucking Real Madrid Castilla. Mental behaviour. I can't remember the exact specifics of it, but my understanding was it was something along the lines of it was done on head-to-head, but it was a 3-way tie, so it went to the 3-way mini-league. They won that. However, the league then decided afterwards that they were going to disregard the results against the worst team in the mini-league, and thus it was a head-to-head between them and Real Madrid Castilla, specifically, and they had a worse record against them, but had better goal difference in the mini-league. So yeah, they changed the rules after the competition had finished, and then kicked this team out of the playoffs after they'd already sold tickets for it. Absolutely mental behaviour. I wonder if it's because they see what happens on the European models and just thinking, can we do it? But I don't know if that's going to be good for women's football or not. It is just blatant corruption, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, the Hull game. Obviously, I was, again, not around for that, but I'm kind of glad I didn't watch it because it sounded like it was absolute shite. From what I've heard, it was not a good quality game of football. Just get them in there. Football always finds a way to have new stories. When you think it's done, it's like, you haven't seen the levels of corruption we're willing to rise to right now. Madrid needed a win. Good point. Tomasz Bobchek is currently a DOF, but he's only just become a DOF. Oh, I see. So he was at Lechia before, then he went to Žilina, and then finished his career at Stara Ljubovnia. Forgive my pronunciation of that. I've never heard of Stara Ljubovnia. I'm loving the little apostrophe here. One shot target the whole game. Really? The winning goal was the only one? Holy Christ. Apparently Ollie McBurney's being linked with Real Betis now, which I just find fun in general. Well, it's mental in the sense that I like to maintain a level of dramaticness towards it, because otherwise if you start to become desensitized to it, that's the problem, right? An option to send my scouts fine. That would be a fun, in a way, is not team reporting what I'm doing essentially that. Should I just rename all of my scouts William Salt? Poor lad. Let's do it ourselves. Yeah, why not? Top scorer of the season. Was he really? Oh, that's funny. So Lechia got relegated. Jesus Christ. That hasn't happened here, although it was touch and go for a little bit because there was obviously just this absolute mad-ass league. As for the... Oh, Christ. The other thing that happened. This went under the radar a little bit. Let me show you the Champions League final. Some of you will already seen this, but I've completely forgotten that this happened because it was Friday. Fuck's last season, isn't it? Shit. Welcome to the Champions League final from last season. What makes this worse? 92nd minute. 92nd minute winner from Real Madrid to beat Dinamo Zagreb in the Champions League final. And... okay, fair enough. They weren't bad, but they weren't like amazingly battered by Real Madrid either. At least it wasn't Català. Last minute winner, I know. This guy's just a Spanish Ollie McBurney. Horrifying times. Yeah, that was the thing. At first I was just shocked about it in general. The best thing is though, so the way this happened was, if you recall, Dinamo Zagreb were playing Atletico. But which game was it? Yes, so they won 2-1 and I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting. Just going on about my life. And then I saw that they'd got through because I saw they got this draw. But then I just kind of didn't clock it anymore because I figured, oh, they're playing PSG in the next round. Nothing matters about that. But then I just went back and looked. 2-2 draw and then 2-1 victory at the Parc de France, where honestly they've kind of cooked. Also, Dion Bellio won top scorer in the Champions League this season. Huge season for Croatia in general, and most importantly, and I didn't clock this until afterwards, them beating PSG is the only reason we held on to fourth place in the coefficients. I'm pretty certain of it, because look how close it got. Is it that one? Yeah, maybe they could have actually got it. We were about half a point ahead of them. It was bloody close. So they have done us the biggest of solids there, and I've always been a big fan of Dinamo Zagreb. Where's my Dinamo Zagreb scarf gone? He said, desperately trying to find a Dinamo Zagreb. Where's my Dinamo scarf gone? Lads, where's it? What have I done with it? Is that? That's my Wisła one. The disrespect is hitting quite hard here for them, I suspect. Not being funny, I honestly can't find my Dinamo scarf. That's depressing. You're right, I did hide it. I'm trying to think. Well, I put it somewhere and then Pogs. I blame Pog for this. This is definitely Pog's fault. Absolutely. Croatian coefficients. Good question. A lot, you'd think, right? 15 point. Wow, they actually got. Weirdly, it didn't do that much for Croatian's coefficient, but it did in the sense that like they've gained ground, but not as much as you'd think, given that it's actually less points than they've got the previous 2 seasons. I'm guessing because other Croatian sides didn't do as much this year. She's used to be. Hey, well, one and the same. It is the ultimate payback, I suppose. They owe us that, right? Amanda, we're just looking at things. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where else it could be. You know, is the scarf? Is it in there? No. I just knocked something off and I have no. Oh dear. My full-time prints just fell down. Mike's going to kill me. My Joe Bryan print just fell down the back of the cabinet. It's probably down there with the Dinamo scarf. So, we're on Transfer Arrivals Day. England World Cup squad. I'm not as outraged about it as some people are. But I respect the right to change my mind. Because I think with someone like Tuchel, it's just a systems team, isn't it? But in theory, he's bringing in players that he wants to work within a system, and it's very pragmatic. And if that means we beat some crap teams 1-0 as a result of that system, but it also means we've got a chance of beating your France's and Germany's 1-0, then I'm happy to say that, I guess. But the problem with that style is that it only works as long as it does. And the second it doesn't, there's just no way out of it. And that's the problem, I suppose. So I'm not like bothered that much until I see us play with it. Gibbs might surprise me, but I suppose if ultimately you've got to take people out to bring people in. So often I see people saying, this person's got to be in consideration. They've got to be in there, but they don't actually say who they remove for said person. No, the World Cup mode is not out yet. I was hoping it would be today. I'd planned a whole thing about it, but no, unfortunately it isn't. Start playing good. Yeah. And some of those guys have definitely not performed well this season. Definitely. I think Tom Huddleston should have been in there, frankly. Henderson's just one of those people that just seems to have... I'm convinced he's got dirt on national team managers or something. Oh, sorting rules are, if there's more than one team tied on points, it's sorted by mini-league, by only teams' results versus each other. This is the same thing as in the league. It's more... Oh, really? Okay. So I guess the question then is, you say people not understanding, but why did the... They sold tickets for the match, though, didn't they? It looked like everything said that they'd won it. Hey, if that's the... Also, that's still really stupid, but that also is less stupid if that's the case. Which does offering... I guess... It's... Put it this way. He's made a rod for his own back in the sense that now, when things start to go wrong, there is no plan B really with that. And also, people will be able to immediately point to that. But then, I'm tired of glorious failure. I'd like a bit of pragmatism. We're in playoff post. Okay. Sounds like, as usual, social media's run away with the story. Fair enough, though. Thank you for checking that. Unassigned to the squad number. Oh, I wish I had a zoom function on stream. You're right, yes. Oh, it doesn't show it on this screen. So apparently, unassigned left. I don't even know what that number is. I was going to try and read the number out. I was like, no, you know what? That's far too many commas in that number for me to have any chance of getting that correct. Good Christ. I still don't understand how we have 131 numbers assigned either. That makes very little sense to me either. Because I feel like I need to get Stream Nana to read out the number so we can figure out what the number is. So, we've only got 7 guys that have actually joined us at the start of the window, although there is an A- guy in there, which is kind of intriguing. There's a couple of random amateur dudes I picked up. One dude I saw in the Omani national team, and I thought that would be fun, mostly because Hadrian's always going on, and not always going. Hadrian's mentioned to me a few times that Oman occasionally will produce a genuine monster, and I wonder if I may have found him, potentially. So there's Igor Golub, youngster, free transfer, Croatian, you know the drill with these kind of guys, straight to the loan farm with Yo. 18 quintillion, 446 quadrillion, 744 trillion, 73 billion, 709 million, 551,584. Fair enough. It's a loan farm target to aim for. Right? I think Tuchel should have called up that exact number of players to the national team squad, then we'd have covered all the ground. No fallback from that point. Webber is Tony. I would have liked to have seen Welbs in there, at least, just because I like him as a player. So, this guy I think is another yeah, he was he's a Colombian amateur actually. He's terrible actually, but well, straight into the loan farm with you as well. Most of the loans have gone back as well, including one that I was very surprised about. Oh, it was Latifi, the guy that we've got on loan to Motor. I assumed because they get relegated, which they have, that he'd come back. He said no, he's actually staying for another 2 years. An extra player? Really? Are they allowed to do that? I know that England are sort of bringing Josh King in some weird facet. I'm not really sure how that works. Scars from previous tournament. I feel like, while that's true in the scars, but there's also like all the good stuff from previous tournaments, and I think he was a big part of that too. It was Jota. Extra goalkeeper that... Oh, okay. Are you allowed to do that? This was the Omani guy. I personally think that he might be the best Omani player I've ever seen. Like, different training sessions. I think that's cool though, that he's getting an opportunity to do that, basically. I think, because is he the only one, or is it just that I've only heard about him because he's Fulham related and therefore I'm sort of more in that bubble, or are there other players like King that have been called up for the same reasons, basically? Basically, Dyron, exclamation mark recap. We'll give you what's going on with that. They're still cool, though. Alex Scott, oh, really? I think that's a good idea, honestly. I'm glad that they get to do that, even if it's just for some training and stuff. Oh, yeah, they're not actually in the squad, but it's still cool that they get to do that. Not great commentary, man, I'll be honest with you. It's a toughie. Alex Scott, he feels like a... Is he a model? Oh, my God, he is. I didn't even notice that. To be fair, I didn't have him very well scouted, so I probably couldn't have even seen that to begin with. But I think he does like some physicals, but he's pretty good. Ah, wait, that's his heading ability. Is he a bit... No, he's not even a target man, which is a bit weird. Oh, that's kind of nice. I haven't seen any of that, basically. I was talking to Tony. What was it? No, it was last stream when I was looking through the Senegal squad, being like, I don't know who half these dudes are, and I like that, in a way. Let me get you listed for transfer. Sorry, listed for loan as well. Let's see. This guy, we did spend some money on, I think. Or did I spend some? Oh, he's a... Fuck. It's La Liga 2, technically. Are these guys really a second-tier side in Spain? Wow. Okay. I take it they haven't been for very long, because I've never heard of them. Fair play. Where are they? Where are they in second tier? Since we're still technically in this season. Well, sorry, they are no longer a second tier side in Spain. Good riddance, my friends. Yeah, I've never heard of them. Fair play. We don't know. So, put it this way. If SI haven't released the number or the time, I am not going to know the information either. Everything I know is just reading things off of Twitter and stuff, or what people tell me. So unless SI have said the game is out, then it will be out or when it's out. I'm surprised as well. I was hoping it would be out this morning so we could play Andorra, but it is what it is, right? From my listening, I mean, you'd have enjoyed it. We had a whole plan. I was going to manage Andorra at the Euros. It was right there for us, but SI said no. No fun today. Tagro Zane. Oh. Ivory Coast. I figured why not, right? For the kind of prices that they're selling players for, Tagro Zane, or I guess it'd be Zan, wouldn't it? He's quite good too. An Oracle for Mars. I might be. But besides, even if I did know, right, I wouldn't be allowed to tell you anyway. I don't, as it happens. I wish I did. That would be much easier to prepare for things. If I did know that. I thought the Euros actually will have started. Bear in mind, Andorra are playing England. I was going to build a shithouse tactic and everything. Marcelo Augusto. Wow, that's a lot of money. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I brought it back, Jaded, because we used to have it back in the day during the COVID streams when it was really hot that summer in 22, and I still had the sensor that my mate had 3D printed me, so I just rewrote the code for it and just put it back in because I thought, why not? Bit of fun, right? Today's the perfect day for it. He's actually extraordinarily good. Like, might put him in the senior squad for the time being, unless he finds a loan, because that would give us a fourth striker option this season. Because, I mean, bam. Acceleration and pace are goated. Fitness is great. Balance is exceptional. Yeah, he's 18 as well. Finishing is already goated. I know exactly what he's going straight on. I've just seen his massive weakness, which is the easiest thing to fix in the world. Individual training. No, other one. Sorry, not that one. Final third. Get that composure through the roof. Banging. Oh, it always does, Almaz. It's mad. Stream time. Imagine the surely. Like I want to be stood up even further. It's... I deliberately didn't go for a run today because I knew that I would probably, like... If you don't see me drinking enough today, chat, prompt me because I can already feel my mouth getting dry. Bank holiday weekend was very cool. It's just a shame about all the random events with the FM that caused me to sort of have to move things around and get stressed about it. Yeah, far too hot for a run today, exactly, yeah. Before he turns 20. Which physicals? Like, bro's already got acceleration, balance, natural fitness, which is going to improve anyway, and pace. There is simply no reason to focus on his physicals at this point. I will focus on physicals when a player is young if they don't have good physicals, but he does. So there's really... You're sort of diminishing returns at that point because you're sort of making a good thing marginally better rather than a massive deficit hugely better. We could get his composure up to 15 by the time he's 20, I would have thought, with that kind of training. If he's got the right mentality, which he has driven, so... Close as a monster. Yeah, but like he's not going to be a Haaland, is he? He's 6 foot tall and has 12 jumping reach. He's unlikely to be that type of player. His strength will go up naturally. I always like to focus on weaknesses with players, and he's not weak. He's very strong, in fact. Well, he's actually not strong. That's his weakness is strength. 14k, hell yeah. I did 14 on Saturday, which was nasty, but I fueled it correctly, so I was very proud of myself because I didn't finish in a big puddle. Well, I did, but a natural puddle, a designed puddle, so to speak, you know? Right, get a bit of that. Get a bit of that. Now, there's only 7 players joining us. Yeah, they have to push the button. It doesn't go through straight away. It will most likely be later today. Knowing SI, it will be at like 3:07 directly as I raid into Kev or something, you know? Lubricate, oh, got him. I've got a second drink here, which did have ice in it. Almost completely... In fact, it's completely gone. I've only had this out like, I don't know, well, since the start of stream, basically. Typical. Oh. Opinion on the soon-to-be released mode of the World Cup. Don't really have an opinion on it because I haven't played it, right? It's hard to form an opinion on something I've not had any kind of interaction with yet. I like to see what something's like and then form an opinion based on how it actually plays. Because ultimately, they haven't really told us much about what it's going to be like. And especially with something that's sort of a new mode TM, it's hard to, yeah. It's hard to know. There's a few McAvoys knocking about. We've got a Jay McAvoy, Carrick McAvoy, good name, Holly McAvoy, and then some slight variations on McAvoy with James McAvoy. Wait, James McAvoy? Bro's changed career, fair enough. Giovanni McAvoy is a great name. Rory McAvoy, maybe not going to win the Masters there. And then McLeod being a first name. I'm a big fan of McLeod as a first name. That's superb. We need more McLeods. I'm getting distracted already, but I'm okay. That means that there's potentially McLeods in the Italian name pool. We need Troy's. Highlander! Thank you for the 10 months, friend. How are you? Exactly what they wanted. Oh, I think that's likely to be the case. But I guess we'll make our own decision on that, right? Redacted segment after his name. Good question. Maybe he's the fella that's after Scuba Steve. Perhaps. Bunch of dead space. I guess the problem is it would be blending onto a much lighter background, I guess. To be honest, I didn't really think about it too much. I thought I'd just dump it on the screen wherever I could at that point. MC Lloyd. That makes more sense. Fair enough. We started this window. As many as possible, really. Because that's fun. Although, what I have done is I've set up a load of transfer room in, but that's obviously only been done as of today, so they're not actually complete yet. But I've also gone through and done... Not play database, sorry. Nope. 1,000 of these, but I haven't done natty caps, which I figured, given that we're literally at the Euros right now would be the perfect time to do some natty cap scouting, perhaps. But I could move it, but I don't think it's going to make much difference, honestly. It's not too bad, actually. I'll just put it in the middle of the screen. There you go. God, every time it creeps up another notch, I'm like, that's not... I've got the curtains shut, but the window open, because I figured that might help us a little bit. I'm not sure it will do. Right, so, I figured natty caps to start us off, because it's just the most fun, isn't it? Oh, shit, what have I done? The downside is if the update had come out earlier, skins would have been broken. All that stuff would have been gone and we'd have been rummaging around. But I guess if you're managing Andorra, it doesn't quite matter as much, does it? One thing I also did is built... Or I think I did. Did I build 2 of them? Please don't I save both. Damn it, I didn't. I saved an amateur players bulk one, which is basically the amateur search I use, but it's all of the nations turned on and then set to not show players I've scouted, just so it's a bit easier than ticking them all on and off every single time. But it is like 400 players, and there was a lot of Spanish dads. Spanish lads in there, so I've kind of avoided those guys. So, natty caps. It's where we're at. 175 dudes. And the first thing we see is a bloody Venezuelan at Real Madrid. Because typically. Did Nightbot just trigger that because you wrote hola in chat, or was that just a massive coincidence? It has to be, right? That's bizarre. I'm assuming that was just a huge coincidence that Nightbot just happened to put that in chat the second you'd written hola. I think that's the timer one rather than the Spanish Ola. That'll be a he won't be Spanish, but also Ola will be Spanish Scourge. He'll most likely be Dominican. I've noticed there's a lot of those guys. Oh, that's going to be Spain as well, isn't it? He's not, but he's obviously at Real Madrid. Cool that they've got one already, though. Hell yeah. And then he is... This feels Real Madrid. Oh, it's not! I thought they sounded a bit Spanish. Okay, that's exciting. Ashraf Kiseka. Holy shit, Ashraf. Ashraf actually looks like he might be alright. Who's Kiseka? I've never heard of SC Villa before. Or CS Villa. He's definitely puntable. Yeah, I mean, he's 17, so he may say no, or the whole new contract bollocks. Yeah, fine. Santa Baby for you, my friend. But still, that's actually quite a fun one. The name just sounded Spanish enough that I was willing to ignore him. I need to be a bit more careful with that. I almost called him Munjaro Hussein there. This is cool as well, though. Plays for Minnesota United. He's Bangladeshi international. Munjaro Hussein. Certainly worth a scout. He's a little bit on the pricier side because America, but that's kind of fun. From Minneapolis. At the very least, when you do have the American leagues, at least you get a lot of fun double nationalities and stuff, which is always great. Regardless of reputation as a club. Usually, it depends on what you're managing throughout. What I've noticed is that if you're in Europe, then usually you can get them if you've got a decent enough reputation. But if they're coming from outside of Europe, they usually say no if they're 18 and under. Sometimes you can get them at 17. Rarely, though, and that requires you to have more and more reputation. The weight loss or not? Let's see. Oh, wait, we don't know anymore. SI. Utter woke nonsense. We just changed his name to Wigovi. There's loads of them, yeah. His Holiness released his first encyclical calling for the ethical approach to a... That's a religious exemption? Jesus Christ. I mean, the Pope needs to get a holy sponsorship firstly. Like, bro would be the ultimate ambassador. Win the Europa League with Unai Emery. Yes, absolutely. It's a fact. They will find a way in there. Tunisia. He's surely an instant just try to sign, right? Mohamed Chadi Makhzoumi. Makhzoumi! I love it when a name just looks completely normal, and it is normal, of course, but then you read it out loud and it just becomes immediately better. Let's sponsor my home.
Before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
It's no longer a Sabbath. It's the day where we drink the brand new flavours I've got over there, which I get to try later. Ike, or hang on, Ike8858 Kondratiev. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. Who do you support? I'm gonna guess. Shakhtar. Don't know why. Got a feeling. Derek, thank you for the 27 as well, man. How are you? I hope you're coping with the heat better than I am. With Belgium. Oh, really? As in, it works well when you're in Belgium or you used it on Belgium. Because either way, that's awesome. I've been finding it, at this stage, it's a little bit mid for me. But I think in the early stages of a save, it's cracking. Let's see. He should want to join us, right? Yeah. Why not? By the way, we've got 65 million in budget, I think. That might have come down now since those guys joined us. No, it is still there. Wage budget's a little on the low side, so I might actually shift a little bit of that across just to make sure that we're not overspending our wages. That's mostly due to a load of like loan farm guys' budgets going up, basically. Playing in the lowered leagues. Do I have games on the schedule? Create a B team. So it depends on which league that B team is set to participate in. Because they won't just get put into a random league. As far as I know, they have to actually be placed in a league in the pre-game editor, right? 169 players. You love to... Oh, that's incredible. How's that going? That's actually sick. Tonga, he's probably not it, is he? Tanzania. Ooh. Israel Mambaleo. When does it come out? When I say that it does. I am the one in charge of that, and therefore I will be deciding. When would you like it to come out? I can make a decision. I'll speed it up. I have no idea. I don't make the game, unfortunately. When they put it out, I guess, right? It'll today in theory, I suppose. Chaser, thank you very much for the 17 months, man.
Sick Josh Rave, 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 sick Harold, sick Shake, sick Harold, sick Harold, sick Harold, sick Harold, sick Harold, sick heart, sick a sips, sick heart, 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 sick heart.
I suspect not. With regards to the qualification, I would imagine that for the World Cup itself, it's locked because of licensing for that specific World Cup. But his agent's called Sweetbert. Things you'll love to see. Do I try and sign him? That's competition for places. Sometimes as well, if they're quite young, they will ask for way higher squad. Then again, no, I can't. I'm shortlisting him because I am curious, but I don't want to commit to something stupid on him for no reason. We made this mistake with Eldrick Barnes. That being said, I did at least sell him to City for £5 million. So I came out of it okay. Yeah, it's the Streamlanders never quite grasped the intonations correctly. Komran Baratov. Tajik. I mean, he's Tajik, dude, isn't he? What's his injury right now? Hernia. Okay, he'll be fine. Off to Milan. That'd be quite a... That feels like a job that he would be fitted for, right? Let's see. I reckon he's Dominican. All right, Dominican Republic. But yes, he's a Spanish Scourge guy, unfortunately. That team produces more than even some of the others. Then you've got Guy Abure. South Sudan aren't always usually good. Sudanese clubs do actually produce some quality talent. There's literally 2 Scottish guys in here. Luke Tate, who's 18 years old, from Rangers, from Glasgow, shocker. And then there's a Hibs guy too. Guy McAllister. Any relation? He's from Greenock. I mean, they'll both get scouts because, yeah, they're there. Go for the complete opposite. Well, I mean, it hasn't really worked out well with... Oh, I forgot he was... I always imagine... Sorry. I link Allegri to Juve in my brain, like, intrinsically, because he was there for such a long time. Albacete. That means he's a Spanish Scourge, unfortunately. If he's at Albacete, he's likely a Spanish Scourge fella. Yeah. You hate to see it. Good for Singapore. Ooh. Oh, he's a goalie as well with a moustache. Also, Ntokozo Hendricks. Oh my goodness, look at that. He's a Singaporean, South African, based in Spain. I'm going to scout him just for that alone. So he's not actually got any Spanish nationality at all. He's a Singaporean South African who can speak English, Chinese, I guess it would make sense, Spanish, Malay, and Sesotho. 10 caps already. Wait, what's his agent's name? Where do you see his agent? He's on this page. Oh yeah. As Windini Tom. Big fan of Fanini George. He's interesting enough that I'd be willing to sign him for the loan farm anyway, just for the memes. San Marino at Cork City. He's been in here before, I think. Yeah. This guy, by the way, no connection to Ireland whatsoever, was born in San Marino, just randomly rocks up at Cork City. Have grey facial hair. No, I haven't. But now I'm not going to be able to unsee it, so thank you. Let's see if we can find another one. Well, we were just looking at a guy, actually. In South Sudan, for example. He doesn't have facial hair. Of course he doesn't. He's not old enough yet. He'll get there. He's got Irish citizenship now, of course, yeah. Exclamation mark recap. We'll explain what's going on with that. The short answer is yes. The long answer is FM fucked me, so it's coming out a bit late. And there's an even longer answer in the explanation. That's the Russian guy. Wait, no. No, that actually is a Russian guy. No, that's the... Wait. Oh, he's Kyrgyz. Love to see it. Wait, Casapia. Where's the Casapia guy? Or is he further down? We're searching for... So what we're doing right now is we're looking through a list of players who are between the ages of 18 and 15 and have at least one national team cap for their country. Team Fight Manager 2. I don't know what that is. So probably not. On account of literally not knowing what it is. Where's the Casapia guy? Oh, that guy. Sorry, yeah, that's a great shout, actually. I didn't see that. I glossed over him because I saw Sao Tome, but... We actually have a guy from Guadalupe who's got 60 caps now, by the way, in the loan farm. That Freddie Seeger mixture fella. He... Definitely worth a scouted. It's a LOL manager. Oh, then definitely not. I think it's actually just like, it's a LOL manager, you know? Puerto Rico, Reunion, Philippines? David Villan. Every story needs one. Born in Malang. I'll get him a scout. Why not? I find that there's a lot of management style games popping up lately, which is kind of... I get a lot of contact from small devs that are making a lot of these types of games, and the latest one I've seen was something with Kitman. I think it's called Kitman Simulator or something, but that was a new one. Goliath Hero, get him in there. There's also Jordi Batista, which is an amazing name, and also 17 in the Panama national team. Bro is probably kind of decent. Do you want to try and punt on him straight away? Potentially. Oh yeah, I know, McG. What I meant was that it just happens that the first one I clicked on just doesn't have facial hair, even though a lot of them do. Nutmeg will get the fuck out. Honestly, Nutmeg's goated. No Batista bombs, yeah. It is nice, of course, yeah. I think what happens is you end up on like a list of just like content creators in a certain genre, and therefore you end up on these like publisher lists that they just sort of... They're not even sending keys so much as just asking if you're interested a lot of the time. So I don't take keys unless I'm actually going to make content on it, because I feel like that's unfair, obviously. Football Life Simulator. I have seen... Zims plays loads of that, doesn't he? It does look quite fun, actually. Because that's the one that's like a modded PES, right? PES 21? Determination? Determination... Obviously, you don't want it to be super low, but I'm also not that bothered about it. How low is it? Yeah, it's quite low, actually. Thing is, we don't know his personality. He is very cheap, though, in fairness. Contact on the list, I know. Hopefully I'm not on that list. What do you mean, hopefully? I'm definitely not. Hopefully. If I am, it's an erroneous one. Let's see. 37, that'll do. Gotta give him a bit of cash for it. Oh, I like this guy. The determination is definitely a bit of a downside, but other than that, Pakistan guy at CU Academy, great point out. 1 cap already. Born in Temeskan. I don't know whereabouts in Pakistan that is, but the fact that he's from CU Academy, and there's a few nice little green bits on him here too. Like, his pace is good, agility is good, flair, oh. Good first touch as well. I love it. He feels quick and diminutive, but flicky, you know? I feel like he's the kind of guy that's pulling off rainbow flicks. Huge fan of that. Hello, the Beast. I am warm. How are you, friend? I will get to the lookups in just 1 second. We're going to go through the, it's like he's free, but I feel like it's easy to do this, isn't it? Because otherwise we'll have compo. Does he not have an agent? Mohammed, you're going to sort yourself out an agent there, bud. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to be sensible. Well, I'll do the Shal Shields one in a sec, but I will just quickly check on Karim Koulibaly, because the other one will require me to actually change the search file. Search filed? Different nation. Karim Koulibaly. There he is. He's at Bochum. 29 years old. Looking definitely not 29, because obviously he's probably, what, 18, presumably? And, oh dear. So he's been around a bit. Was at Werder Bremen. Obviously, that's real life. Then went to Wolfsburg. Then they got relegated, but he stayed with them. It's warm, yeah. It's getting a bit more comfortable now, actually. I'm kind of getting used to it, despite the fact that the heat is still increasing. Especially, yeah, to be fair, I don't, Don. It's mostly the chat. That's not true at all. I'd make some heinous comments. Usually not about that, though. I'm a man of culture. You also might notice today, because obviously we're gonna see a lot of like questions about like when is the World Cup mode coming out today. I'm not trying to be sassy, but I feel like at times I probably will be anyway. But at least I'll try to say something different each time and mix it up a little bit, you know? Opportunity to stay sharp. Has he... Oh, I was going to say he's never scored a goal, but actually he did get one for Werder Bremen, for their main team, but he's never scored any other senior goals outside of that. Pin a message. But where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in... Come on now. Chat, you get to choose my next one. How about that? Pre-shot food? I've never heard that before. Oh dear. Incredible. So yeah, Karim Koulibaly doing bits. And Leon Kennedy. I should type in Leon Kennedy. There's Lee Long, which is an amazing name. Also Leonard Birkenstock. That's the wrong type of footwear for this, sir. No Leon Kennedys. There's a couple of John Kennedys. Don't know what the shooting's like. So we'll get you... Or the heading. Or 20 points for that. Yes! That's a good shout, actually. There's... every time someone asks, the date gets pushed further back. Bespoke World Cup. Or I should just put the date of the start of the World Cup. Which is... Chat, it grows ever closer. Days by days they pass. And it does grow ever closer. Now, was Gary... Ah, no, you weren't, were you? So Gary, after his very successful career at Birmingham, has now finally made a move, actually of last season in fact, to Everton for £9 million. And to be fair, obviously it's your first real proper taste of Premier League football, so it's obviously going to take a little bit of a step back. But regardless, you're getting football 304. You might be in the top appearances now. Maybe you and I can rumble, perhaps. Oh, welcome, Lord. Well, I'm curious to see how the game is received. Certainly. Real World Cup. I mean, this feels a lot more Real World Cup than the last one does. I'll be honest with you. The Winter World Cup just was another Oman dude. It just did not do it for me. It feels like we've missed ages of World Cuppery. This one at least feels, the vibes feel right. It feels like it's summer, and I'm pumped for it. There's literally a dude in the Norway national team at 17, Lars Kjetil Klippenberg. Oh my goodness me! Please don't tell me this is a broken leg. Oh, that's annoying. He may fail his medical actually. World Cup update breaks. Ooh, good question. Which random unknown side effect will we discover? Breaks the loan farm immediately. Dad's in hospital with a blood clot in his heart. Oh my god, Peace. That's so sorry to hear that, man. That's awful. Hopefully, that's something that can be fixed with... I don't know, actually. Doc Paul would help. I don't... What's going on with that? But, is it anticoagulants? No. That's not the word I'm looking for, is it? I don't know how to... Why would I need to know that? But, like, that's still... I imagine that's extremely traumatic for both your father and for you and your family. So, just know that we're thinking of you, man. I'm sorry that you're going through that right now, and I wish your father a full and speedy recovery, man. Oh, the 60-14 World Cup. We were talking about blood clots, Doc. Specifically, I guess, cardial heart ones. But yeah, just give our best wishes to your dad. He won't know what that means to us, I suppose. But nevertheless, it's out there, right? Right, should we just try and sign him? The board might just say, wow, okay. 6 to 10 million. Who is this fella? I'm not going to spend 6 to 10 million without seeing his actual attributes, but his passing technique, first touch and finishing are very interesting. If he's got anything else about him, he might be a genuine banger. Oh, I was just talking about like how they treat it, or rather wondering what the treatment is for that. And as our resident chat doctor, that is your forte. So I don't spread medical misinformation. He got it right! Maybe I should have been you would never trust me if I was your doctor. Imagine that. Just rock up like, alright, like, no. Get me another doctor, please. This man is far too energetic. This is Femi Onya. His name sounds... It's quite an interesting name in general. Good with kisses and plasters. Damn straight. That'll do it. North Macedonia, New Zealand, Stephen Buckley. At FC Auckland. 4 caps while playing for FC Auckland's youth team. Hello, Stephen. Would you fancy joining us on... Whoa, okay. FC Auckland got hands, apparently. Damn. If I was to guess, I would imagine it probably won't drop during stream. I think genuinely it'll most likely be 4 or 5 o'clock or something like that. It'll be early evening kind of time, I would guess. Which, now that I think about it, actually does suck if I've got to record a recap tomorrow, because I might not actually update the game until I've done that. Because otherwise it will break all of my skins and settings and stuff, and I don't know if Mr. Teen will have an update out in time, right? So I might just not update it until after I've recorded the recap tomorrow. There's a Northern Irish international at Manchester City. Unfortunately, he's, well, at Manchester City. I kind of want to scout him anyway for the memes, because he's probably goated. A couple of Myanmar fellas. Moldovan guy. Ooh. Oh, it's Portugal. I was worried it might have been Spain. That's better. Hello, Fry. 20 million move to Liverpool. I'd heard some comments from Bowen after West Ham's relegation that almost implied that he was staying, which was interesting. Yeah, it might auto-update, wouldn't it? I'll have to remind that. Yeah, I'll do it after stream. I'll make myself a little note, Don. Actually, that's a good point, because I will forget otherwise. I'll put it in my stream diary tasks. Stop FM updates. This is where Thursday rolls around, and I'm just like, my game still hasn't updated. God damn. Is the after stream. Ah, yes. With that free 7 hours, what I will have this afternoon. Actually, 7's a bit generous. Probably take longer than that. Nikolai Lungu is a good name too. Where's he from? Oh. Yes. Double... when you get in the second line, that's how you know it's good. I was expecting Chisinau, because that's where they always seem to be from. Mozambique. Ooh, I think they're both domestic clubs too. Abdul Bonde of Black Bulls. Doesn't look awful, to be honest. Post recovery to turn it back on. I think that one's one of those ones that I can't forget, because obviously I will need the game updated and my brain will go, aha! That's the one, you see? Alberto Ibrahimo. I tell you. Ooh. It is not out already, no. If it was, I'd be playing, I suppose. But no, sadly not. Mongolia? Is it Ulaanbaatar? Moldova guy, Micronesia, Martinique, Maldives. Any fun ones in there? Malaysia? Wait, Intercity? That's bloody Spain again, isn't it? I'm curious about him because fun nationality. And he's called Low Daniel. Let me guess, he's tall. 5'4". Low Daniel is 5'4". Good news. Hello, Steve. Well, you haven't missed as much as you might think, because obviously I was away at the weekend. So we're sort of, we're literally approaching the start of Season 12 summer window. Essentially, things... We got bashed out of the Champions League by Real Madrid again. Or rather, lost in that same round of the Champions League in horrible circumstances for the 3rd straight season. It's shit. But this year is the year, because I think our tactic is in a better shape this time around, but I've said that for 3 years in a row. But we really do need to make a bit more progress this time around. But I think the changes we made certainly made it feel better towards the end of the season. Laotian guys, Japanese dude. Rimyu Il. Oh, he's North Korean. North Korea with Japanese youth rating. That's more like it. So I believe it starts in about no, it's not a month now, is it? About 3 weeks, I think. Oh yeah, Carlo, it starts in about 3 weeks. Bring him over. Absolutely gonna bring him over. I will smuggle him out there if I have to as well. Let's see. That will be that. 2 in a row, chat. Look at me go. Honestly, I don't know. I'm just a streamer. This afternoon, probably. 16. Thank you. We need a countdown timer for that, I would say. I'll get you on a youngster. But yeah, it's later today, most likely. That's a lot of money. I feel like if there was one nationality I'd be able to rip off in terms of their wages, it probably is North Korea. But I'm not going to do that because I'm a humanitarian. Let's go. Plus, he's got a cool name, Rimyu Il. Also, 16 caps at that age is ridiculously good. Oh, 3 different Jamaican guys. J. Moy Murray. This is fantastic. I can play right back, right wing back, right midfield. Nah, absolutely not. Can't do right midfield. Right wing, I can do that. And central midfield. But don't you dare let me near this. Love that for you, Jamoy. That's true. Yes, he's going to get taxed to high heaven, isn't he? We've got Romain McCalla as well, who apparently I'm already scout. Oh, it's Cayman Islands. That's why. He probably came up on one of the other searches. And then we've got this guy here, Kevin Henry, who's from Barbados. But he's 16. That's very young for national team. And then we've got this guy here, Eli Ben Youssef. I thought he was 16. Either way, that's still young. Haitian dude. Jean-Max Minot. Ooh. He's a very tall Haitian man. Love to see it. Yeah. He will never do both. Don't ask him to track back unless you already asked him to track back. He needs very explicit instructions. He's basically me. Gibraltarian dude. Oh, there's a Gibraltarian dude at Lincoln Red Imps. Sorry, at Kansas City. And, wait, I scrolled too far. No, Ghana. Yes, this guy. Ofori Manning. Oh, wait. Sorry, this gets stranger and stranger. Ofori Manning from Ghana, born in Accra, declared for Hong Kong. You've just got so much more interesting, fella. 29 grand? Love to. Yeah, I've seen a few. We had that, who was it? There was the Nigerian dude that played for Lithuania. What, naturalized, but he's 16. I don't think he even could be. I suppose he could be, I suppose. But he was born in Ghana. I guess he maybe moved to Hong Kong, but he's playing in Ghana, right? Even weirder. France and Finland, right? You're going to be from French Guiana. Yeah. Gail Comte. And you are from New Caledonia. Okay, fair enough. Oh, wait, no, there's a second one in there, isn't there? Wait, did I see him? Oh, Junior Stars. Chat, the game has just crashed. The game has just crashed. I shit you not, the game has just crashed again. Fucking hell. I wasn't even doing anything. I was just scouting people. Bro. Michael with the gifted sub to Arsenal. Well, funny that Mike should rock up the second it crashes. This is very poor timing. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Arsenal official. Could you also gift a sub to this game has now crashed? That, I mean, as it happens, it's actually fine because I will literally just go back and mass scout those guys. So we won't actually. We're not going to lose anything because we're on the same day. But that's frustrating. Last save. Well, we haven't moved a day, so it's fine. We haven't actually lost anything technically. I can just rescout that section in bulk and then we'll be fine. There's a couple of bids I put in, which is a little bit annoying, but that'll take me like 2 seconds to fix. Frustrating though. It seems to have got more crashy. That was super weird because all I did was click on a player in a scouting screen. I have felt like it's been more crashy lately. Obviously, the thing we had on Friday was a soft... Oh, sorry, Thursday was a soft lock. This is a bit different. This was just a straight-up application error type beat. Frustrating. Yeah, if I'd just gone in and, like... Had I been standing on one leg while I did that, which usually I am, it wouldn't have crashed. Some say that's the play. Ay, ay, ay. I have autosave on as well, but obviously autosave I use after matches, and because we're in the transfer window, we have like friendlies, so it tends to work a bit better than having it set for like a couple of days. Leave game. Yes, that's happened to me a few times. That's actually what caused it on, whenever it was on... Oh, apparently the game did save. At 8 minutes past... Very strange. Apparently it actually did save at 8 minutes past 11 this morning. Oh, that was yesterday. Ah! Wrong day, Matt. That'll do it. Luckily, we can find him again because he'll be in the exact same search we were already looking through, which is going to be nice and easy to go straight back to because I'll just go into here, load it back up again, sorted, back to where we were. Simples. This guy we were going to sign, I'll just quickly sign that guy up as well. Oh no, he said no, didn't he? But I then shortlisted him. I'll be able to unravel us back up in less than about a minute, I would have thought. Santa Baby. And then Tunisian dude, I did put a bid in on because he was fun and I liked him. And I'll do a mass scout of all the others as well, just to make sure we don't miss anybody on those as well. 150k. Nice. Take that. Yeah, it saved us. It's actually in tomorrow. So if you want any like future predictions, now's the time to get him in, I'd say. Tanzanian dude, I said no to scouting him. No, I was going to scout him properly, wasn't I? And then go back for him. Then there was Tajik dude at Zenit. I was going to scout further. Spanish guy we weren't caring about too much. The Singaporean dude we thought was fascinating, but we weren't going to... Oh, we're already scouting him, apparently. The Scottish dudes I both scouted. Cassiopeia dude I scouted. And then that. Then it was... Philippines dude I scouted, but didn't do anything further on him. Panama dude I bid on because he was fun. And wasn't asking for... He was asking for a little bit, actually. But I'll put a little bit in. It was like 26k or something, wasn't it? I know I can buy him, but it'll cost us more that way. Might get that like that. And then I'll save after I've done that, just in case, you know? Just in case. Right, try that. Oh, Norway, I was going to scout him too. Oman, I didn't sign him. This guy we were going to try and sign, though, right, because he was from Pakistan, or bomb from Pakistan, but also Australia, and therefore good youth rating. We'll have him. There we go. Hello, Hazard. I'm doing all right, man. Although we did just have another crash, which was always fun. So that's cost us, well, actually not that much, to be fair. Not like last time, at least. And I scouted him further. I signed the New Zealand dude. There actually... Turns out, chap, unlike normal, I actually was doing more signing than normal. That's very unlike me. Normally I just walk through and be like, I'm scouting. This time around, I was actually signing people. I'm a new man. Northern Ireland, I was going to scout you. And then the Mozambique dudes, I was going to scout both of those two guys. I found that guy was going to get scouted as well. Maldives I didn't really care about. Malaysia I found was interesting. Libya. Oh, Libya. Did I look at the Libyan dude? I think I rescouted Norway dude just then, didn't I? Could have sworn I did. Unless I didn't click on him. Yeah, I did. Yeah. He's very expensive. Laotian, Japan. That was the North Korean fella. Wow, there was actually quite a few guys in here. I'm actually weirdly impressed with myself because I'd already forgotten all that, apparently. Loan move for you. No. 5-year deal. Bang, bang. Bang, it comes. I'll have to do the handshake line in a moment. Actually, will I? Oh, no. One thing I do need to do is move that guy up to the first team squad again, though, because that was... I want all of those guys. And now we're back. There he is. Mr. Hong Kong. Wait, is that a different dude? Wait. Oh, he was born in a different nation. This is a different Hong Konger, because that guy was born in Ghana, not Hong Kong. Gibraltar, Ghana. There he is. That's my guy. And then the French guys were all that, and then we're back. But I'm going to be very careful, and now I'm going to save it just to make sure. Whew, done. I did mess up the intro, and then I also messed up paying out the points for the intro as well. Sorted. Team Report Scouting filter does. So the Team Report Scouting filter, this is not that, by the way. This is a different filter. But basically what it does is it shows any player that you've scouted using Team Reports in the last 30 days who are between the ages of whatever you set that you have yet to actually start scouting properly, basically. It just essentially amalgamates all of your Team Report scouting into one single report that you can look at and not have to like go to each report individually. Particularly, sometimes it skips one randomly in there when you do that, especially if you're doing other scouting methods at the same time, which I very often am. This guy's got a long-ass name. Jan Ingi Aflutunum. For a Faroese name, there's a lot of options going on in there. Ethiopia, dude. Nahom. Oh, he's from Eritrea. Well, damn. As you normally put, like I said, you can put whatever you like. I normally use like 15 to 20, mostly so it catches any randomly really good first team players that might slip into there. But 15 to 18 will suit perfectly fine if you're just looking for youngsters. That's where you'll find the best ones. Right, Salvador Rivera of Wait, hang on. Leferpo, that's Spain, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Nice. I got scared for a moment. Wait, Trey Coke. Trey Coke! Great name. From Chester, plays for Chester. Hello, Lord Justinian. How's it going, man? I've got to scout Trey Coke. Me when I don't want 2 Cokes. I'll have 3. Speaking of dumb shit, actually, you know, the other day we were talking about weird couple talking about how you have strange names for things. I realised another one the other day. Pog and I have, you know, there's like lap trays you can have because we don't have a dining room table. The ones that have got like, it's a tray, but it's got like a kind of cushiony bit underneath it that you could like eat off of or use it as a laptop tray. We have 2 of those on top of our fridge that we use for stuff like that. But because we only have 2 of them, we don't call them trays, we call them DOS. And it's the dumbest thing, I realise, but I enjoy that personally. That's the sort of shit I'm into. We've got Miguel Sanfleur. Ah, no, that's a naughty team. We can't touch them. Although, good for the Dominica. Boo, indeed. DOS, yeah. DOS. It's a great bit. Thank you. I'm glad someone appreciates it. No need to be so cynical all the time. Harlem United. Wait, is that a... Oh, domestic team. Much more my street. His name's Chad Walsh, too. We like a Chad. If you've not got bits, how are you going to get through life, right? Exactly. It is the dumbest shit, but that's why it works. Dos, as in like, dos meaning 2 in Spanish. But tres is 3 in Spanish, so because they're called trays, it's a silly... It's very silly. Raymond Anita. Related to Vernon, perhaps? I might scout him, even though final is probably going to be a tough one for us to sign from. Cuba, Colombia. Oh, hang on, that's not actually... I thought it was going to be Spain. Oh, it might be. Nope. It's not, though. Abel Estevez in Columbus. He's rocked up in Ohio. Santos Guyana. Are they connected to the other Santos, or are they just stealing their name? Ooh. Kevin Montero. Yes, please. He 2 caps as well at 18. Do I punt? Oh, definitely. With those wages, 100%. He's a bit expensive, but if he's got that many caps in a good position in the Costa Rican national team, 700 grand is definitely worth it. How's hockey going? What's hockey? Is that sport where they like have the big brown ball and they put it through the hoop? Never heard of it, mate. We are completely shit in the bed. To throw away a 3-goal lead is just embarrassing from us there. And now with Nate looking injured as well, McCarr's clearly still fucked. We're cooked. Unless we pull off a generational comeback, we've let everybody down by losing to fucking Vegas. All that's left now is for me to root for the Canes or the Habs. It's just such a disappointment. I think it might be the last real chance, honestly, because everyone's aging out. McCarr's going to get a massive contract soon as well, which will obviously take up some cap hit too. Oh, we're already scouting him. It's just a massive letdown from where the season was going. Yeah, it's a weird one, but yeah. It's just I woke up, looked at the score, and just went, fuck this. I even stopped listening to podcasts because I was like, I don't want to hear about it, you know? I don't need to know. Ooh, Jorge Blanco of Bolivia. He's got some nice green on him as well. Wait, what's his name? Oh, yeah, no, you're right. From Belize, in fact. Najib Dick. We've not looked up that spelling very often, in fairness. We might be underrating ourselves in a whole world of dick that we didn't know existed. Hold that thought. There's also a guy called Robert Machamp. A couple of Barbadians. Bahamas, Aruba, Anguilla, Docks United. A couple of Angolans, though. Ooh, he plays in Belgium. And he's called Darla. We've good record with players called Darla in the past. I'll have him. Actually, wait, will I? Might be able to have him sign straight away. Do I just punt? Go on. Yeah, why not? Treat yourself. There's enough green on there. I've been burned before. Drops today, Adam. Or so I've heard. I've heard rumours that it is in... Maybe I won't sign him. Do you know what? Maybe not straight away. 4.8 million. Addenda much higher up than I thought they were. God damn. I'm probably going to just back away slowly there, lads. Addenda way further up than I thought. Oh, they are. Have they always been? Maybe I've got them stuck in my brain from when Denda were like further down due to when we were managing in Belgium. They were down in the leagues with us at one point. Either way, he's definitely getting scouted. I do like him, but I'm not going to pay £5 million without seeing what his attributes are looking like. This guy's much better. Oh, wow. Well, we have quite good knowledge of this guy already, surprisingly. I was just talking about Fulham's season. It's just such a massive disappointment as always. We're just like so close to doing anything useful. Thing is, even if we had beaten Wolves last week and then had a chance to then get into Europe, we would have then lost to Newcastle. I can pretty much guarantee it. We only beat Newcastle because we had nothing on the line. We are just such bottlers. Or not even bottlers. They just lack any kind of bottle in the first place. Oh, married. You don't know that, Christian. They could be. Just keeping it a secret. Minimum fee. That's weird. Or it's just the scout report is just super out of date. Which it probably is, let's be honest. An American Samoa dude at the very bottom there. Go to Benfica. I think he probably will. But if he doesn't, it's like... I still don't know if it's the right thing if he does stay, honestly. I know the grass isn't always greener, but things have been stale for a while. But I wonder if that is just because of the contractual situation. It's like, I wonder what he's asking for to stay and what they're not giving him. Whether it's control of certain things or just pure money. But I don't think it is going to be down to pure money because Silva doesn't clearly care that much about those things, generally speaking. Best player born from South Shields. I can definitely do that, right? I can do... Is it in general? Yeah, place of birth. Let's see, how many Shieldsies we got? 7. Make sure I don't... So there are 7 players born in South Shields in this save. But regens-wise, they're weirdly old. We've got, obviously, real-life players. But then you've got Riley Wright of Bamba Bridge, who's in South Shields. And then Tito Guisamano. What a name. Tito Guisimano. From South Shields. Does speak Spanish. He's got Ecuadorian second natty. Love that. And then lastly, Benji Cuts. Love to see that. But yeah, I can see Silva leaving, but it's just all a bit of a mess. I hate our lack of forward planning, as always. We just seem to never be thinking long term. It's always just, everything seems to be reactionary, even though we've known this was likely to be a problem for a while, and it's just frustrating as hell. Because you watch a team like Bournemouth go, our manager's leaving. Let me quickly sort out a replacement, get that locked in, and then we can start future planning for the summer and start even looking at recruitment for it. And just, yeah. 2 points of being the Europa. Yeah, exactly. The 2 points that we didn't get when we didn't beat Wolves. It's... On the plus side, and this is the tiniest plus side, I do feel like there is, with the sheer number of English sides in Europe next season... Do I just put this on to... I'll honestly put this on daily, just for the time being. With the sheer number of English sides in Europe next year, I feel like there is a space for someone who isn't in Europe and won't have that fixture congestion if they've got the right manager to do really, really well. So that'll be fascinating. But then knowing Fulham, we won't take advantage of that. I think Coventry are going to cook next year as well. If you beat West Ham, yeah, that was... Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just more thinking like pure recency. Like, Wolves was last week and we just didn't show up. Bring back Roy. Get him in there. Newcastle won a kid. Mateus Ferreira is born Ashington to Brazilian and Italian parents. That's fun. Right, we get these guys signed up. See without Europe like Chelsea? Just West London in general. Europe just not shining on West London at all. Fair play to Sunderland, though. That's a hell of an achievement. I could see Coventry City doing something similar next year. I just feel like the way they play is really interesting. And I think that they will be most likely of the promoted sides to do what Sunderland have done this year. Even if Sunderland have definitely had some statistical anomalies that have kind of fallen in their favour at times this year. But ultimately, they put the ball in the net, right? But looking at some of the underlying numbers, it's not the best reading sometimes for them. But they stayed up easily. And they get to play in Europe next year. A bold Dutchman? I mean, depends. What sort of bold Dutchman are we talking? Would he just think he'd slot into the manager's bench nice and easily? Raymond. Oh, he does say yes. Nice. $4,000 a week. Brother. At least take a long deal. Maybe he is really good. Or he just doesn't want to come to Poland. We'll have Buckley as well. Youngster. I'm hoping that that is actually going to be fine. Problem with signing the guys that are under 18 is you have to offer them way smaller contracts. And it sucks because it's 5 instead of 8. We won't want the loan back. We'll have Montero as well. Wait, who's Montero? Oh, this guy. Youngster. Ooh. What's he after? £600 a week. Fine. I might be overpaying for him a little bit. We'll take it. Portuguese chessman. I just need... I actually don't know who I want at this point. I think we just want something different, but someone that's going to get the best out of like Kevin and Bob. Which is weird to say just because of those being our wingers, but Wilson looks to be off, which is fine, whatever. I just don't think he's ever going to have a better season than he's had this year, no matter who he joins. And I think that he'll have to try to find a move to move upwards. Wait. Oh, no! Well, that's shit. I was actually kind of hoping he might be able to make some appearances for us this year, given how good he actually looks. Refrigerators, yeah. Okay, yeah, they've got some great players. They play very well. I'll be curious to see if they can continue it next year. Relegate Fulham. I doubt that very much. I just really don't think that's the case because Hull City, I think, and Ipswich, as much as I hate to say it, I think they'll probably be both back down again. But I just think there's other teams down towards the bottom that are worse than Fulham. It would depend on recruitment, but it does, of course. But then, of course, it depends on everything, right? Spurs could sack their manager for some reason and appoint me, and this is all still things that could happen. But is it really likely? Like, I feel like the problem with Marco Silva is just that we just don't know what's likely to happen if he leaves. There's no rumours of this person being linked with this, and that's what scares me. It just feels very open-ended. Because if he stays, I think we'll be fine. If he leaves and we make a sensible appointment, that'd be good. But Fulham have had a bad record of doing that in the past. Liverpool having a gopping year. Do you think they might be Chelsea this year, basically? And they'll appoint Liam Rosenior mid-season. Under Fulham. I'm not sure that Newcastle finished under Fulham. Did you see Newcastle play against Fulham at the weekend? That would be the reason.
Nice.
In fact, literally, in a way. Pixel Pinner, thank you for the 69 months. You love to see it. It feels like Newcastle, every time they look like they're about to start playing better again, they just stop very soon afterwards. I know they've had a lot of competitions to play in this year as well, but I just don't think they've actually been that good. Oh, 4.6 million for Facone. How about not that? How about 1 million? Also, you'll note that our player values, I'll show you in a sec properly, are trash. Compared to what they were. They're not trash. They're just much worse than they were before. So, let me show you here. For example, our most valuable player now is Christian Gomez, valued at 86 to 94 million. Monparoos is now only worth 73 to 80 million pounds. Something happened when we ticked over or something, and it's decimated player values by, I would say, a good 30-40% drop in value. It kind of sucks, and I don't really know why it's happened. Some of the youngsters seem to have survived the cull, but some of the higher end guys seem to have lost a lot of value, which is frustrating. Oh, Harry Wilson's great, but I don't see him having a better season than he's had this year at any other club. And I think any club that gives him the money that he's probably going to be wanting is probably likely to regret it. And I think he'd probably regret it too, because I suspect that any of the clubs that he'd probably want to move to make those steps up would probably end up having him on the bench anyway. Like, some of the goals that he's scored are such low percentage chances, which is great. To be fair, he'd probably fit in at a club like Villa, whose entire game plan revolves around that, and I love them for it. I enjoy watching Villa play because they do take chances on low percentage shots, and they score bangers quite consistently, in fact. And it's even in the Europa League final, they're just such a fun team to watch because players try and have shots on goal, whereas Fulham have got an entire team of Sander Bergers most of the time. To Hexagon Challenge Youth only. So how's that season going for you so far, Justin, with Guyana? Are you presumably still in the first season? Team behind him. So this is the thing. So I know we have usually quite a lot of Liverpool fans in chat. What do you do to fix the situation? Presumably you'd probably want a different manager. So the question is, who is that manager and what needs to change? Like, which players are out? In fact, screw even recruitment. Because obviously Salah's gone, Robertson's gone, let's say Slot goes as well. That's a lot of turmoil. Alonso, yeah. I'm very surprised. I just assumed that was basically a given that was going to happen. And it's weird that they didn't. I guess because they had a manager at the time, and I suppose that it does feel like the sort of thing that they'll probably regret. Oh, is this all no, this is new guys. This is not the guys I just signed. This is another set of players for some reason. Must have all turned 18 at the same time. Agashi Murafushi, his attributes are way better than that. I think he could be a really good loan farmer. Goffin Johnson, for sure, yeah. Apparently he's been linked with moves to Scotland. which I actually think would probably be a good landing spot for him. Bought players, no centre backs, no wingers, and transfers we didn't work out. But that's a lot of money to invest in that already. Because you're right, there was a huge amount of overhaul transfers-wise. You can see how many transfers we made in the entire save. Yes, because it's on my profile, isn't it? Let me have a little look. I'll check. 3 seasons already, hell yeah. And then Funes. Yeah, just kind of fodder kind of players, but that's okay. We need some more of these guys. Championship is... I wonder if there's going to be any more sanctions on like Southampton. Like, will more stuff come out about it? Because it just feels like that thread hasn't been completely pulled through yet for some reason. You can see it on... Is it managerial stats? Yes, it's there. Love to see it. Pep Linders. I could see it. But you seem to see like less of the sort of the larger, more established sides going for the sort of assistant-y type guys that they sort of promote from within. Rarely. Man United, I feel like, do it more than others, actually. So, let's see. How many players have I signed? Oh, there you go. Yes. Players bought. 697. I've bought a few. It would be fair to say I have bought a few players. 697 to be precise. And I've paid nearly 5 million quid to agents. We've spent $500 million, but we've also made 637 million. I actually thought it would have been more than that, genuinely. I'm actually a little bit surprised by that. So what would happen? Me or one season of Chelsea spending? Fair. Senesi. Yeah, Senesi looks like he's moving to Spurs, right? I don't know if that's actually been announced or anything, but I saw a thing earlier that suggested that that was likely to happen. It does seem low. I wonder if it doesn't count, like, certain types of players. Mbappe, probably not going to do that. He plays for Zagłębie Lubin right now. I might leave that, honestly. I don't think Gornik would use him effectively. Wait, really? Corona Kielce want to pay that much money for... Did I pay, like... That's bizarre. They already have... Oh, really, lads? I might say no to that for the time being. They already have 2 really good strikers on loan from us who are better than him. That seems like a bad choice of move from them. Good football. I mean, I don't think he's the Beaver. Let's see. Is there any new loans? Wow, none at all yet, which is weird. For months, oh, really? That kind of makes sense, right? I imagine they had a lot of things that were sort of very heavily dependent on survival. I mean, financial stuff would have been great. Oh, nice. The financial implications, I mean, I'm not sure what the actual financial implications are for West Ham, but I imagine they're not particularly good.
Very depressing.
You'll have all seen what I just saw. Just to clarify, this dude here, we've got a loan bid from a team in Poland. Fair enough. We also have a loan bid from Joy Cometh. That is a name. Love to see it. Rekordmeister. Thank you for the follow, friend. Who do you support, sir? Welcome aboard. I've never heard of these two guys before. I'm a big fan, though. Immediately. They've also got a guy called Shitu Orenikowu. Oh, there's some great names. In particularly... Where were those guys based? Nigeria? Oh, wow, okay. Botswana is a cracking nation for good team names. Unfortunately, I will not be giving them any joy on this particular occasion, as, yeah, we need him. Christian Gomez, do I want to let him go on loan to Brighton? G, no. I've noticed that the second our player values dropped, teams started bidding loans on some of our best players for some reason. It's very strange. £82 million for Monperouse is absolutely insulting. Another one. Oh, no, I already accepted that, didn't I? We're fine. Get a bit of that as well. Petrocube. Someone's retired. Wait, who are you? What are you? Retired. What were you, though? Fitness coach. Okay, that's fine. I was worried it might be a scout. Actual football manager of the family. Nice. That's awesome. Don't really know much. I don't really know any. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know that many people. I don't go outside much. It's one of the downsides of being a streamer. Bayern Munich, of course. How would you? I was going to say, how would you rate Bayern's season? But I mean, was it expectations of Champions League final, or was it just that PSG are just that good? Although that being said, that game was a hell of a game. Right. Are they going to at least let me stop doing that? Actually, Piaskowicza makes more sense for him to go to if someone's going to pay that money, unfortunately, than him. Apparently it is Malignus. I had no idea, but we have seen a slight 20 to 30% drop in values. Oh, just to give you an idea, when you see his attributes, you'll be like, why is this guy not worth all of it? these are they. My regular... He's dropped value even further. Or has he? No, they paid 82, didn't they? Some of my players are like, yeah, it's weird because it seems to have started more vociferously now. And it's almost certainly a coincidence that just happens to when the that stuff pops up, but it's bizarre. He's very good, isn't he? My guy. 3 years on the contract. Does he have an extension clause? He doesn't. But I think maybe next year. Oh, yeah, no, we were getting bids of close to 200 million for him. Right. It's just FM has unfortunately decided that our players are now not worthless, obviously, but worth way less than they were 2 weeks ago because reasons. Maybe it'll reset after the World Cup. I don't think it will, though, unfortunately. Shoku's rejected them. That's a shame. Right, Batista Bomb is coming in. Raymond's coming in. Montero's coming in. Makazumi's coming in. Wow. Look at me signing all these players. Yeah, how's Harry Kane perceived at Bayern? Like, because obviously I imagine that the way that he's perceived in Germany is probably quite different to how he's perceived in England, I guess, with him being Harry Kane and all that. I always found that fascinating. Thank you, Pranst. It's mostly just because I've lost all my body weight in sweat today. I weighed myself this morning. I was 10 stone 13 and I went, right, okay, you need to start doing some strength training, buddy. Folks over the season from bids. No, it's not, because these values have been exactly where they are for 5 years in this save. So if that was the case, they wouldn't have all dropped at the same time, largely. Like, it's a definite noticeable drop from one day to the next that has dropped off massively across the board, across all of our higher rep players, literally all of them. Got an aircon in the UK. That's funny. No, I don't. I have a fan pointed into the room. Montparouse's value has consistently been in the mid-100 millions for the last 5 years without even getting any bids on him at the start of every window. So, trust me, I would notice this. It's a definite noticeable drop this window. All of their player values have just tanked off of some of the higher rep dudes. Like the really high-end guys seem to have been like capped off, it feels like. Noisy. Yeah, the problem with Noisy is obviously with streaming, it becomes more difficult. Right. He's not joining us straight away, is he? Oh, he is. He is. So we've got Montero in. I've overpaid dramatically for him. God damn it. We've ever had, really? Oh, that's good to see, I suppose, actually. At least he's getting football and winning stuff, and that can only be a good thing. Snog them out. Oh. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the fan. Also, apologies, Volleys, if you can hear the fan in the background. Also, just understand that it's very warm. If I was to turn this off, that temperature would immediately start climbing up by another. What I do have, though, is a meat thermometer. So I can measure my meat. Hold. Just calibrating. It's actually bang on. Okay, it's like 1.1 of a degree cooler, according to my meat thermometer. You heard. It's what I was using before, because I was like, I need to know how hot it is in this room. Skin your hair. It would read off the scales. So the weather actually at the moment, Justin, is a bit hotter than that. We're seeing, I think, 35 today. Later is the prediction. But it's just the humidity, ultimately. That, and obviously with me being stood up in a room with loads of lights pointed at me, you can imagine that it can get a little bit... how hot is it? Let's see if I can figure it out. My big meaty fro. Is it normal, though? Is what normal? 35. See if I can find a really bushy bit. Maybe right in there. Imagine if someone came into stream for the very first time right about now and I'm measuring the temperature of my hair with a meat thermometer. Yeah, 35 in my hair. The real quiz. If you've just joined us, welcome to the Hair Measuring Statistical Championship of 2026. Haven't every year. Not as hot as this for a while. 2022 was ridiculous. That was the one that I specifically remember. Measuring meat. To be fair, we actually haven't used this meat thermometer yet. Our other one broke. Too much meat measuring. And so I've just had this in my office for the last 3 days. It's not update out. Unfortunately not. The best we can do is meat thermometers, I'm afraid. So if you're interested in those, I've got a place. I've got loads up in my bonds. Kevin's crap, unfortunately. Bless him. I'll get him out. Also, if the update was out, you'd have it because it would be out. It's one of these things where if the update was out, we'd have the update because that's how we know it would be out, because it would be... I don't know. It's a bit like looking out the window and be like, is it raining? I wish it was I fucking wish it was raining. Hopefully later. I pray for rain, Len. Okay, Kevin, get him as well. Britain just doesn't handle heat very well. Our houses are essentially just designed for to hold heat, which means they just accumulate it during the day, and then at night it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't release it very fast. Oh, these guys they're good attribute-wise. I'm just a little bit disappointed in some of the potentials on them, I suppose. Did I? Oh, I already added for loan, didn't I? Get him in as well, and then go on, Mr. Kim. He might actually be the best of the bunch in some way. He's not bad. He can't jump to save his life, but that's okay. He got out, didn't he? Get you in there as well. Bayern level overpriced. I'm surprised that I'm seeing him linked with Bayern, but I think it's an interesting move. I just quite like seeing English players go abroad, honestly. I wish that more of them were doing it, because there was a spell where nobody was. Was it Matt Derbyshire that was at Olympiakos for a while, just playing in Greece completely randomly? More of that, please. I think it would just help England as a whole to have that. UV index. So our UV index is actually fairly low, I believe. It's just pure humidity more than anything else. That we're just not used to it. It just grows out of nowhere. Right. I nearly thought I'd cracked this screen the other day and had a way to not let it do that silly bollocks. Let's see if I can do it today. Because I thought I'd figured out a method, which was to, firstly, let's see if I can do this. It was those guys first. Nope. Do you know what? I've let you down. I've let you down. When does the World Cup come up? Today. It comes out today. Chris Waddock. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is we're still in May as well, which is wild. So what I did notice, though, is if you go to cards and then go into here and then toggle one of these on and off, fixes it. There you go. Yeah, our UV's not that. I mean, you still get sunburn if you're silly like Pog was. If Pog comes back at some point during stream today, I'll get her to show you the tops of her arms, because she was a bit of a dunce when we were at Snetterton at the weekend and decided, oh, I'm going to even up my tan. I was like, that's not how that works. You're just going to be burnt. And lo and behold, she was, which was very silly. I, on the other hand, no sunburn whatsoever, even though I was in the sun for 9 hours because I wore sun cream. My apologies, Minos. I was just sorting out the... It's been like a couple of minutes. Sorry, I was just going through the scouting stuff. Forgive me. I will get to it. Yeah. I don't always do database lookups straight away because there's usually something else we're doing at the time. So I will get to it in one moment. I just want to get through this scout report first, which is now cut. Oh, going here. Does it work twice? It does. At least there's that. Saves us having to discard someone. Yeah, I was all on the factor 50 for sure. Still not that many extensives in here, weirdly. Oh, that's Iberia, isn't it? That's bloody Spain again. Oh, Pushkas. There's a guy called Santa at Pushkas who looks to have decent potential. There's a guy at Bayern as well, actually. Michael Deckerman. Good. Yeah. Oh, is it actually Georgia? Oh, it is. It's the team that got renamed, isn't it? There used to be a different... Yes. Or sunscreen. I guess you can call it whatever you like, right? People know what you want. If people know what you mean, then the word has done its job. I'll give you some, but yeah, I mean, that's because the UV index is so high. Like, I'd be willing to bet ours is minuscule, but yeah. Not Snettisham, Snetterton this weekend. Snettisham's around that same kind of way, actually. I used to go to Snettisham all the time. My mate had a little, his parents had a tiny little, like, beach house is probably not the right word. It was basically an old cricket pavilion. Yeah, I think I alternate between sun cream and sunscreen, but sunscreen I think is the American phrase. Sun cream is very much what we'd call it here, I think, generally speaking. So time. That would make sense. I reapplied regularly. I might just try and sign this dude, honestly. He's fun. And it wouldn't be the first really good Georgian that we've signed out of this save, so I'm a huge fan of... Oh, God, not this again. At least we found a way around that, too. Bit of that, bit of that. 150 grand is all right. And it's called Valerian and Mysuradze. It's my guy. Sunscreen, yeah. That's what happens when you don't put any sun cream on. A proper sunscreen? I think we do. I mean, ultimately, there is always going to be people that don't wear sunscreen and they're idiots, but most people try to, at least, if they care about things like their skin, and I do, because I'm quite a pasty boy. Could you tell? So as a result, I do have to be a little bit careful. I'm trying to avoid anything like that. In future, at least. Just build it up slowly, and wait, you have to do it on this screen, don't you? Toggle it like that, and then it ticks it back on for some reason. Right. You're a Botafogo. That looks like Spain. Yes, okay, so we'll ignore you. And you're Zamalek. Okay, there's just a few guys in there, potentially. Steve O, the secret of my heart. You don't want to know. Oh, are they actually different things? I never knew that. That actually makes sense. I thought they were just random words that were, like, interchangeable. All we know is it's some spray stuff. Yeah, to be fair, Spectre, I'm learning today as well, apparently. I'm being educated. So, he's spat. What about you? He is quite good, but he's another £14 million signing in a position that we're kind of stacked in. Then again, he might be one worth coming back to later in the window, because I do still have Effiong Uche out on loan. And it wouldn't be the worst idea to have another option to rotate around with Kowalski this season, if we could. Zamalek dude, Haney Mohammed, he's okay, but he's very expensive because Zamalek. Danish dude at San Diego? Okay. Oliver Sørensen. Oh my god. Holy shit. Attribute-wise, he's absolutely insane. And he's not that crazy expensive because America. He's an American Dane born in Brøndby. Or Brøndby. Go on. I think he's probably not going to want to join us because he's only 16, but I will scout him. I'll shortlist him as well because he's fun. He may have no ceiling on him, but either way, he's definitely worth a little look. Hello, Wills. From Devon. Which part of Devon? Obviously, you don't feel... Oh, Woolacombe. I think Pog and I are... Well, Pog's definitely. And I will go with her, of course, to see her parents at the end of July, maybe? Like, go down for the weekend. I'll stay down for the weekend, and then I'll drive back up on the Monday, and then she can stay down for a little bit longer and then get the train back up. Because that would be nice. And potentially... we're thinking about, or hopefully going to sort out some live shows for the FM show, which would be kind of sick. So Anand Kalali, unfortunately, let me make sure I'm spelling this correctly. Because the man is, oh, I'm not spelling this correctly. This is why I check these things. Ah, okay. I was spelling, I think that's correct. Oh, no, wait, there he is. I'm assuming this is the dude, right? Kalali, Union Saint-Gilloise, although he's got a Dortmund kit on, so I'm guessing he's a... That's not a Dortmund kit, man. That's literally a USG kit. Idiot. But yes, there he is. Wow, he actually looks kind of good. Sun lotion. Ah, yes. Yeah, true. The park run course. I've seen people do that. That sounds like a nightmare. Steve Cooper, what's that? Did he actually? Wow. For swimming the beach. Oh, England has some pretty good beaches. Devon and Cornwall especially are sort of the... because it's just generally warmer down in Devon and Cornwall in general, more palm trees and whatnot. There's a lot of good surfing beaches down, like Newquay is sort of the one that, yeah. And Wales too, yeah, oh yeah. That whole sort of west coast, I think. Some of the, like the northeast maybe as well? Hard to say. I think a lot of it's more, most of the time with beaches in England, it's more about like, which was the beach you went to as a kid, right? Where did your parents... if you went to the beach as a kid in England, which was the beach that you went to? Because a lot of us wouldn't have lived near the sea, so you had to choose, right? So for us, it was either Southend, mostly just because my dad doing his tax return VAT thing, or it was Yarmouth sometimes. But that was about it. The logo completely threw me. I genuinely thought it was Dortmund. Western-super-Mare. Yeah, Western-super-Mare is giving Birmingham, right? Or around the Birmingham area. Because from what Pog used to call Western Birmingham-on-Sea, that was her, like, thing. So that was where she always used to go as a kid, when obviously she was back in her native Birmingham. Coventry, there you go, yeah? Because obviously, with living in Essex, Southend was technically closest, but it was still a fucking long way away, and Yarmouth was even further. Folkestone, ooh. Sennen, yes. Was it Sennen Cove? I remember going there. And is there one called Widdermouth Bay? In, I think, Devon. It was good for bodyboarding back when I was a kid. That was fun. Up the Colchester. A friend of mine used to live in Colchester. Oh, no, he doesn't live anymore. I was just thinking, does he still live there? He plays pool in Colchester. That much I do know. Because randomly yesterday, he was over, and I was just looking through random TV channels, and that put on... it was like doubles pool on TNT Sport 3, and he was just like, I know that guy. I play pool with that guy sometimes. Clacton. My grandparents used to go on holiday to Clacton sometimes. The car is showing 36. I find that mine does that sometimes, especially if I leave it idling. UK is cold. Well, I mean, ultimately beaches are as cold as the weather is, right? So if the weather's like this today, that sounds perfect to me. I mean, the water isn't going to be as warm as it, say, would be in, I don't know, like the Amalfi Coast, probably. But when it's as hot as this, you don't really care, right? In Derbyshire, no. You've not been to Derby on Sea, Formsy? Missing out. Yeah, honestly, I just like the coastlines, right? I'm not a fan of hot weather in general. Could you tell? I'm more of a cold kind of guy. So if it's like, if Pog and I are choosing holiday destinations, I'm very, let's go to Tromsø. She's more, can I lay on a beach and have a cocktail type beat. And I feel like she needs to be rewarded with a proper holiday like that at some point. I'll just sit in the shade and read my book. Maybe Italy or something. I really would like to go to like Tuscany and Florence potentially. Just because I feel like Italy is the country I would have the least food anxiety imaginable. Sit on the sand. I mean, you've got to jump in the sea a little bit, right? Sandbanks. Sandbanks, isn't that the place that's like statistically the highest cost of real estate in the entire UK, even more so than a lot of the places in London? Barcelona. I'm not sure I'd really want to visit Barcelona, honestly. Not now. Continuum, thank you very much for the follow. Plus, like I said, Italy is the place I really want to go. I haven't been to Italy since I was like 13, and that was on a school trip. Went to Pompeii and that. I didn't see the Indy 500. No, I was at Snetterton for the BTCC, and then we got back, and then pretty much went straight to the F1 after that. And I've never been hugely into IndyCar, but I really should have given that a chance, I suppose. Particularly because I couldn't watch the Coke 600 anyway, because it started so late. Polonium Beaton. Okay, you can have him. Sure, why not, lads? Honestly, Bitty Child, it's definitely a decision. I do take into account, like, with picking saves, particularly for building a nation, is like, would this be a fun place for Pog and I to go? Hence why Malta won out. That being said, I would have happily gone to either Georgia or Estonia. I'd have loved to have gone to Tallinn, to be fair. Oh. Serie C clubs. That would put me off, actually. I'd get flashbacks to it far too much. I've still got the meat them, which is just out on my desk there. Let me just shut that up. Just thermometizing thing it doesn't even need to. 76 million for Lucinio. I think I want to keep hold of him for the time being now, given that we've realised that he actually suits this new style quite nicely. Copenhagen trip. Well, I've been to Copenhagen a couple of years ago, and obviously only for the day, and that was nice. Hot as hell. Which is weird because it was only April, but it was boiling. Beautiful city, beautiful day. I'll reject that. Oh no, I'll just leave that. Oh no, I can't. I have to. Yeah, fair enough. Those major cities aren't as bad as other places. Yeah, I imagine so. I mean, because obviously it must be pretty chilly where you guys are right now, down under, right? Because obviously it's the opposite. So, Lucia, absolutely. My guy, where is he? This is what I mean. I swear it does actually remove them from the... Oh, no, it's because it was ages ago, wasn't it? There was an old report. Let me just get him up here. He's very good. But he does have a lack of big matches, which is the thing about him that I think holds him back a little bit. He's a great player, but I think that's why he does seem... And he's a bit injury prone too. I'd love to go to Tbilisi. Ever been to Suffolk? Basically just across the border. So yeah, I used to be in Suffolk all the time. My old band used to practice in Suffolk in back in the day. Before we moved to Soham for that. Oh, 12-13 sounds wonderful. Nice 25. The thing is, for 25 would be okay. That's like, yeah, I can enjoy that. I'm out in that. What did you play? I was a guitarist. Winterlow stayed the same. Oh, but that's what you kind of want, isn't it? It's like temperate. I think that's why people don't mind like the California thing, because it never gets too bad. Now, Manchester, fair enough. Yeah, no, Suffolk. You can get to the Suffolk border so quickly from here because there's a pub right on the border by the river called 5 miles from anywhere. So he's actually played in both positions. For a while, he did play as a DM for us, pushing up, but now he plays as more of an overlapping centre back, using that physicality and his speed that he's got to kind of get up and down a little bit more because he can pass the ball like crazy as well. Not the greatest vision, but he's a quality player. Terrible moustache, but other than that, they weren't corrupt. Oh, did Arca get into Europe? I don't think they did they? No. I might let them do that if he's willing to make the move, provided they don't give me too much money. You can have him for $1 million, and then random clauses if you must, which I think he's unlikely to get going. Oh yeah, I know it was a really tight finish. Whoa, okay. Jesus Christ. Almost looks like they've been posed like that. That's bizarre. Love that. But Peachy's uncle? No. Maybe? Do you want me to tell you about Brad Friedel instead? I'll play the hits, right? It's too hot to think of new things, so I'm just going to bring out the old stuff. I'm just nostalgia baiting you see. I'll build for the cold. Yeah, exactly. Traditionally, most UK houses were built for the cold. And in the sense, the way that works is that they're very good at insulating, so it gets hot, not super quickly, but once it gets hot, it stays hot because they keep the heat in. And it's very difficult to stop that. That's the room temperature right now. There's a little sensor I've got hanging off my PC that is plugged into like a USB port, and then I've got some code that makes it... It's basically like a little node thingy that just displays it on stream. We used to have it back in the day, but I lost the code, so I had to make some new stuff for it. So there it is. But in truth, it's probably a bit hotter than that in here because this is getting more of the fan wind. So it's maybe about a degree and a half hotter than what it's saying there. It's more meat thermometer. If you want to know the real temperature, just ask and I'll get the meat thermometer in my hair again. No, Marion... I don't think our goalkeeping issues are down to the goalkeeper anymore. I think the goalkeeping issues are down to the way our tactics are set up, but I also don't know how we're going to fix that because it feels like it's one of the ways the game just kind of is. In the armpit, I dread to think. Armpits actually only saying 30. Look at those chilly armpits, chat. What can I say? Get out of the groups of the Euros. Did they? Oh, nice. Okay, let's go and look at that because the Euros have obviously been going along nicely. I'm sure Andorra have been cooking. It is more accurate, isn't it? Like, I mean, this has obviously been calibrated a little bit, but yeah, that did kind of, that did actually kind of stab me a little bit in the side there. It's almost like it's for piercing meat. It does grind, and it's kind of like what I've actually got here. Like, I've got the curtain shut, whereas normally on stream, when it's hot, I would have the curtains open because of the light, but I've got the window open, but the curtain shut because it's helping a bit. But this room just gets so hot in this morning. It was 21 outside when I woke up this morning. Came in this office and it was already 26 in here, which is mental. Aaron, thank you very much for the 25 months. How are you coping with the heat, sir? The crucial thing that we've been really doing at night is sticking the fan in front of the window and having it suck the cool air in because it's a big ass fan. That has been a game changer. Genuinely. Even last night when it was obviously about as hot as it's going to be today, it was relatively comfortable once we got to about 11 o'clock with that. The room temperature was probably down to about 22. How is Breston to say the titties are flying? Actually, I don't know if they are or not, to be fair. We check. Every day in Indonesia? Fair point. Good point well made. But still answer the question. Oh, he's going. Right. Let me quickly get the Euros up. Actually, we'll do the look up first, then I'll check the Euros. And then we'll progress a bit so we can get some scout reports in. Wait. Why have they not come up ahead of the others? Oh, the second I finish stream, that's exactly what I'll be doing. The problem is I can't do that because if I have the fan in a way where it's pointed directly at me, it will be blowing directly into the microphone. And despite this having like a wind cover on it, it's not... all you'd hear is... Forgive me, bodies. Especially on the bodies. So I have to have it around the corner to blow air in, but not directly at me. It's fun. And there they are. Ligue 2. Oh, they looks like they might be going back up again, though. Never mind. Their season has ticked over now. So last year, where did they come? Oh, Amiens went up. They've kind of been a bit mid-table, despite... They came 12th with a positive goal difference. That's bizarre. Oh, as if I wouldn't want my hair. I let my hair air dry yesterday and did it in like 5 minutes. That's not possible for me. They're very mid-breast, yeah. Blow hot air in. Yeah. But that's okay. I'm distracting you from the heat. Consider it a service to y'all. Have Brest actually been out of... Oh, they did... They pumped up to like... League... Oh, no, that's where they started. Right, yeah. Basically, they got relegated in 2029 and have just not been back since. They've just been... I hate the fact that this... Like, that's 16th, 12th, and 9th. But some reason the game squishes them all down here as if they're not the same thing. It's so annoying. Pumped up Brest, that's the one. You've heard of the pumped up kicks. Now you're on about this. Check to the left nostril. Do you know what? I'm not going to rise to it. Just on account of I don't want to accidentally stab myself in the nostril with it. I'm prone to nosebleeds. Which may be why we don't go that far in the Champions League. It's too high. Right. So, the Euros, currently, went like this. Spain are actually annoyingly good now. Denmark and Sweden through their group. Moldova got clubbed. The Netherlands came bottom of a group with Belgium, Bulgaria, and Austria in it. How does that feel, Dutchies? Also, how's it going, Mando? I didn't see you there. It's impressive to go out in a group where 3 people have qualified from it as well. They only got 1 draw. And that was presumably against Austria, I'm guessing. Bulgaria, that makes way more sense. Unfortunate. I'm doing okay, man. I'm just sweating. I'm tempted to go vest in a minute. Netherlands coach. Probably whoever is the Netherlands coach in real life, honestly. Oh, actually, maybe not. Wait, did he just... Michael Reisinger, was he? Ah, so he got promoted from within. So it is Michael Reisinger as the current Dutch coach.
New job today. Finally able to watch streams on weekdays again.
You love to see it, Matt. How's it going? Firstly, how are you? Hope life's treating you good. Sounds like it. If it's a new job, that's awesome, man. Congrats, and thank you for the 19 months. It's terrible. I mean, that would explain the... Oh, do they? Why can't SI just apply that logic to the leagues then? It sucks. Oh, by the way, Akbash got called up for the Dutch national team and has now got 5 caps over the course of the Euros, which is a really good sign of what's to come for him. Poland got out of the group ahead of Slovenia, although they also qualified. Portugal, Turkey, Wales came bottom, unfortunately. But what about the England group? How did Andorra get on? Chat, I'm crashing out. What in the actual hell? Andorra came second. I was kidding. Are you joking? Andorra came second in their group. They qualified in the first place. How the hell have they done that? Wait. International management was released today. No, oh, they didn't beat England, did they? I don't think they've won 2 games. It has to be that they beat... No, they lost to Serbia there. They beat England. England beat Andorra. They definitely beat them, didn't they? They are benefiting from the Spanish scourge, but it can't be that good. Bear in mind, they only came 3rd in their qualifying group. That's meant... Okay, we've got to find and investigate that for a moment. Let's just check the other groups first. Germany and Italy get through, Romania and Northern Ireland go out, and that was it. My God! How have they done that? Let me just find their fixtures. They're still in the relegation playoff in Nations League Group C. So it isn't like Andorra have shot up the world rankings or anything like that. They are a bit better than they were because of the Spanish scourge, but they are still in the Nations League C relegation playoff after all, which I've just realised Poland are also in. Did Andorra get relegated again? They did, didn't they? They went down again. That's mental. So they are definitely better than they are in real life because of the Spanish scourge, but they beat England 3-1. I can't click on the game, unfortunately, but Silverio Conceição scored. They were 3-0 up against England. Oh, they beat them. Oh, they're there. I'm an idiot. They're literally right there. Either way, you can still sort of see the level that they're operating at. No, that was the relegation one, so presumably they won that to stay in this division. So they... Norway down there as well, actually. England's only goal there was literally an own goal as well. And then they lost to Serbia. They're playing Turkey. That game hasn't happened yet. They could go further. Oh, I can see the stats for this one. I won't click any further on this screen just in case. Yeah, okay, they didn't have a shot on target. That'll do it. Any players in there I recognise? That might be even... Is that Ilan Rodriguez? Oh, yeah, of course you can't see the full names, can you? Either way, incredible. Yeah, do not touch spacebar, otherwise we'll be cooked. In fact, the Poland... Yeah, I mean, Poland weren't expecting a tough draw of... Who's managing England? Oh, God, who was it? I remember seeing this. Right, go back in. Anyhow. Autosave is... I've set it to daily, just to make sure. So England actually put... That's what makes it even more embarrassing. England lost their first game of the Euros to Andorra, then went and clubbed 9 goals past Serbia in Israel, but they lost to Andorra. Poland improved. Poland are weird because Poland have a lot of naturalised players now, obviously, but they've actually kind of were very mid for a while at national team tournaments. This is the first time they've really done anything at a national tournament for a while. I think probably in this entire save, actually. So Falcone is going to go to Piasnovica. We don't mind that. Most of the Polish national team is Spanish now, as a result of the Spanish Scourge players that all the other Polish clubs signed. I think it's Falcone. No, he's still French, actually. He felt like another one of those guys that was going to declare for Poland, but he actually never has. Maybe he was almost too good, in a way. Oh, it's just too good for Poland. It does certainly seem like... England, you're right, England will probably win the whole thing now. It'd be like when Spain lost their opening game of the either Euros or the World Cup to Switzerland, if I remember, and then went and just bashed everybody for the entire rest of the tournament. England are going to be angry. The one area of FM at the moment that is still incredibly fun for randomness happening is national team stuff for some reason. I'm hoping that doesn't randomly change when they bring in the international football things that we're hopefully going to be seeing later today. Oh, Midland. There's a load of 4-star dudes in there that are worth a little scout. Probably all just not quite at the right level there. At some point, we really should just go through and set all of the new Polski Spaniards to give them their proper names. Oh, of course, Super Cup. Right. Quarterfinal. I mean, we just go one round further than we have in the last 3 years. Surely that's easy, right? Wait, what? Why have we terminated the link with Racing Santander? 7 with immediate effect. Okay, cool, but why? I got us another affiliate, by the way. I got us a Winterthur. But why are we now... Oh, did they? I didn't realise that would prevent us from having them maybe then they'll board let me have another one then to fill that spot, if nothing else. Oh no, they're not, are they? Wait, board, networking. No, I can only negotiate them at the moment, I think. We have also had a setback in terms of our facilities too, but they're not letting me improve it, presumably for the same reasons as always. Something aside from the leg of the game. They've already released all the information about the World Cup update. Everyone knows what it is. Like there is a separate thing you can do, like a quick start mode, but it's still just normal saves. There's a big blog post they made on their website that tells you exactly, or at least a lot of the things that are about that. English national team. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. It's not a separate mode, as far as I know at least. Unless they randomly change their mind. Maybe that's why they're holding on to it. Got to change it. Right, so the English national team, let me just sort by age so we can sort of see who the older heads are in there. It never shows their faces on the national team pages, even though we do have the face pack in there. So Gaze in there, Saka, Livramento, Kwanzaa, Wharton, O'Reilly, Mainu, Hinchelwood, of course, Gray, Aiden Heaven, nice. Miles Lewis Skelly, God, I didn't realise they were the same age. Jay Robinson, Harry Howell, he's been an absolute nightmare against Polish sides. Mikey Moore and Harry Gray, 2 Grays in the squad. And then there is some names down here. For example, Shaquille O'Neal Belgrave. Yeah, it's exactly the same basically. I mean, unless they change something today. Shaquille O'Neal Belgrave is a great name. From Ibstock. Amazing. And presumably... He's a Spanish Scourge player! Even Everton are benefiting from Spanish Scourges. Cheeky. And then you've got... Oh, wow! Hang on, there's an Oxford United guy in the England squad. He's not actually got caps, but England have called up a goalkeeper from Oxford United. Swadik Nyirenda, who's also from Malawi. Incredible name. Oh, Spanish Scourge. Basically the overinflated PA Spanish players that broke the game a little bit. Incredible. Wage so low. He might be quite young. What was his wages? 50k a week. Everton, I think, have been relegated, so that might have been what it is. Yeah, their other goalkeepers are all youngsters as well, but they are a lot better than him, in fairness. Because you've got Paul Jackson at City, who's not a goalie, but then you've got Raheem Miller at Arsenal, who probably is the starter, maybe? Oxford actually are quite good in this save. They're sort of just on the verge of playoffs in the Championship most seasons. I think they've made it a couple of times, but still, to have their goalie be in the national team squad for England is pretty impressive. And Sam Catesby is the other one. Yeah, so the other guy, Raheem Miller, the Arsenal goalkeeper, is the national team keeper. Then you've got Chris Brown at Arsenal, who's worth 200 million quid. Freddie Clements at Liverpool. Isn't half Polish. Apparently not. And then Stuart Collins at Arsenal. And then the youngest member of the squad is actually this guy, Nico Aliti of Birmingham City, on loan from Arsenal in fairness, who's a Kosovan. That's kind of sick. So yeah, the Polish guy is called Bo Plisivitz from Sudbury. There must be a release clause that he's got or something. Surplus to requirements. Very surprising that he is that, but hey, fair play to him. It's weird that a player being surplus to requirements has been called up to the national team squad. It's an odd... I guess he's not surplus to requirements in the national team, is he? Lech Poznan approach for booty. The best news we've had all day. Sign and sell a year later. The problem with it, I mean, maybe, but I suspect the wages he'd want from us would be way more. I mean, we'll have a look, but the problem is, if our values weren't now shit, I would probably do that, but now I'm worried that he wouldn't be worth anything for us either, although he's probably being artificially kept down by that, isn't it? Let's see what he'd want in terms of wages. Oh, very low wages. Okay. Actually, yeah, I changed my mind, James. That was a great shout. I figured he'd want... Sometimes they just want double their wages even if they're being released by these clubs because they're not good enough a lot of the time. Fuck it, let's have a little look. We've got the money. And if he's not going to be worth that much in terms of... Wait. I'm going to try and cheapo them. Okay, that went well. No, you don't get that as well. Okay, as usual, I'm terrible at negotiating. I'm amazed I've ever had any kind of brand deals in my entire life. This is where you will find out that I'm just not being paid for any of them. We'll be fair, I don't know if I'd want to pay him double our wages. Bear in mind, double his wages is put him into the 40Ks nearly, and that would put him in sort of squad first team starter territory for us, and I wouldn't want to pay that, but I'll happily give him that money. Right, Lech after booty, which is the big news. Ah, there we go. Bit better. Man United want Frank Pays. Is he Spanish Scourge? Well, I have to. It's the rules. He's one of the few... He's a rare Spanish Scourge player that we hadn't got rid of yet. So Frank will be off for £34.5 million to Manchester. Oh, no, it's England. It's England. It's an English club. I can say no because it's an English side. You get way more. I know I can get way more, but that's not the point. That's not the rule. But the rule is I can say no because it's an English side. Southampton want Montpellier. Right, what's the deal with... Lech Poznan had offered Wisła Krakow's Regan Booty job as manager. We prayed for this day. If he doesn't go, I am never signing him on a save again. I'll be fuming. We've never actually had this work. Like, he's always there, but he's never the guy that gets picked. Is he even good? I mean, no. But he's probably got quite low coaching badges, in fairness. Does it display their coaching badges on their main page? National B license. Yeah, he's got Runa and Peru. Oh, I hope he goes. It'll be so good. Get in. That's a lot of... Because he's to National A and then all the continental ones. He will be able to chef up there, I'd say. £6,000. Oh, it's the new TV money in it. Yeah, Lech... I think he'd win the league with Lech. Because Lech Poznan statistically weren't even that bad last year, if I remember. They just got really bad in terms of their actual results. Right, fringe player. Wow. I was expecting him to want squad play. This is actually going to turn out to be... He may end up just falling into the loan farm, honestly. His attributes are good. If he goes in the loan farm, then great. If we can sell him on, then great. Okay. I see the logic there. I don't hate that as an idea, actually. Oh, who's our first game against? Other than the Super Cup. Radomiak, of course. Shout out to Vicista, by the way. They managed to keep hold of... You know that really good Turkish fellow we got on a free after chat suggested we try and approach to sign him instead? He's at Vicista now. And he's kind of... He stayed there, which is... Oh, really? Which was great news for us. The loan farm's definitely consolidating in the right places, which is good. Oh. It's in the 30 degrees. Yeah, it's getting there. It's climbing. I don't know what the actual outside temperature is now. Because it's only 1 o'clock. Actually, it's probably going to be close to... It's 32, so it's not actually got as hot as I was expecting yet, which is not bad. But I'm still not drinking enough water, I can already tell. So what I'll probably do in a minute is I'll get a whiz quiz for you, and I fixed it, by the way, in theory. I went through and I removed all of those random bits on the end of the names, and I added a leaderboard to it, which I can show you at the end of the quiz. It tracks all-time guesses and also stream individual guesses, I believe. But I haven't actually had a chance to test it yet, so that'll be fun. Oh, new manager at Arca as well. Brighton make Duru offer. No, thank you. Certainly offer that kind of money. Jesus. Alvarez, no. Wait, what? Oh. Well, that was silly. So I signed him for £5 million, loaned him out to Radomiak, they then bought him off me for £1 million, and then they've just sold him for 8. God damn it. So the Patreon regens, none of them have Oh, sorry. None of them have no contracts right now, which is good. Some of them will be out of contract in a couple of days, which we'll need to bring in the first few. The downside, because one of my plans was, just bring them in and loan them out. But of course, we can only have like 6 foreign loans at any given time, so I would not be able to do that. However, it does seem that at least if I sign some of them after they don't get a transfer... So say the window finishes, and they've still not got clubs, I think at that point I'll sign any of them up and then have them have like really shit, like tiny release clauses of 0, basically. To, in theory, try to get clubs, because that's how I ended up selling me. Like, I moved to... I don't want to view them, I want to say no to them. Why are they... Oh, I haven't got transfers. There's loads of them in here. Who was that one for? Was it this one? I'm assuming it was this one. But yeah, that's why I ended up moving to Sheffield United for like £1,000. Big Polishans, they seem to wait ages to make loads of ins. I'll be willing to bet that there's a couple of big Polish outs more than anything else. Man United want... See, look, £24 million for Kwasiopod. His value is absolutely terrible. I know that he's like... But look at the quality of this player. He was on first example I saw that I was like, oh, they want to buy him permanently. Fine. I'll do that. Get some more money off the bill. Not a lot of money, but we'll take it. Let me just check the Polish transfer window thingy. Because are we even technically... Oh, we are in the new season now, aren't we? So there's only been 19... Oh, £16 million has been spent, but most of that's me, I'm assuming. Oh, wow. Just nothing yet at all. They've done absolutely nothing. There's a free transfer, and then obviously those two... Oh, hang on. They've signed this guy. Richard Innocent. Zaga's so good at this. Might still be last season. I'm pretty certain that's this season because it's current season. There might be a couple that were... I hate that. There's a few guys that we signed, but largely... Oh, that's 35. Hang on, wrong way around. So there's 200k there. 10 million, but that's all us. Oh, Gornik sold... Joe Bellingham's gone to Leicester now. Because of course he has. £8 million. Oh, Bell Steele's gone. Oh, that was in January. Really? £8 million to... Yes, they haven't done a lot just yet. What kind of budgets they're working with? Naturally, we're back on this screen now. Of course we are. Let me try and just see what kind of budgets they've got. They should have, like, reasonable money knocking about. So, Arca, 5 million to spend. Not a lot of wage budget, unfortunately, for them. Then Radomiak have got 7 million to spend and 40k in wages. That's better. Rakov have got 3.6 million and 36k. Vidjevwaj have nothing and are also in £74,000 worth of wage debt. That's a problem. So at least we know who's getting relegated this season. It's Vidjevwaj. Ruk Herzhov got 700 grand and a little bit of wage money, but not a lot. Brookbet are also in a huge amount of wage debt themselves. That's not good. Vichista have actually got, wow, £3 million to spend and 50 grand on the table too. We've obviously got shitloads. Wisła Płock have got quite a lot of wages to spend. Piaskovic have got 8 million quid and 4k a week. Gornik have got only 8 million. Wow. And 30k a week to spend. Jagiellonian have got 900 grand and they're already overspending their wages. That's not great. It's a bit of overspending on the wages here from some of these sides. And considering I keep trying to chop down their... Can you even go into administration in Poland? Is there even a thing in Poland? Do they have like financial penalties for... Sorry, not financial penalties. Like sporting penalties for financial issues there at all? Or is that just a very English coding thing? So you're still at Shanghai. Polish League. Currently, it's... As of this year, we've dropped down to 4th again. We were up to 3rd, but the last 3 years in Europe have been a little bit of a struggle for us as a team. And as a result, we've not been getting the extra points that we would have needed to stay 3rd. So we just hung on to 4th last year by the skin of our teeth because Dinamo Zagreb got to the Champions League final and knocked out PSG on the way there, which meant that we then weren't overtaken by France. So you are still at Shanghai Port. Only 1 year left on your deal, though. They've got an option extension. I could see you sticking around, honestly. You put up some good numbers for them, to be fair. 30 keeps rising. No, I told you. The room just gets more and more sweaty as the day goes on. It'd be even worse if I had the curtains undrawn, to be fair. Right. Oh, he's gone. Fair play. I wasn't expecting him to actually go there. I probably should have... Right, at least please tell me there's some transfer room out offers on the table for us now. Ah, there is. One day we also need to make sure that we do... Offering out players is the 12th of July. I want to test the thing we tried last season and see if it works again. Because if it does, then that might actually be a new date for the diary. Potentially. Bit of you. So I have to make sure I won't do it at all until then. That way we don't have any issues with it. It always seems like the teams that get promoted to the second tier are very active on this particular screen. I'm going to do it in fun. I'll get myself a holy in a minute. I can tell you guys about the new stuff because there's 4 re-releases, I'm not entirely sure actually, that are out today. And there's a new Shaker as well, which I think Pog's actually got in the van with her, to be fair. Hello, Saz. How are you, man? How's life? You haven't died, that much for sure. But I believe that you made a very strange move, if I remember, and it's not worked out very well for you, sadly. That was my last time I saw you in the Patreon recap. That's what I was judging it by. So hopefully you've pulled it around a little bit. They want everybody. Christ. I'm going to give some football. Yeah, it's these guys. Maynor Rosales. Loads of players I've never heard of, but I assume are just random amateur freebie dudes. Oh, he's quite good, isn't he? Yeah. Hell yeah. If he goes there, that would be awesome. He'd get so much football there. Be hugely on board with him getting a loan. He looks like an actual potentially first year for the future. Not in the good way. No. Me too, mate. Me too. It's not good. Hello, Rob. Holy audience. Oh. Try lemon's a bit zesty. Oh. Which one's the lemon? Is it just called, like, what's the name of it? I don't think I've actually tried that one. Not sure which one to try today. I mean, there's a certain one in mind that I might give a go to. Oh, it was this, wasn't it? You left Milan while playing for them to a certain extent, and then have basically not touched a ball for Bromby.
Here's a fun fact.
At any point. 2 substitute appearances in the Superliga in 2 years. Sorry, 5 years. Or 4, I suppose. That contract needs to change. Lucas Raimundo, thank you very much for the follow, friend. How are you? And who do you support? International update. It's today. International update is today. Have I signed yet? That is my fella. Now, I think your guy, he didn't retire, did he? No. He's still at Crew, and I think he'd found a bit of a groove at Crew, honestly. Playing loads. Put about the update. It's much more fun to not, because ultimately, like, the way I look at it, like, is this, like this, I suppose. If someone's asking about the update when everyone knows that the update comes out today, because that's the date the release date is, they're not going to read a pin anyway, are they? Like, it's... Plus, I get to rip off of it. I think I've just decided to just say it's today. It's true, and everyone gets what they want. Oh, Slavia Sofia. Nice. League itself is not doing any... it's tough, because obviously you may have already gone past the point where building a nation becomes viable, because you might have gone to the point where you're now way too good for your league, and as a result it's very difficult to sort of rein it back in, I guess, because you won't be able to loan players out and stuff like that. So it's not easy. Yeah, you've actually kind of long throws of 20 as well. There you go. Sign him up. He should be playing at a higher level just for that alone, to be honest. Oh, right. Okay, I'm going to have a whiz break. Hopefully this works. So if you missed it last time, we've got a new whiz quiz situation now. It's an interactive game. Works the same way, but you have to guess what the name is like you normally do. But if you get it right, it gives you another one. And hopefully this will work. Praying that this will work this time. Where's my button? Right, I should be back in just one moment. I'm going to get myself a drink. I tried that one as well, Niall. That was my earlier effort at that. Let's see. Right then, chat. There you go. Right, let's see if the leaderboards actually work now. Let's see. Show leaderboard. Ooh. I think it might have done. It will go by the first guess, and obviously have an all-time leaderboard as well, which obviously will be the same, because not that many of you have got them so far. So, we'll hide the leaderboard, and we'll come back to me again. That seemed to work that time. Good. It's really hot. Shocker. Oh, Christ. Didn't have any issues that time. Our bot raised Matto's bot. You could. Maybe it just runs through all the different names, spamming chat with them. Right, I've even got ice in it. Needed today, very much so. Quiz F1 standings. Don't tempt me. Right. There's new holy flavours. I say new. I think some of them are re-releases, but either way, they're back. There's Capybara Colada. Caipirinha Crab. Mojito Macaw. And Daiquiri Dolphin, which I'm definitely trying today because I've never had any of these before and I'm quite excited about. They're all energy ones, but I think Pog's already had some of this, the cheeky bitch. Oh, that smells delicious. No pink cloud. I'm going to save the dolphins, damn straight, with daiquiris. They deserve them. There we go. So yeah, if those... What are these? These are Holy Energy ones of the brand that I work with. Basically, it's sort of an alternative to energy drinks. Or rather, these ones are alternatives to energy drinks. They have other ones that aren't caffeinated as well. Exclamation mark Holy in chat will get you all the information you could want about that too. They have all sorts. They've got milkshakes, hydration ones, energy ones, which is this range here, as well as also iced tea, which are quite fun too. I haven't had many of those ones, but there you go. It's got a lovely shade of pink. Probably need my meat thermometer. This whole sentence is corrupting my brain. 1 second. It does, however, match perfectly with the top of the lid. Things you love to see. Bit fishy? I imagine so. Tastes like Flipper, presumably. Ooh, that smells nice. Might give it a bit more. These, obviously, despite the fact that they're inspired by cocktails, they're, of course, not alcoholic. That'd be crazy. Like, powdered alcohol. Gimme. Right, so yeah. Let's press some buttons. Oh. But yeah, so if you missed it, that was the new Wiz quiz that we do. Last time... It worked okay, but there were some issues with some of the players' names from where they were, the way they were scraped in. That has now been eradicated. So we shouldn't have that same issue before. It's just because some players, because of the disambiguation on Wikipedia, have like a footballer written in their title of their name afterwards, and it was getting a bit confused by it. Abuse. I mean, people get away with all sorts of shit on here, Stuart. I think I'm going to be just fine. Right. Take that, £50 million. I'm hoping he's going to be worse, I think, when he joins us. I really am. Hey, look, the temperature's gone down slightly by 0.2 of a degrees. Things you'll love to see. There are far worse emotes, exactly. I think I've got far worse emotes. One of them's just Yuri Krot's face. Right. Here come all the players coming back from loans. This should be not at all annoying. I'll let you go. So Clemens is in. That's going to change, isn't it? Went away for a sec. You know what? It probably is. That is probably the case because I'm stood here. So the air circulated a bit differently. I'm not sure what comes in the quiz. Yeah, it's not going to be able to know the difference, so it will just know exactly. Yeah. Second you vote, Armin. She's always in that sidebar. Every time I finish stream, I'm looking for a raid. It's just like, more recommended streamers. She's always there. Oh, hello, One Ring King. We had to. For a day like today, we had to bring back the temperature. He's quite good, isn't he? I'm hoping he's going to be worth something at some point. Hello, Archer. I am good, just sweaty. I'm debating the vest. It's right there. I think that requires halve, I suspect. Make sure these guys are all in the squad. But it should be okay. We've got so many youngsters that this squad doesn't usually require anyone be left out. And the same case is again here. Norwegian Wonder Kid. We haven't actually got a report back on him yet. Unfortunately, we had an issue where the game crashed. Not that it really lost us a great deal of time, but it was just frustrating. So now I'm kind of spamming us through a little bit to get us to a point where we can get that information. Although I wouldn't mind prioritizing that report while I can, given that it won't come through anytime soon if I don't. Where the hell was that? Recruitment focuses. The question now becomes, can I find him? The answer is most likely going to be a resounding maybe. He was Norwegian, so he was in that set of players. It's got to be around here somewhere, surely. Where is bro? Ah, there he is. Found him. Prioritize. Boom. Sorry, this is another of the many screens in this game that are completely not fit for purpose and do not need to exist in the way that they do. Okay, we'll see about that. Nope, there's nothing you can do to that screen at all, Joao, whatsoever. You can't make it bigger. You can't filter it. You can't... To be fair, even on older FMs, that screen was an absolute pain in the arse, but at least it was a full screen pain in the arse rather than a smaller one, right? Have we got more scout rolls available? We do! Excellent. Okay. That's a roll to fill. Back first, thank you for the 50 bits.
CR7 managed Brighton for 7 years, turning them into a top 6 club, then left to manage Man United. This is the top 2 with 1 game to go.
Ooh. Oh my god. That's actually legit impressive. Quite low scoring. 75 points to what I was supposed to be 77 to win the league. That's still quite low. I imagine the rest of the league's quite bunched up too then if there's no points towards the very top. Sick. Love to see it. Ronaldo was a manager on one of my other saves at one point, I think. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Southampton he managed. No, Everton. It was Everton. Ronaldo managed Everton on one of my previous saves and did really well with them. I think he won them the Europa League. Also, if you have just joined us, Lech Poznan are currently in the process of potentially, fingers crossed, appointing Regan Booty as manager. It could happen. They've made the approach. We just have to hope that he doesn't show too much loyalty to your boy and takes that. Australia in the World Cup. Was that in 26? Because I feel like international management in 26. Sorry, international management. Lol. What a day for that. The international fixtures and results for major tournaments do seem to be a little bit more varied in 26 for some reason. Yes! It has happened. Wisła Krakow's Regan Booty has agreed a deal with Lech Poznan. Booty Man is in at Poznan. Come on. You love to see it. We've never actually had this happen. I'm honestly not sure, Saz. That wasn't me really having much of a complaint about it, because ultimately the squad size thing that we used to have on the previous one was kind of fun. But the biggest issue with it is that it's not a full screen, basically. It's just one of those many screens in FM that they decided to make a windowed thing for absolutely no reason. Get in. That's so good. That'll be fine. He's month to month. Booty Ball is coming. He'll now get loads of coaching badges too, which is dope. We'll be seeing him. Wait, Perisato came back. Oh, right. So basically he was on loan, but I tried to offer him a new contract to continue his loan thing. He wanted like 70 grand a week just to stay at the club, which would have made him our highest paid player as a loan farmer guy, and I wasn't about to start doing that. So unfortunately, he did have to be killed from the loan farm at that moment. That's the one downside. Quite a few new guys as well. So these guys here that are being released are sort of older guys from the loan farm that either wanted too much money to be extended or were just kind of crap, basically. And there was no reason to keep them around anymore. So the loan farm's going to shrink a little bit this season, but the quality levels overall are going to improve. So there's a few noteworthy names in here. For example, oh, Ragnarok. Wait a minute. That was not what I wanted at all. He's a Patreon regent. I need to check those guys in a sec as well. But there is, for example, Kaminsky just wasn't going to get game time anymore. Ranjbar needed another loan, but he wouldn't go back, so he needed to be set free. Kotovos was a similar story. He wanted way too much money. Those kind of guys, basically, that just weren't quite... They refused to go back out on loan, and they were asking too much money. So these guys, I'll obviously sort that out off stream, because there's 123 of them. We just get to sign more people. Exactly, and that's probably solved our wage budget issue. Everton are in for Kakota Dai. Who's he paying for these days? Oh. Just immediately was released right then. That did not take long at all. So what's the loan farm look like now? It must be tiny. I reckon it's going to be down to like 130. 138. So 200 players have just returned from loan. Incredible. 7-1 by France. Yeah. I mean, remember, Andorra are still in the knockouts of the Euros as we speak, which is batshit. I need to check the Patreon list to make sure that no one else is unmanageable like that. I'll leave Kakota Dai for a moment because I don't want to accidentally cancel his transfer by doing that. These guys are coming back in on trial, and I'll probably just sign them back up again if they need to. The other guys, there is a few of them who will be expiring as well, so they'll be in tomorrow. But I want to make sure that Kokoda Dai's deal goes through in theory. Oh. And besides, we lose a load of players, it just means we get to sign loads more. And the fact is, a lot of those guys that I've just released probably will end up joining Polish sides anyway, just on permanent deals instead. So it still usually works. Some of the better ones might join other clubs. Right. I need to press continue. And once July 1st comes around, then it will change. I can actually hear my computer through my headphones, which is rare because the thermals on this thing are actually pretty good. Like, despite the temperature in here, I'm actually at 60 degrees right now, CPU temps, which is quite high. But also, when you factor in the fact that I'm streaming the game and obviously the temperature in the room, it's doing all right. Okay. When is the Super Cup, actually? Because we may well get to that today, I think. Oh, it's the 13th. Yeah, we're definitely going to get to the Super Cup for sure. We'll just like to sign a few more players before then, in theory. Ah, Hajduk split. Go on, then. And finally, a bloody scout report. Also, we must be getting pretty close to the sex squad energy. I mean, yeah. I mean, you saw the temperature drop when I left the room. Coincidence? I doubt it. I'm claiming it. 96 players. There's a lot of Fs in there, unfortunately. Meet them all during the PC chat. I'll just stick it through the vent. Some 5 stars at least. There's also a lot of not 5 stars in here. Why are these older players showing back up again? I specifically told you to go away. Although, actually, you're released. Now you're all Spanish Scourge, aren't you, probably? From the original batch. That's the South African guy. And, of course, back to that. At least this method stops me from having to click through a player that I might want to actually engage with at some point. Ooh. A lot of these guys didn't quite make the cut. That's actually quite a lot. This guy's called Joyner Suarez. Great name. Nigeria. That guy's just... Oh, Muhammadu Ali. My apologies. It's not quite a copy. Oh, I thought that was the guy that was in the England squad for a second. There's Prince Gibran. Great name. I think most of the batch that we're seeing here are the amateur dudes, which is why they're like an extra level of bad, to be fair to them. They can't be expected to be good at this point. If we find anyone who's good in that search, then we've cooked,
oh, this is
essentially.
where I parked my car.
Briosa! Thank you very much for the follow. How are you this afternoon, friend? Are you looking forward to the international update when it finally drops on us? We did... So that's Spain, isn't it? That's Brazil, though. João Victor. It's another number 10. Let me just... Who's actually scouted, firstly? Not a lot of them. Oh, some freebies in there, though. There's quite a few freebies, in fact. They might just be worth signing up right now. Is he a Scourge? Of course they bloody are. After you stream... I'm convinced on that they do it on purpose. They usually seem to drop them about, like, 4 o'clock, generally speaking. No, the hours, no. No, I mean, ultimately, SI... There isn't really set hours. My suspicion is that these things have to go through all kinds of approval with Sega and Steam and stuff. So it's not like they push button and the game is just live. Even if they knew what time they wanted it to be out, I suspect they wouldn't even be able to communicate that effectively and get it right anyway. It'll be at some point later today. That communication, they wouldn't be able to communicate the actual time anyway. It would never really work like that unless they had it already pushed and were able to hold it back some way. Because ultimately, you just want it to be good, right? But no, we only know that it's coming out today. Yeah, I mean, their communication has not been exactly perfect over the years, that is for sure. They're certainly not going to win any awards for that. I will scout them again, but I'm also just going to sign up these amateur freebie guys because we need to sort of replenish the stocks there a little bit too. Not that a lot of the guys that left are those fellas. Some of them might be, but obviously with the 8-year contracts on them, you only have to do this every couple of years. And that usually takes care of itself nicely. Because I can just trigger the extensions on all of them. Multiple players. So what you do, select any player you want to start with, and then basically hold shift on the keyboard, and that will do it. Or if you want to select multiple players that aren't next to each other, then hold control instead. Same way as you would do in, I guess in straight up Windows, but I guess maybe you're on a Mac. Let's see. Juan Garcia, yeah, he is, but unfortunately he's a Scourge player, so we can't sign him. Shintaro Oka, like, the guy's almost certainly good. He's probably going to have, like, 180 PA or something like that, most likely, which is why we can't sign him. But that doesn't stop other Polish sides from signing him. And they do seem to have the occasional habit of picking them up. It's not like I gave them all of those guys on loan. They very much have a few of their own. There is still a few Spanish Scourge guys actually chilling around in the loan farm, to be fair. Like Pablo Leclerc. He's the one that's the biggest stat. And Pascal as well. And Donny Gerbic. Also, that Gerga Gagala, or Gerga Gagalic, I think that's his name, at Dinamo, he's turning into quite a good footballer, and I kind of wish we'd sign him when he was a lot younger. Yeah, it's the shift click is the way to go. And not to mention the secondary sorting on certain screens is fantastic too. It's little things like that that I always thought were really nice touches with FM, that they had that in them. And at least they've carried that stuff over. But it's that type of design philosophy that I really hope that they continue with moving forward with other screens too, and bring new stuff in like that. Just, that's the thing that makes players really happy about it, you know? Yeah, 4 p.m. would be very early in the morning for Australia, I would have thought. I mean, what time is it in Australia right now? We must be getting pretty late, I would have thought. I always lose track. Richard Lake. Oh yeah, I remember this guy because Vancouver Whitecaps, it's called Richard Lake. Dickie Lake. And then the extensive dudes. Eritrean at Vancouver, but he's a bit pricey. But he is Eritrean. He's just too expensive, I think. He's cheap, but he's Spanish. He's cheap, but he's Spanish. Specifically Spanish Scourge. Let me just check, actually, to make sure they are Spanish Scourge. Yep. 3rd division. God, look at the state of these players. If they don't win every World Cup for the rest of the save, there really is no excuse. He's not even an actual bloody... Good luck. Look at the... This is an amateur dude. Mental. Spain do... Was he even... Is he even a Spanish Scourge player? Because he's outside of the... He probably is, right? But he's outside of the top 5 divisions. Juan Garcia. Oh, yeah. The Echeagu. I mean, I can check him, but he's not going to be a player we can sign because of the exact same reasons. But he's most likely... He was the top of the list. This guy here, right? Yeah? Yeah. Handsome fella, but way overinflated in terms of his ability. He's not even in a playable... He's in, what, the 5th tier, then? Yeah. They're just massively... It's just so overinflated. It's... Would highly recommend not turning on other leagues in the middle of your save because of that exact reason. Or if you are going to do it, don't do it with Spain. It even happened when I tried it with Norway and Sweden, to give you an idea of how sort of... Oh! I'd completely forgotten I even did this. This was done in like September last year, I think. I signed us another goalkeeper on a free transfer from Braga because we really liked the look of him when we saw him in a random report. Was it January? It was January, wasn't it? Yeah. This is our new backup goalkeeper / might take the first team job depending on what happens. Jonathan Agyapong on a free transfer. I mean, what's not to like? He's a bit good, isn't he? Actually, I want to compare him to Marion now. I still think Marion is technically better, but... let's have a look. Maybe not, actually. He's got eccentricity. So aerial reach is where he really excels. His communication and command of area is slightly lower, but how much does that matter now, it seems? Passing's better too. Punches a bit more. Also rushes out a tiny bit more, but not a huge amount more. His off the ball, they're both terrible off the ball in fairness. Vision's slightly better on Marion. What's his big matches? Relishes big matches as well. I certainly feel like he deserves a go, if nothing else. And if that was to work out, imagine a world where... That started like a movie trailer. Imagine a world where Jonathan Agyapong comes in... That's not even his name. Agyapong comes in and steals the starting spot from Maxime Marion and such. This summer... I wonder if eccentricity, we just need a little bit. Maybe too much is a bad thing, but too little is also a bad thing. Get him on command of area. You might as well, because... At 26, it's largely going to be a, I would have thought, line-holding goalie. I've never even seen that before. What would even that be under? Is it react? No, technique? Is there even a tactical sweeping? Ah, sweeping. Actually, to be fair, that would probably work quite nicely. Next YouTube video. I could do Cali voice for you. Speaking of, Pog and I were watching a random YouTube video the other day. The background music that he used was the same music that I used for Nordic Nomads, and I got it off of 3 notes, and Pog was like, how? But That shit was ingrained in my psyche. He's pretty good. So, to give you an idea, our goalkeeping situation is a bit weird right now because we have 3 goalies who are probably about as good as this. But if he worked out, we could sell Marion and Diakite and make like 100 to 200 million pounds back from those 2. I think I'm going to at least give him a chance to start, right? Because he's not going to do better or worse. And if he does worse, I don't know how that would be possible. To be honest, you know. Malakan and El Bravo, thank you for the follows, guys. It's very kind of you. Who do you support? Let us know. Welcome aboard. Hello, Hayden. Really bad heartburn. Ah, mate. I totally feel that. Heartburn is no joke. Have you managed to take anything for it, or are you just kind of riding it out? I saw an unhinged thing the other day. It was like, hey, try putting your socks in the freezer. And I'm kind of tempted to try that later. Just look in a Ziploc bag or something. Put your socks in there. Put them on like a half an hour before bed. Don't wear them in bed, obviously. That would be dumb as hell. But I might try that later. Well, so this is the thing, Joao. We believe that actually his eccentricity might be what's helping. How that heartburn? Oh, I mean, I don't know. You never know, Doc, right? We're in the seat. Well, if the socks are cooled, then they'll feel quite. I don't know. I'll try that later. I'll let you know. I'll report back. T-shirt in the freezer. I should have put that vest in the freezer, really, shouldn't I? That would have been a much better idea. That would have saved us. I can't even use the vest that I used to wear on stream when things went a little bit. It's already only one. Oh no, it's next day, isn't it? Boil the water in the fridge, and then when you sock the t-shirt and put it on. I mean, that would definitely work, but that'd be dripping all over my carpet, and I don't always like to do that. I'll make an exception occasionally. Nope, we're up to 31 now. We're ticking over, baby. Do we do a meat thermometer hair check? I think so. I'll give it a couple of seconds. 37. 37 in the Barnet today. That's a little warm, isn't it? It's the problem with my hair. It's just like wearing a hat at all times, essentially. I suppose the hair is just a natural hat, some might even argue. No, I don't want to get your workspace wet, although I did the other day when I accidentally spilled holy all over it. Exclamation, shut up. Oh, Groningen. I see. No, to be fair, mate, I'm exactly the same. I have a lot of, we were talking about this last stream actually, have a lot of soft spots for teams that I've managed in previous FM saves. And I feel like, oh, wait. Who was it that wanted Noga? It was Tiki, wasn't it? Human temperature range. Yes, but that's in the body. That's usually not the external temperature of the skin on the top, is it? Trauma body, because exactly. I think it was Tiki that wanted him. Let's see if I can part exchange, bro. Because this worked really nicely when I tested this before. And he's the perfect example of it, perhaps. Go to their B team. They don't have a lot of players in here. Bless them. Who's bad? Other than probably all of them. Don't have to be too picky here, really, do I? Additional fees, players to exchange. So it doesn't show that they've got a guy there. Lone listed. Right, now I've got to find him in this sea of people. None of whom are in any kind of particular order. Awesome. Bear with. Oh, my days. If you see him, yell at me. God, I hope he's in here. Was it... I can't remember bro's name. Why would they not have this sorted by some type of metric? It's not even sorted by first name, sorted by last name, just sorted by something. Anything SI. Is he just not here? It's Ryoda, right? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not even sure what it's sorted by. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Because at least if you could figure out what the random reasoning is for it, you'd be able to find the player sort of, maybe, logically. I genuinely can't see him in there. They added, maybe? No, even that doesn't make a lot of sense. Because some of them are like way to the bottom who are brand new, and some of the guys at the top are also brand new. Name again, it's Ryoda. He's a Japanese fella. It's... Not this guy, sorry. It's... God, how many times am I going to push the back button? This guy. Oh, Ryoga Noda. That's where I probably got a little bit wrong. He has to be in there, but I think I was looking for the wrong characters. It was sort of a random in it. Ay, ay, ay. Shake my head. Oh, I bet. Gotta be careful with it. Gotta make sure you got the extra sun cream on, though, I would have thought. Maybe not inside. I bet that is probably quite a nice breeze, though, in weather like this, when you're not, like, in direct sunlight, I bet. Right, now that I've got his name again, or I think I do, we try a second time. Lone listed players. Right. It was Noda. Ryuga Noda. It's like playing Where's Wally, but Wally's a Japanese right back. It's quite a short name, which is probably helping a tiny bit. Master Noda! Well, he's certainly mastered the art of stealth and hiding from me. I can't see him in here. Imagine he's just a random on a different list for some weird reason. He is lone listed, because otherwise he wouldn't have got that initial bid on him, would he? I don't want to spend too long looking for him if I can't find him, obviously, but that is baffling to me that he's just not showing. Is he lone listed? He must be. Yeah, of course game. Yeah, I definitely want players that aren't the one that's playing for me. Oh, Harada. I've taken a Harada instead. Okay. Where's he gone? There. Maybe he is redacted. Who knows? Yeah, he's listed for loan. And he's in which squad? B team. Strange. Dehumidify. We got one in the living room. It's one we used to use for the washing stuff. Not that you need that at the moment, because obviously, you know, it's 1,000 degrees. Washing dries in like 10 seconds. 117 future transfers. That's amazing. I think the most I've ever had is about 50. You are crushing it, man. Well done. That's that lone farm life. I respect it. Ryuga Noda. I'm going to find him. Because in the process, we may find some friends along the way and discover what the hell the logic is as to where the hell bro is. The amount of different players of this, I've accidentally put bids in as part of this as well. Right. You're a new one. Let's try that. So, no, because if they are interested, it just appears at the top of this list. I would transfer list him to make him appear, but... Oh, look at this. I think the second team squad's even bigger because it's counting other players that I think are even out on loan at the moment. Because you can do, like, transfers in here as well. Like, my usual logic is if chat can't see him, then I'm got no chance of seeing him. You know what? I'm going to give up on him for the time being. That's frustrating, but he's in there somewhere, I suspect, but... Or he just isn't, for whatever reason. Flowers on the freezer. Yeah, it's, Oh, what was Sunday? Oh, yeah, Sunday was very warm. Not as warm as today, but it was still pretty bad. The problem is if we transfer list him, he'll get pissed off at me, and then he may actually not want to go on loan after that. That's the problem, because he's a really good player, and I don't want to transfer list him. Yeah, I don't think there's any other... If they're going to let you do that, I should at least let you search for them. I suppose not many people have that many players on those lists in the first place, I guess. If it was a player I didn't care too much about, then I probably would just do that. But unfortunately with him, I actually think he could be really good. More of these loan bids not happening. Right, now the Patreon regen should have been released, if there are any. And, wow, there isn't. Genuinely, all of you have got new contracts, it would seem, except for Kokota Dai, who's in the process of leaving. Although there is a few bids on the table, actually, for these ones. Impressive. I want to go to that club. That's not how it works, though. That list shows players that are loan listed. So it doesn't matter whether they want to do or anything. If they're loan listed, they should appear there in theory. Able to play online. The mode's not out yet. As far as I know. Actually, bear in mind, it's not a World Cup mode. It's just the World Cup. So it's just a normal save. So if you can play a normal save online, then yes, you can play the World Cup mode online in theory. But it isn't really a mode. It's just like a normal save. The only thing about it that's mode-like is that you can quick start yourself straight into it, but it will appear in your normal save. So, for example, had it came out earlier today, we'd have been able to manage Andorra at the Euros, for example. Oh, dear. Superb. I thought that was going to be serious. 10-0. It's a bit more like it. I also had a little bit of an experiment with some of the league games that I played, trying to catch up from the issues of last stream. I had a little dick about with, like, individual player shouts in matches and looking at their body language and the way they respond to things. And I wonder if sometimes in games I'm shouting at players quite early in matches when they're already quite well, sort of, they're already quite fired up. And I feel like sometimes the shouts I put any shout seems to have not a negative effect, but doesn't quite get the effect I'm looking for. So maybe I'll hold off on those for like first half an hour, perhaps. Little man, unless we consider goal. Thank you very much for the 28 months, Brady. How's it going, man? No worries, Biggie. It's, in fairness, I can completely understand why you would think that, simply because the messaging around the World Cup mode has been very confusing, even for us that are more familiar with the way that SI communicate. What's this one? My first match. So, hang on. Dernier match. I presume this game is quite a tight one. 2-0. What are we looking at? You have to catch me up on that one. Oh. Katowice. That's a fun one. Oh, no worries. I was just curious anyway. I'll always get curious even when it's tagging someone else, just in case it could help another person in chat, and me drawing attention to it is useful. Whenever I see a link, I'm like drawn to it like a magpie, you know? Shiny thing! Why have I got so much malware on my PC? We will never know. You smash that seem to be vanished. Oh, that will happen. Sometimes they have vanished, and sometimes it might just be that the save, if you're playing it hasn't loaded them in. At the start of FM24, SI changed the way that the databases worked, and it meant that the game wouldn't always load in all the teams at the same time. Your nose out. My nose is everywhere. I'm a nosy bugger. The one part of me that got burned was my ears. So like I knew you were talking about me. Which is the screen? Forgive me, because obviously I'm on the main page now. Which screen specifically were we referring to? Because I can explain it, but I just need to know which screen I was on at the time. I oscillate. I'm on a lot of screens. CM10? Oh, damn. Okay. 7,000 scouting. I'm glad to help. If any... Hey, someone's learned something today. Oh my god, Diakite could be off. And Alvarez. Chat, we're about to make a lot of money. With opportunity... Ah! Right, sorry, yes. This one here. So, transfer room out. This one. Basically, what this does is it displays this specific screen. This displays loan opportunities. So, this is clubs that are looking for players on loan. And if I click them, for example, it will tell us if we have any players that meet their requirements. So, for example, with us trying to build a loan farm, this is a perfect example of that. Zagłębie Lubin are looking for a centre-back, and we have Atsuyaka Zhang, who's very good, by the way. I say very good. He's 22 now. He hasn't really developed how I was hoping. But he's certainly good enough for them. And it gives me the opportunity to automatically offer him to them, which I can now do through this screen, like so. And then you also have the transfers one. So say you're looking to get rid of a player, you might have a guy that meets one of their requirements, and you can see them in here. And the same thing applies on the inside as well. So transfer him in, where you can make your own requirements. I made... So, fun fact, chat. Because I set up transfer room in after I'd loaded the game this morning, it didn't save the 91 transfer room in reports I set up, and I didn't realise because of that crash we had. Oofy! Ah! That's a problem. I'll tell you what we're going to do.
Hello, Matto and Chato. Hope all good. Will catch up in Woodland tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing the seamless intro that obviously happened. It did happen, didn't it?
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
In some ways, it did indeed happen. In others, it did not. I'll leave you to figure out what that means. In fairness. You'll see when you get to the VOD. Let me just try and find where the hell I put it. Test outputs. And it was this one. Right. I'm still going to set these up right now, because otherwise we will not have any of these coming in. So we'll just let that run for a moment. I'll just talk to chat for a minute. Never the players you want. It's always the top player. Yeah, so the transfer room out for transfers at least. I'd largely agree. I have noticed it's been very useful for the loans for me, but it might just be because we have so many players that it's quite a wide range of options. So there's usually someone in there for them. What I'm really curious about though is if the 10th is the 10th of July, by the way, not the 12th. Don't let me go to the 12th. It's the 10th. That was when we offered everybody out for loan last year, and we got every single person a loan offer. It was like 500 loan offers at the same time. I want to see if we can replicate it, because if we can, it indicates that there's something there for us potentially. Dominic Adams, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. Welcome aboard. Who do you support? Yeah, it's one of the new features they've got this year, Liam. They sort of expanded on what was in the game before, and the transfer room out is a really nice little feature. Thinks I'm Neo. Should I like sort of do a bit this? It's because of the heat, innit? Same ideas. Connecting with the save is the crucial thing, Biggie. I think you say you're new to FM as well, so I think what I usually recommend to people who are brand new to the game is either to manage a big club, so you know all the players, or at least know a good amount of players, or your local side, or like the team you support. Local side also works as well if you maybe have 2 different teams there. But you may have already done that. But if you haven't, I would certainly suggest that as a starting point, because you already have a connection to that club. And with the big clubs, it gives you an easier start where you can sort of lean your way in. Oh yeah, this is the if you haven't seen this is the transfer room in macro. The plan would have been actually that yesterday I would have been working on that transfer room. This macro would have had it out for you guys probably today or tomorrow if it weren't for the fact that the soft lock and then the heat. Which is frustrating. It's basically nearly there though. This is one I prepared earlier, in fairness. This one wasn't... I didn't make this specifically today. So what this one is adding is... It's 91 reports for all the roles on our team, as well as some wide midfielders, to see if we can find any wing-back eligible kind of guys. I guess it depends what you're into as far as a save, because... That's why it's tough to recommend saves to people, because not everyone's looking for the same thing. Some people want a really tough challenge with crazy restrictions and stuff, and some just want a club that they can... enjoy and find some joy in. Like, one of my favorite things to do with journeyman saves, the reason I love them so much is because I like being a few years into the future and seeing weird scenarios happen and being able to take over in those positions, and so you get that more interesting things basically. No, this is an auto hotkey macro script basically. So what I've done is I mapped out the coordinates to where things are on the screen, and then I built a web app type thing that basically creates through modules an auto hotkey script. And yeah, most of it's fairly straightforward, because you can imagine that these things don't change position. The only part of it that is buggered, or not buggered, but is difficult, is because the age ones you can see for minimum age and maximum age, they change position depending on what you've got selected. So we had to do a bit of maths to get that one to work. I should have a version people can try soon. It's just because of different resolutions and skins is basically the issue. San Marino. So forgive me if I can't click links at the moment, because if I touch the mouse, it'll disrupt the script. Not choosing my tactics. I'm trying to build like a suite of automate the boring stuff. So find the pain points that people struggle with and automate that at least through things like auto hotkey. Change something stupid. I'd be amazed if that actually does break it. But then the great thing about it is it won't be broken, because the way I have it set up, I have a calibration script that I just go through and I click on the screen and it saves all the coordinates into a JSON file. Pop that straight into the web app and it just recalibrates it like that. That's the idea, at least. I was going to build presets for all of the different custom skins and things like that, but I realized if it'd be better to just build a calibration tool that people can use instead. That way they can just do it themselves. Particularly because I can't test things like a 4K monitor. Championship side. I guess if you want a championship side, you probably don't want one that's going to be struggling too much, nor one that's going to walk away with it. You want that sort of middle of the road, like a Stoke City maybe, or like, oh, I don't know. Stoke City I feel like would be quite, or a Watford maybe. Not sure what type of budgets you're working with there. Bolton. I enjoy my Bolton side. Preston's another good shout too, particularly if you think of the sort of heritage that they've got. Shout out to Bolton, by the way, who won the rebuilding, the SYC derby of old. Don't get called or anything illegal. No team reports scouting for you. Don't even do it. We're nearly there, chat. It's 91 of them. So even with, obviously, this script, it still takes a while. But the point is you could be doing other things, right? So it still saves you a hell of a lot of clicking and giving yourself an RSI while you're doing it. And obviously you wouldn't have to have it set up 91 of them. I just do, because it means that it saves us a shitload of time. And that's why I feel like it's a useful tool. Yeah, commentary would be fun, just because there's no guarantee you'll be able to do the same thing again. League One X, I know! Those guys are so... Considering where Stockport were when we took over back in the day on that save, they were like National League North, right? 6th tier. And going through some shit. Yeah, so ELF season is over. Unfortunately, they lost in the playoffs to their biggest rivals, despite beating them in the Fen Classico 2 weeks before in order to get the position in the playoffs that they did. They then lost to them in the playoffs. It sucks. Had a crowd of like 600 though, which is not bad for 9th tier. And there we go. Sick. We're done. That's the thing. Like, it probably still takes you... It'll probably take you a bit less time, because obviously it's doing it much quicker, but it still takes a good... Like, that was about 3 or 4 minutes, I would say. 47 million for Diakite. That's actually a crap deal. But I could bid them up. Save. Yeah, probably a good idea. Let me just save that right there before I start getting into that. Also, I had another run over with my loan extension script. It now works way better. I tightened a load of the thresholds and stuff up on it. So now it does the whole lot in one sweep, rather than missing some. It was getting really weird. That one's going to be a much more difficult one to distribute because it requires image search, look up stuff as part of the script. It's not as easy to do because I have to get... It's way harder to calibrate. QPR save. I would never suggest... I wouldn't wish that on anybody's thing. Not on purpose, at least. Unless they were mean to me and I was trying to punish them. Then maybe I would, you know?
Oh,
I say that as a very
this is where I
disappointed Fulham
park my
fan. Udist, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. Anton, I'm doing okay. The temperature do be climbing, though, unfortunately. Yeah, so Booty has gone to Lek. That has happened. He's officially signed for them. Diakite. Right, let's see if I can bid them up. Okay. I think it's only fair that we sell him for £69 million. Right? I probably can bid him up a bit more than that, and I will be more than happy to. Because that would get one of our... If we end up giving him to Saints and make 69 million quid off of him, oh, I'm happy. But is he wanted by anyone else? Yes, he... Oh, Man City have entered the chat. Okay. Right. Love to see it. Out you go. Transfer offer of... I'll just start with somewhere nice and... I'll try and get him to offer me 70 flat to begin with. The internet... Yeah, exactly. He's going to totally get them. I filter with all the players I have for loan in my club. So you mean, presumably, players that you've listed for loan but aren't actually out on loan. So there's not a way that you can filter squad pages, unfortunately. You could do it in the player database screen by having it not exclude them, but that's probably a bit of a long stretch. What I tend to do is I basically have a view that I normally use, which is my loan farm view, that has this in here. And one of the things that this does when you sort it is it will add, generally speaking, will sort all the guys by loans. So that's one way of doing it. But I don't believe there is a is loan listed filter you can use within your squad pages at least. There might be though. If there is, I'd love to see it. Oh, right, okay, that's good. So see if City come back in. Who's Cordoba? Oh no, he's Argentinian, we're fine. We don't have to sell him. It's all good. I'll leave that for the time being. Freiburger in for Frank Payers. Annoyingly, it's less money than Man United offered, but you know the rules. With the Spanish Scourge guys, I have to accept it. He wasn't even that good for us last year, which is strange to me. For Ivory Coast, I think it was like 40 or 50, wasn't it, already? 67 cap... Either you did that so I would do that, so you could cringe, or you didn't know that was going to be the number, and now you're cringing. Yeah, 67 caps at 23 is absolutely unreal. That's a stupid amount of caps. But if we make... How much did we sell him? We bought him for like a crazy low amount. It was like 150k, wasn't it? 235 grand. And he had basically one good season for us. And with the new goalie being here now, it's incredible. Hello, Anarith. Leave now. Why? Don't make me get the meat thermometer out. We're about to sell Diakite. It's finally happening. Bigberto, could I interest you in a really expensive goalkeeper to sort of salve the wounds a little bit? There we go. Curtis Eye's gone to Everton. Sonogo, who's that? Was he one of the random guys I was signing from that last scout report? I genuinely don't remember. Oh, Euros check. Shit, yes. I don't want to go past the 10th, though. That's the crucial new day to check stuff. Probably need one. Who is the Saints goalie these days? Oh, there we go. Tiki are definitely taking some lads. Right. So, 75 lunge, you get in there. You'll love to see it. Perret. Oh, of course, yeah. I actually did know that. European Championship. Are Andorra still in it? No, they're not. Imagine if they were. That would have been wild. So sadly, they did not progress any further than that. They lost to Turkey a 4-1. Bulgaria knocked out. Poland lost to Spain. So basically, Spain beat Spain B is what's happened there. It's somewhat fitting in a way. Belgium beat Sweden. France beat Serbia. Slovenia lose to Germany. England lose to Austria. That's embarrassing. But also, this is the same England that lost to Andorra in this tournament. So really, they have no leg to stand on right now. They've done their country a massive disservice. Wow, this has actually got kind of dull at this point. So the quarterfinals, I mean, we really want sort of a Turkey, Bulgaria, Austria pathway or something like that, right? So the view filter, the one for the skin, sorry, not for the skin, for the squad page, it's not a page or anything. It's just exclamation mark views. You can get an entire pack of them. It has like 100 views in it, but it is in there as well. I don't believe that's on the Patreon right now. I think that's just like a MediaFire link at the moment. I haven't updated it for a while, so I haven't needed to put it in there yet. Oh, I think that's the one. Yeah, it should be. Patreon. That's good. This guy's been crying out for a solid loan for a while, where he's actually going to play. That's been the biggest problem. He just doesn't play when he has found lows. Harada's gone as well. Gerbic is in. Big up Derbic. The Dutch did finish bottom of their group, yes. And Andorra, England and Serbia tied on 6 points in their group because England lost to Andorra in their opening game. We're just as bad as Scotland, who Andorra beat in order to get into the Euros in the first place. Anyone new in there? Ooh, Hammarby guy. I mean, he is 20 now, which kind of sucks, but it's still worth a little looky look. Abdulrahman Mohammed. He's a pacey boy, if nothing else. I'm just excited for the next scout report to come through because I want to see that Norwegian fella. It's my guy. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, I hate when Yasso does that. Yeah, I think that's not a bad shout. The only thing I'd want if I was building this is I like having the column that adds whether they have an extension clause, and if so, how many years, as well as the ones that show the date of the end of their contract and the date of the end of their loan. I find that's really useful for just checking stuff like that. But the one that shows you the number of extensions they have is ridiculously useful. I don't know if I have that on my base view anymore. But yes, this one here. Optional contract extension by club. Because what it means is you could come into a new season, filter by ones who are about to be expired, basically. Go in here, right-click on them all, contract, trigger them all at the same time. It saves a lot of extra clicking. And we love less clicking in FM these days, right? Anything that aids that, I'm on board with. Well, I was worried that, I mean, I have heard rumours of potentially players taking legal action, which would suck. Honestly, I feel for pretty much all of the Southampton players, except for Taylor Harper-Bellis. I really do feel for them. It's not like they had an involvement in that. Okay, bit of that, bit of that. Montbruce hasn't kicked off about that at all, which is kind of like, oh, Inter in for Frank now. Hopefully they're going to ask for more than Freiburg, so I can actually get a bit more money out of him. Well, I'll accept both and let him choose. Oh, they're only... Oh, no, they are. Please. 37! Nice one, Inter. I'll accept at the very least. That's not happening. Cienza's post on social media. No, I didn't. Although... Oh, I like him as a player. He's a fun player. They use the info. True, but you wouldn't have known where the info's come from, ultimately, because... I feel like it's the sort of thing where you would launder the information a bit. If they were smart about it, which obviously they haven't been that smart about it, but I suspect that they would launder the information so it appeared to be coming from a somewhat of a legitimate source. Unless someone did their books. I feel like Hull going up was probably the right outcome in the end, because I don't know how I would have felt about a team that lost in the semis winning the final. Particularly with Hull and the unknown of who they were even going to be playing in that final. I think that kind of... In the end, I think for the EFL more than anything else, Hull winning was probably the best outcome from their standpoint, because I don't think that's over, but at least Hull kind of got what they wanted in the end. Final day. I mean, I didn't watch it because I was away, but I was a bit underwhelmed by the amount of goal scoring. I usually, back in the day, would always have a little flutter on a sort of BT, like a both teams to score racker on the final day, so you get some crazy shit. But honestly, it felt like a pretty understated affair for the final day because there wasn't really a lot on the line. And the sooner Spurs took the lead in that game, I just kind of always felt like, oh, they're probably... I mean, I know they were under pressure for a bit, but I know it just always felt like that was the only thing that was real. I know there was the European stuff too, but it was a pretty low-key final day for once. Hello, Cardi. Welcome in, friend. Hope you're well this afternoon. Duru. No, we're not selling Duru. Final day of school. Yeah, exactly. Fulham are very good when it comes to final days of school. Right, now we know it was Katowice. A friend of mine's trying to arrange a stag do for 16 people. He was quizzing me yesterday about Krakow. That feels like a good city for that kind of thing, right? I mean, I enjoyed it. Not on a stag do, of course. Me and Pog just swanning about. Right, we'll have you. And then we'll do players to exchange. And then I want loan listed players. This time I'm going to find him in there. I've already forgotten who it was. It was Herrera, wasn't it? No, it's Kamara. It's Kamara. He'll be more evident. Oh, hang on. Suggestions. Weird that he's in there. Okay, but I could add him in as well. This is where we now enter a new territory where it's just going to never be the players we're actually trying to look for on this. Oh. Save the views in the squad. Ah, right. Yes, Cardney. 1 second. I will show you how to do it because it is a little bit backwards this year. Just let me finish this bit and remind me in a moment. I'll show you how to do it because it is... There's a way that you do it in a certain order to make it sort of work. Literally, if we beat Wolves. Thing is, though, Hayden, I reckon if we'd have beaten Wolves, we wouldn't have beaten Newcastle. Fulham do not have the bottle. We would have simply caved under pressure on the final day instead. We just don't do it under pressure. Ever. Where is he? Imagine if he just doesn't show up in here either. Oh, please, bro. How is he not showing up either? Maybe I'm going blind. The heat has finally cooked my eyeballs. I forgot we had a dude called Doctor. Can I send him? But I don't want to get this wrong because he's the exact type of player. I'm wondering if it's not actually even buffering in the full squad of players on that screen anymore. Maybe I'll have to do that later in the window, perhaps. Annoying. Just stag do stuff just out on the lash. To be fair, we did go to a really cool bar in Kraków, which I would highly recommend if you ever are in the city. It's because all the cocktails are tarot cards and they're very, very reasonably priced and it's kind of hidden and cozy and it's really, really cool. I think it's because, in fairness, when I was doing the loan part exchange thing before, it was later in the window and a lot of guys would have already left on loan. So maybe I'll do that later in the window and it might work a bit better because it might be that there is a limit to how many it will show on that drop down. I don't entirely blame SI for that. So, as for saving views, so presumably you mean these, right? So what you do basically is you just make the view however you want. Then, the crucial part is before you do anything else, rename the current view because otherwise it won't save the name. So first thing you want to do is rename the current view whatever you want to do. Then, export the current view. Then call it whatever you like in there. But the name that you call it when you export it is not the name that will appear in game with. It will only appear in game with the correct name if you rename it first. Then, it will appear in custom views, but sometimes you have to switch off of the view, like say that, and then back into here, and then it will appear. It's faffy as all hell, but that is how you do it, basically. It's very unnecessarily complicated. What team do I support? I'm a Fulham fan. A very mid and disappointed Fulham fan. Oh, Christ. You've been identified as a target. You've already put a bid in, lads. Hang on. Discuss terms. Again, you have bidded on... Not only that, I've already accepted your bid. That's old news, lads. Third best in West London. I mean, I can't even disagree. That West London... I was going to say West London massive, but it just isn't, is it? West London minimal? Paredes. No... Wait. Oh. I think he also wanted dumb money, which is a shame. Hey, Zaga in for Zhang. Great news. We like that. This is where the game crashes because of the squad numbers again. Oofy. That scares me every single time, man. Biggest city in Italy without a team that won this. Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Taliban's team in the World Cup mode will help. Yes. So you can manage, as far as I know at least, a national team and a club team at the same time. Obviously not currently, but once the mode will be out, yes, you can, as the same manager. Actually, or can no? It'd be mad if they took that out. So yeah, I think you're all good on that one. What I would say is be wary of doing that, simply because national team management in FM, unless they've changed something, can slow you down quite a considerable amount just having it there. So it's a tough one to manage both at the same time. It's why if I ever do dip into national team management, I usually do it for national tournaments, and that's about it a lot of the time. For home and away, no. I prefer not to, because ultimately home and away to me is not the reason why I would set up differently, because teams may play slightly differently home or away, but it's more to do with the strength of the opponent and the reputation of the teams that you're up against than it is the location of the matches. There is obviously a slight home bias, but I try to build tactics that can work home or away or in more scenarios, because otherwise you just end up with constantly tweaking things to the point where the tactical familiarity takes a massive hit. Pretty sure this is the primary tactic, yeah. Oh, by the way, I talked about tactical tweaks. The only two tweaks I made was I put time wasting down to less often. because somehow we had it on the non one. And I also discouraged shooting from distance because I forgot that was a thing you could even do as a main tactic in the end. So that's set up as well. And it looked okay towards the end of the season, but still had some of the usual nonsense matches where you just create tons of chances and miss them all. Nah, it's not a separate mode. They've already confirmed pretty much all of what it is. West London, that's us. The West London minimalists. Mob versus Southampton target. We get it, lads. Because Southampton want all of my players. They're not allowed them, but they can try. Katowice are in for him now. Is there any new ones in the transfer room? Out. Actually, I'll hold off on that for a sec because we're getting close to the 10th. Yeah, I made all the other changes, Anarith. But the 2 extra changes I made were the discouraged shooting from distance and then the less time wasting. I didn't really notice many changes from that because I only played it for like 1 game. But unless you can see any changes I didn't make. But as far as I know, it should be okay. Dribble more, make more runs. I think that's how we set it up towards the end. I would say... Wait. Hang on. That's centre-back. Oh, that's the wrong tactic. I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's the one. I was on the wrong one. That's the one with no nonsense centre-back there. And then out of possession, he's covering, which is what we wanted. Those guys drop back now. Yeah, I believe that's how we did it. Wait. I'm going to make sure I'm back on combined there, just in case I make that same mistake I've made so many times. Special save. Yes. But to be fair, even if you start a normal special save, you can... It's essentially just a quick start mode. It just takes you to the start of the World Cup. So it has to sort of simulate things in the background. Teams and hoops. No, there are no hoops. No hoop-based teams allowed. Unless they're spaghetti covered. And then maybe I'll make an exception. We're definitely getting way more bids on our players this window. And I'm assuming that's because the values of our players have dropped. So now they're more attainable for a lot of these clubs. Luckily, the players aren't kicking off too much. That's Brighton. So we get to say no to that one. That's a terrible bid. God, these... Ooh. I want to get Kalstrup out the way. Because he got a Denmark cap somehow. And as a result, he's earning way more money than he should be. I think he's on like 27 grand a week now, and I do not want to be paying a random loan farm dude that kind of cash. Hilmar Gomez, we'll get rid of you as well. Nice. Good to see. Covered in normal spaghetti. Yeah, got to give it the hoops. Jens will not be pleased with the distances, but he won't care. To give you an idea, I tried the discourage shoots from distance for about 3 or 4 games. Jens was still twatting it from range constantly. I think he even scored one. I think there was a whole queue of them. Big Berto, just a conga line of scouts waiting out the door. Oh. I think if anyone was allowed to shoot from distance, it should be Jens, because he's the one guy that seems to be consistently able to actually do it. So Gogotidze has gone to Rakov permanently for 850 grand, which is okay. A Kalstrup for South Korea. Is he Danish? That's the thing. Safety in numbers, right? I could do, I suppose. Because I'm not sure. I don't think I'd even need to give him a personalised instruction, but we could do. Actually, the problem is because Jens plays in multiple different positions in our team, he sometimes is the DLP, always finds a way to shoot. Or sometimes he's playing on the right-hand side. Club Legend after 1 season, I haven't, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. Because usually, it's particularly in 26, because it does seem to be a bit more sketchy with that. That's the thing, he will just do it no matter what because of his PPMs. If anything, I'm reining him in a little bit, just to sort of maybe make him pick his moments a bit better if he can do. He won't, of course. He can't be contained. He's an unstoppable man, bless him. Right. Oh my god, that's not a lot of players to look through this time, is it? I am still making sure I check through just in case. Oh, wow. I'm still going to scout this guy further. This is the Norwegian guy from earlier. Now that we know more about him. He's fast. Appears to have no potential, but I do kind of... I still feel like he's worth a closer look. The rest of them probably not, but him... Just because of his value, although that does seem to have also dropped now, so maybe he was just called up to the squad for no reason, I guess? Loads of Austrians and Japanese dudes in here. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wow, I didn't glitch out that time. Love to see it. Anyone extensive? Just that guy at PSV. Oh, okay. But about now. You'd hope so, but as we kind of understand, SI are very late with those things anyway. I suspect he'll be out sometime this afternoon. Well, it kind of has to be now because it's 2 o'clock. What a prediction. You got any more pearls of wisdom there, Matt? Oh, I remember Tate Spears because his name was fun. That's a Real Madrid guy. There's a few more of these dudes in here, but they're all... I'll let them... Dennis Bond. The name's... It's not quite as classy, is it? Right, I'll send you guys around again. And you, Paul Walravens. He is good. He's also very expensive, and we don't really have room for him in our midfield anymore. And we could just find so much, not better, but so much on that level for a lot cheaper. Oh, there's loads of free Japanese guys in there, but they're all the amateur dudes, and I'd rather give them another scout job just to make sure. Particularly as there is about 1,000 of those guys coming through. But it definitely seems like the Belgian amateurs are cooking again. There was at least, I think, 40 or 50 of them again this season that I had a little look at. Apparently we're after Hinchelwood. What? Bizarre. Yeah, actually, Gordon, what time do you think the update actually does drop? Because my prediction is going to be like 4:05 or something. Because that's long enough after stream that I can't be mad. If it's 3:05, I'm like, bro. Other scourge countries. So technically, Spain was the worst one, but Germany, France, and Italy also had the problem, just not as bad. And then when it happened the second time, they were unaffected by it. It was only Spain. But for example, Brazil, any country could become a scourge country if you turn them on mid-save. Brazil and Argentina would likely be extremely bad as well if you were to turn them on, but we never have. Why are we being linked with Jack Hinchelwood? He's extremely expensive. And wanted by Arsenal. 45 million actually isn't too... Well, it is quite bad, but... It's just a strange person to be linked with, I guess. Hope there's no first team, isn't there? I think we should be okay. Right. Pieskovic's... Garlovsky is one of the Patreon regions, isn't he? I think. He's just actually forged a really sensible career in Poland, which has been dope. Activate leaves me safe. Basically, now this might have been fixed with the more recent patch, but the last time I checked it, it hadn't. Essentially, if you load either to playable on or view only certain leagues, basically any league that has a high youth rating, it will spam their lower divisions with incredibly overpowered, as in really high potential young players to an insane level. To give you an idea, and this is the stat I always use, on a test save I did, Spain, when you didn't turn it on mid-save, bear in mind I had the players loaded already, so it wasn't like I was loading players that were already existing. This was with players loaded like normal, my normal scouting setup. Sorry, normal database setup. Spain had 34 players in it after 5 years that had 170 PA, or more than 170 PA. When you turn Spain on mid-save, that jumped to 850. Which is just mad. But yeah, it's Japan because of licenses. Hopefully that... Surely we'll get license. Sheriff Tiraspol just put 11 goals past someone. How do you avoid that? The way to avoid it is to simply not load them mid-save. That seems to be the only way to avoid it, really, is to not load any leagues mid-save. Which sucks. Hopefully they'll have fixed that problem with this latest update too. But it hasn't been for a while. Because I tested it during... Once we realised what was going on, I tested it on a newer save after. That was maybe March kind of time. It does suck for journeyman saves, yeah. With any luck, maybe they'll be fixed. But it sucks. Because I even tested it with Norway and Denmark to turn them on mid-save. And they went from obviously having 0 players playing in those leagues that were 170 PA to like 45. Yeah, that Sheriff guy is probably already one top scorer in the Champions League, hasn't he, at this point? He's a shoo-in. Much like Bellio was last year. What I'm saying is, don't feel the need to, like, if you want really cheap scouting, turn them on, find them. You will see loads of them. You will find hundreds of them that are really high quality. But it's just a question of how balanced you want your game database to be. So for me, for example, I want to make sure that it is as balanced as possible because it's just not as fun for me if Spain has these overpowered players that can be picked up really, really cheap, because it means that you wouldn't really have to scout outside of that. You could just sign all those guys, which is how we probably won that first Champions League without realising it. And possibly why we've taken a step back since then. Although partly I think we have just been quite unlucky as well. Yeah, you can have him if you want. Gomez. Oh, for a second I thought that was bloody Christian. Oh. It's out today, Miles. We don't know exactly when. Largely based on SI's usual setup, probably right after I finish streaming is the prediction. So sometime later today. Biff. No lag. Why is that so slow? There it is. See, even my stream alerts are delayed by the heat today. Biff, thank you very much for the 32 months, man. How are you? Hope you're well. It'll be 301. The second I hit raid, that's when they drop it. I can feel it. Right, one more day and then I'll try the offer out thing and see if it works again. But I think we might have just got lucky. Alex Scott's just moved to Al Hilal in the save as well, by the way. 1 point... How much is he on there? He's quite a good player. I just don't think he wasn't worth the money we were paying him. I like that he's basically on the same money there as well. Right, I'm going to give them more bonuses for the Champions League, because why the fuck not at this point? Being out, maybe. So you can catch it. It wouldn't matter if it never did, because even though they dropped it at 3:30, what am I going to do? Like, say, hey, the game's here, then leave. Like, the only way that it would have been useful to me is if they dropped it sort of like midday, maybe, because then we could have just pivoted to Andorra. Oh shit. Pretty much no comb raid. I obviously deliberately threw the final to Jagiellonia, so it stayed within what happened, but Motor still got relegated. Just a different team stayed up instead of them this time. It was Zagłębie Lubin, managed by Alex Greenwood, stayed up instead of Motor. But on the plus side, they haven't lost many of their loanees. Weirdly, they were willing to go back, which is very strange. So I made a couple of tactical tweaks, but other than that, I managed to keep things relatively the same. Obviously, Gornik still didn't get past Man United. They actually lost more. Very pregnant. Oh, another one on the way. You love to see it, man. Congrats. That's awesome. Let's... Oh, no, still on the 9th, actually. There'll be plenty of Brights around. Just not this guy. I was going to say Millie Bright's still playing, but no, at 42, probably not. They've got Bright Cuckoo is an incredible name. Uchu Bright, Bright Kabir, Bright Edono, Craig Bright, Bright Kabiru, Bright Van Voorhausen, good name. Bright James, bless him. He's destined for big things, and therefore will underachieve. Bright Razak. There's probably a substantial amount of Brights. Yeah, I believe she announced her retirement, didn't she? Quite recently, if I remember correctly. Bright Nuhu? Billy Bright, good. And then Brighton as a first name. A French first name, no less. And also in the Brighton Doob, Brighton Dakar. Wait. Hang on. Chat. I cannot stress how much you need to look at the name of this player right now. His name is Brighton Hove. His name is Brighton Hove. Friends call him Albion. That's unbelievable. For Triangle United? Where's he born? Imagine. Cherezzi. I don't know what I was imagining there. We're signing him, of course. I can't believe that. I thought I saw it out of the corner of my eye, but then when I clicked on the player, I think I clicked on the wrong one. I went, oh, maybe it was just seeing a Brighton dude. Incredible. The odds of him being born Brighton Hove. I mean, that's straight into the recap, isn't it? Oh, that's been for next year's recap, though, of course. Better than Turkish Delict. I would still say the Turkish Delict thing is one of the funniest things I've seen in terms of what FM's just randomly conjured up. That is incredible. He's going to be terrible, but I do not care. Actually, he's got some okay attributes. Called Wout de Baardenmaker. That's what the beard maker. He better have facial hair, given how much facial hair exists in these games. That's superb. I'm so glad we looked that up now. Update for the unholy out-of-date players. I would have thought there would likely be a data update with this one. Yes, I would suspect. Obviously, it won't affect current saves, but I would like to think they would kind of have to do a data update if they're going to be doing World Cup stuff, because they would need to update the players' clubs if they've moved since then, I suppose. But a lot of them, I suspect... Have we already had a January update with that kind of stuff? Because if so, I imagine there hasn't been that many moves, right? Nicknamed Alvin. I will want to get to sign him. When he joins, I'm going to have to do it straight away. Right, 10th. Don't let it go past the 10th, Matt. Now's the time to try this out. See if this theory works. It's a bit hot, isn't it, Mike? Had a March update. Yeah, so in theory, I don't think there'd be any need for any new update, really, because we haven't been in a transfer window for a while, so I suspect that it would probably be the same... I mean, there must be the occasional move here and there, but I think it would largely be the same. Ah, God. There we go. Right. Sort these guys by Adge. And hide those fellas. And then offer everybody out of a loan. Don't mind me. Ignore the ones that have bids on them already. There's a couple in there. There's actually quite a few. They need to get themselves sorted. Is he still under a bid? Oh, Rezhov, yeah. And Benson. And we're scrolling, and we're scrolling. I think as I get older, you just get less loan bids in general. He's already joining someone else. Go on, FM, let me do it. Yes, it worked. Get in. Well, the Control A wouldn't actually be that useful for me because I'm not trying to select the entire page. I'm only trying to select certain groups of players from it. So I want basically everybody who's over the age of 17, but there isn't already under a bid or out of contract or about to leave to a different club, basically. Psych Gods, yes, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Welcome in. No, so Jens isn't in the B team. But I think because he was set available for a game there once, the game shows him in there sometimes. It's very annoying. That's why I have to dodge around them. I think it's because he maybe had an injury at one point. Especially at the 10th. Nothing yet, but it was the date that I offered out all of our players for loan last year, and we got every single one of them was given some kind of loan offer. There was not a single... You know the thing where you offer players out and it says, no offers for 46 players? We offered out like 200 dudes last year on this exact date, and not a single one of them didn't get some kind of offer. They weren't always domestic, but it was weird. So I want to see if it works a second year in a row, or it was just complete random chance, basically. Does it work, or do you not get the Are You Sure screen? You don't get the Are You Sure screen with the offer out for loan like that. It just does it. Weirdly, I think you only get that when you do it on individual players, because FM, I guess. Squads, I guess, but the thing is, the squads are largely going to be exactly the same. These players wouldn't have moved clubs since the March update, I would have thought. They'd still be at the same teams, just obviously in the national team squads. You do? Is it one of those things that you can toggle off, though? Isn't there like a don't remind me again type beat? Maybe. Because that might be what it is. But I'm pretty certain I did it. I clicked the button. Finalised squads. Yeah, the finalised squads for the World Cup, of course. Those will obviously be it. But what I mean is that it's not going to have transfer updates because there's nothing to really update for the most part. Because someone's talking about like horribly out of date squads, but I don't know why the squads would be horribly out of date considering there was an update like 2 months ago, and there can't have been that many updates to the squads in that time, given that we're not in a transfer window. And then, oh, go on, yes, go to the 10th and try it out, because it was the 12th when they all got the bids last time, but obviously that means they were offered out on the 10th because I went back and checked the VOD to make sure. So, Payers is going to Freiburg, annoyingly, but hey, that's his choice. For 32 million. It's a massively low bid because of the lack of player values, plus the fact I had to accept it. But we at least get some more money to play with, which is never a bad thing. Because we were starting to lose a little bit of cash. The lack of competition prize money lately has been... I just don't know why we're not earning competition prize money. Can't imagine. So he's worth 8 million quid now. He's turned into a really decent player. That's probably never going to be more than a second tier type guy. But if this is what the second tier is looking like these days, sounds bloody brilliant to me. I bet that. Right, sick. Let's go to the 12th and see if these guys come in, because then we got the Super Cup on the 13th anyway, which is perfect. Ooh. So 32 million. I assume we keep a good chunk of that. So what does that do to our finance? It probably recoups all the money I've spent today. Pretty much all the money I've spent today, yeah. Although the wage budget has taken a bit of a hit. Christ. There will be some small data updates, I suspect, but nothing major, I wouldn't have thought. Oh. We made our own championship. Now all we need is a spying scandal. We'll be ready to go. Alvarez. The fact that people like Alvarez are getting 50 million bids is just like... It's derisory at this point. Signs I missed. We did make a clump of signings. The biggest signing in probably was that guy that was already here, actually. Well, I'll say already here. He wasn't here, but... Oh, actually, no. Tell a lie. The biggest signing since the start of the tickover was Freddie Clements from Liverpool for £15 million, just because he was available for £15 million and he's got quite cheap wages. He's mostly to sell on more than anything else. In fact, he's already wanted by Brookbet, lads. I forgot to offer him out, I think. Or did I? No, I don't think I did. I think he is... Oh, imagine if he went to Brookbet on loan. That'd be fantastic. And then this guy, our new backup, might even be our starting goalkeeper, Jonathan Agipong, on a free transfer from Braga. He might be the signing of the season, honestly, just because it costs nothing. Absolutely wild piece of business. We're definitely going to give him a try because he relishes big matches as well, and he's more eccentric than Marion is. Benji, what's happened? Oh, Jesus. Crap. Yeah, that's... I'll have to give him I'll text him after stream. That's not great. I remember him talking to me about this years ago. But yeah, I hope he makes a speedy recovery. Best wishes to him and his family as well. That's not what you want at all. I would not... Obviously, I wouldn't wish that on someone, but I really don't want that. But yeah, recover soon, friendo. We're thinking of you, man. Arca want Kadrich. He's quite good, unless they're going to... they could do bit of that, bit of that, bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. And then... Sure, why not? No. Yeah, no, I'm glad you told me about that. I wouldn't have probably known otherwise. I just do not check social media, you know? For the most part. I have this, like, focus mode thing on my phone that doesn't let me access, like, Instagram, TikTok, even my web browser on my phone until, like, 9:30 in the morning to stop me from getting stuck into that loop, essentially. Diakite's work permit has been granted. He's off. £74 million. Do you know what? Considering he only had 2 years left on his contract and we weren't going to be extending it further, I'm okay with 74 million for our essentially third choice goalkeeper now. Considering that we've got Agipong as well, or Agipang, and he's inconsistent still, likely match is okay. That's a decent... Watch Southampton inevitably knock us out of the Champions League. Third choice, yes. He was our first choice, then he moved to second when Marion came in, and now with the arrival of Agipong, he pretty much slipped to third choice. We've been trying to sell him for a couple of seasons, but nobody was interested in him. So I'm glad that's finally came around. That really does ease our financial... Not that we were in a huge amount of woes. Mortgage installments, I don't really want to. Right? They're going to pay us those. He'll definitely give us the extra 5 million for the 20 international appearances. I could see a world where we actually get extra money off of this deal as well because of the profit clause, where they'll try and buy that off of us for like another £10 million. So Lucas is going to go to Katowice. So he's one of the Spanish Scourge players, unfortunately. No, Paolo! Right before the Super Cup final as well. You hate to see it. Fine, as long as you chop the trees down. That would anger the Lorax far too much, and you don't want to mess with that ginger bastard. He will mess you up. Oh, we did head. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Absolutely fantastic for them. Truly a huge... One of those stories that makes you go, oh yeah, ain't football great? 20%. But I don't know. Sometimes they want ridiculous amounts of money for no apparent reason. And then we'll also try and buy the really tasty clauses off of you for absolutely nothing. Right, what's this one now? Oh, Hernandez. Yeah, no, he's technically not a Scourge player. So we can keep him around for the time being, especially if we've already sold payers. We need to make sure we've got some other bodies in that spot too. Right, 12th. Here we go. This is where the loans should come through. Sometime on the 12th was when it happened. The computer's working very hard, which suggests to me that it's processing a massive chunk in the background. Right. Isn't this normally the point where it says no offers for X amount of players? I'm just saying. It's weird that it's usually at the very top of that. It says no offers for this amount of players, right? Let me see if there's one at the bottom. Or it's hidden in here. Nope. That's fascinating. I think it's unlikely that it would be in the middle of these, because they all come through at the same time. Yeah. I think we might have found something here, friends. In the middle. Was it in the middle? I don't think it would be. I'm pretty certain it would. It's usually at one end or the other. And usually it's up here. Well, no, because if the number's big over here, it's 400. There's definitely something to that. 10th of July, offer your players out on loan. This is the second year in a row I've done that, and we've not had a single one not get a bid. Remember, there's less players than there were last year because of those 45 guys that got released. That is fascinating. 10th of July does seem to have some cookery to it, potentially. I wish I could. I can't actually bring it up directly on the stream, otherwise I'd have to hide myself, and you'd hate to lose my beautiful face, wouldn't you? Please tell me. Get rid of some of those guys. Now, doesn't mean they're all going to be domestic loans. The odds on them are still fairly slim. But that is definitely a... happening 2 years in a row now with the exact same results, to me, is enough of a pattern to be able to say, that feels like there's something to that for whatever reason. I'm trying to figure out why the 10th of July would be relevant. Do you know what's also weird? I tried it on an older version of the save and it didn't work. So I have no idea why. But there's definitely... It's the fact that none of them didn't get one. If there was a few guys, you'd be like, oh, fair enough. But it's a notable increase. Yeah, so I have it set to 10% wages. I don't know if that's the dealio. Maybe that was the difference. Because the older version of the save I went back to wouldn't have had the setup on wages, potentially. I wonder if it's because the window's been open for 10 days. The clubs are actively looking for loans at this point, and as a result, they're more active in the transfer window than they would be later on. It's like when Wasps get tired at the end of summer, you know? And the great thing is, after we've gone through this, I could still go into the transfer room out, and I bet you there'll be a few more in there too on top of that. That sounds like a Tunisian side, so's that I can do as well. 11 days after the player's year switch, maybe? Because that's the thing, it could also change depending on what league you're in, perhaps. But it's when Wasps are drunk. I had a bee randomly land on my head the other day. And yet, with bees, I'm always just like, you know what, bro? Chill. You're good. I got you. Those are both domestic sides for him. But I did try and run some tests with this, and I had the data, but it wasn't largely doing a great deal of difference. That is Croatian teams. There's a lot of how many Croatians have I signed? It's starting to look like quite a lot. National Bank. Is that Goliath National Bank? I need to put in the Brazil name fix again. Salah's replacement could be Diomande. I don't know much about Diomande. I like nothing at all, actually. Diomande is one of those names that it feels like basically every Premier League team at some point in their existence has had a player called Diomande for some reason. I'm now realising upon saying that Fulham actually haven't. Looking at Bees bombs. Are you sure that's something you're willing to admit in public? I mean, Leipzig have been a particularly good sort of breeding ground for that type of talent, haven't they? Oh, that's not a... Shit, oh well. I just realised that's a Romanian team. It's Unirea, not Varaždin. The other thing I looked at when I was doing the test with this was to see if there was a higher percentage of domestic loans as a part of it. And it seemed to remain largely the same. But ultimately, if you're getting a larger number of loan offers in general, even if the percentage of them that are Polish remains largely the same, if you're getting an extra 100 loan offers, then you're still going to be getting, if it goes from, say, 200 to 290 to like 390, then you're still going to be, in theory, getting like an extra X amount of them on top, which is never a bad thing. Particularly some of these dudes are actually pretty good. Now, it also seems to be particularly prevalent that it's second-tier sides that are the ones going after them. You'll note that most of the loan bids we're seeing in here are from teams in the second tier of Polish football. It's rarely the big guys. Although, in fairness, it's because a lot of the big guys are already out on loan, so there's less sort of quality players to go around for them. Get a bit of that as well. Everything about Jan Diamond, what a guy. The loan saying, so basically, the way I've got it set up now is instead of having it set up for, I can show you in a second, I just want to sort these out first. I now offer him for 10% of their wages instead. For some reason, it feels like teams are less willing to put loan bids in. Although you can see here, some of them are still offering nothing. They seem less willing to put loan bids in when you're asking them to pay nothing than they are when you're asking them to pay something. Even though they're still putting bids in of nothing. Which is very strange. But that was one thing we did try out for a little bit, and it definitely seems to have something to it. Guess one of these as well. It's weird how some of them are actually putting like cash bids in and some of them aren't. I've never really understood why that is either. But it's working for us. Started a new show since the beta. Just waiting for that one last update. It's like, one more game, I'll be fine. Just one more update and we'll get there. A bit of you, bit of you. This one particular team want apparently every player. They're not like an affiliate side or anything. But you can see it's like Stahl and Miedźlegnica as well. They're always in for these guys. I don't think I've seen a single top flight bid so far. On the plus side, it means that the second tier is getting slowly but surely stacked to high heaven with talent. Which might finally break through the wall of actually getting someone new promoted for once. That would be nice. RC Bobo, what a name for a team. Stahl as well. I don't want to flood them with too many of them, because obviously some of these guys are offering to pay money for some reason. And it might also be... there we go. Top flight side after a loan bid. Kota Arbe, finally. Someone new. I think that might be the first top flight bid of the entire pack so far. I wish there was a way that this was something I could do off stream, but I'm not even sure there's a way I could automate this because it would have to know the exact names of all the teams I wanted to loan players to, and I don't think it quite has the ability to know things like that. Hello, Ayward. How's it going, friend? Multiple versions ahead, ready for the next release. Maybe? Oh, we've ticked over to 32 degrees, you're right. What was it, 28 when we started today? We're tracking up. I'm doing okay, Ayward. I mean, standing streams. This is the first time I've done a standing stream in this level of heat. There was that summer of 2022 where the weather was truly ridiculously hot. Like, this would be a walk in the park compared to that. When we were getting to, like, close to 40 degrees. FM analysis. Thank you so much for the 23 months, friend. How is your Tuesday going? How are you coping with the heat, if you're in the UK, that is? Just sat in a bath right now. God, I wish I was. Nice cold shower later, maybe. That would make me feel a bit better. Particularly as I didn't go for a run this morning. Because I would have died. Giant Brillers. Good name. RFS. Ah, sneaky. I see Polonia down there. Think you can get past me. Was that thing called Isolator? Huge fan of that. For a run after work. Christ, at least wait until it gets a bit colder. Actually, colder. Until the sun starts to go down a little bit. Because we're going to be like this for a while, I suspect. A bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. It just messes with my brain as well. I wonder if that is because of the medication and all that sort of stuff. I've not really had it during the heat before, and it definitely feels like my brain is just way more fried than normal. Really struggling to just do basic things. I was actually quite anxious about stream today. I was like, oh god, how are you going to even cope with doing that? But hey, we seem to be okay. Oh, got outside with him. No, just get an air-conditioned bubble, Berto, and you'll be absolutely fine. Cat might not like it, and it'll probably burst immediately, so perhaps that's not the best suggestion. But I'm not a man of suggestions. I'm purely a man. I'm an ideas man. Not an implementer. Hoffenheim? Oh, I forgot Vanetti's listed for loan. Jesus. Imagine that. Oh, I would love if that was a Polish side in there. Because he'd be a great loan. Maybe a bit much to be putting in the loan farm in terms of his price, but we've got some expensive loan farmers. I think we've got a loan farmer that's actually earning first team wages now. Like 40 grand a week. I think it's Saul Aranda, who has gone back on loan, crucially, which is a good sign, but get rid of you guys. Wow, Rodor. He's 24. He'll be out of contract next season anyway. My brain does need some coolant, yeah. I probably still haven't drunk enough. It's just tough to try and stay hydrated. I'm bad enough as it is, just I just forget. Unless I stand with like the bottle physically in my hand. Because weirdly, when I'm like, say I'm at a pub or whatever, or I'm at some kind of social gathering where I've got a drink, I will get through it so fast because I'm like a nervous drinker. And by that I don't mean like alcohol specifically, I just mean drinking in general, the act of it. But I find that I'll just sort of sip on things because it's something to do in like awkward social settings for myself. Shower cap full of ice. Oh, I don't even have a shower cap. I just got to keep it washed, you know. Ooh, Chenderos to Radom. It's quite a lot of money you're paying there, lads, but we can negotiate that properly next season. That's a lovely bid. Dihydrate. Do you guys see, I think Tom Scott's going to be in the next, not the next jet lag, the one after, because the next one they've got Amy with them, haven't they? But I saw a screenshot that looked like it was Tom Scott. These things usually seem to leak ahead of time, I suppose because they're obviously recording these things well in advance, which is cool. That reminds me, I haven't actually watched Tom's latest video yet. It was something about an underground tunnel, which is very Scott-coded. Helsingborg, we're nearly there, friends. We've nearly made it. Oh, I could accept that, actually. It might not go through, though, because of the foreign loan limit. I'll accept that one as well, because these are Patreon regions, after all. And I'll accept all of these as well, because they may get them, at the very least. Dundee, Hibs, and Hearts. Ooh. Okay, we'll accept those. Is it really good? Oh, nice. I've noticed that some of them lately have been hit and miss, but I'm excited about that now. We didn't get out of a lot of time yesterday because we had some friends over for... Oh, now there's no offers for 66 players. Oh, I wonder. It was still a shitload of players more than normal, though. It was 400. So it still feels like that day does something more. But usually that comes through at the same time. That's really strange. Let's see. Brookbet do want Freddie Clements. Let's see if I can shove him off to Brookbet. If I can find him on the goddamn list. If nothing else, he's a first teamer, I believe. So that might make it a bit easier for me. Smaller list, isn't it? Players to exchange. Pep suggested... Oh, well, there's loads. Oh, could I bundle someone else who's not already got a bid? I probably won't touch that right now, just in case. I want end of next season. Yes, lads. Let's see. We'll have that. Because if this works again, I think that would be the final sort of proof of concept for that specific thing working. Where if they turn down the move from transfer room out, or whatever, then forcing them through part exchange does seem to work quite nicely. Oh, there's some more in transfer room out here. Barco. And... Barco. Who is Barco? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Has he been out on loan somewhere else? Ah, he was at Łódź. In that case, who's deserving of him? I think Radomiak could probably deserve him more because they are at least in Europe. And that will allow him to get into their squad. What about the other guy that Brookbet wanted? Oh, Freddie Clements, of course. Which I've just offered to them in a different manner. Maybe flight risk theory. Oh, no, I haven't heard about that. Maybe she just doesn't like flying. But especially if they're flying in the US... Are you saying that she's secretly a terrorist? I don't think so somehow. A quiz terrorist, perhaps. Wait, why am I giving him a longer contract? What am I even doing? So we can force this through. Super Cup. Yeah, we'll play the Super Cup because that's literally tomorrow anyway. And we can sort of see how the tactics and stuff look with whatever players we've got available to us, because there might be a couple of new guys to slot in, or just see how it looks in the Super Cup, which we tend to lose regardless of what we do. So that. Hopefully this goes through. If we actually got that dude... Oh my god, it worked! Well then. Remarkably, we've managed to get Freddie Clements, the guy we just signed from Liverpool, to go to Brookbet on loan. That is a massive deal. That definitely is the way to go. I might actually have a look through after stream and check any other players that are wanted by larger sides. Brookbet aren't in Europe, no, but they were the only club that actually wanted him, so I figured that seems to give you a much better chance of going through. I believe Brookbet missed out narrowly. And Brighton Hove, yes, that is his real name, is about to sign from us as well. Oh, no, he's not. Not till January, apparently. Damn. Yago Yao Awono Asungono. That's a tremendous name. Lifelong Palace fan. Oh, that's one of my favourite names of the entire save. So obviously we must change his name to Brighton Hove Albion. For reasons that will become clear immediately.
I'm at work, so cannot hear the stream.
Hello, Dan.
So feel free to react to this with extravagant waving or with a funny dance.
What about both? Hopefully that is satisfactory. Whoa. Oh dear. Oh Christ, I've got to view the individual offers, don't I? Jesus Christ, got enough bids here. We'll reject that. And then I'll reject... I've already rejected that. I wish it would go away down there too. It's like, if I've rejected it, why would I want to view it again? Jim Carrey vibes. I'll take it. I've been prepared to worse. We'll reject that as well. Oh, bro, this heat is actually ridiculous now. It's the back sweat where I can really feel it. Patch day is allegedly today. No, not allegedly. It is today, yes. Not yet, though. But I'm probably going to stop the update just so I can record the recap tomorrow in peace and not have to worry about using a different skin for it. I'll update that for Thursday's stream. I've still got it about Andorra, though. Confirm captains, that's absolutely fine. Burgos make a Rumba offer. Wait, really? Burgos are trying to buy Ica Rumba off of Athletic Club. How in the world is that going to happen? Bear in mind, Mexican International, probably one of the highest paid and best Patreon regions in the entire save, and he's played for Athletic Club for years. I went on loan to Burgos. Are they back in the top flight? Like, what are they cooking up there? They are. Wait. Oh, I was going to say. Where did they come last year? 11th place. Damn, okay. Strange one there, though. Diakite for 74 minutes. They just don't realise it yet, you see. Legia want Jesus Sands. Oh, please don't. Oh, so has Mikey Boy generated? Probably not, right? I'm afraid I'm going to just save before I check on Mr. Mike, just in case the game crashes again. You've got that effect. Sport director is not the one doing the work for transfer rooms. I don't think you can change that, as far as I know, unless it's under responsibilities. It could be somewhere in here, but I'm honestly not sure, because I think I'm in charge of most of these things, right? Is there anything I'm not in charge of under transfers? I don't think so. But it's my director of football that does it. Advice and reports, maybe? But I don't think it's advice. It's, I guess, recruitment, maybe? I'm not sure, because this is a different thing. Yeah, I'm not sure he should be in charge of it. Because mine's my director of football, Volgamouth, who does most of that. Hello, Viking! Thank you for the 74 months. How was the barbecue yesterday?
B Big Bobolog sends his regards.
You'd love to see it. Thank you for the 74, man. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think that it just kind of automatically assigns it, doesn't it? Oh, actually, I'm not sure. I do remember us having a rummage at one point trying to see if we could change it, but I wouldn't know what it's under. Because bear in mind, I set all the responsibilities for myself for that, but then that's not something you can directly control. So the only thing I could think of would be to go into your responsibilities under transfers and contracts, perhaps. Is that under scouting? Opposition reports. Maybe set all of these to you and then see if it changes? Because I don't know what else it would really be under. It should be under that. Not a heat person. No, me neither. Me neither. I can't be doing with it. I don't own enough linen items of clothing for this kind of heat. I'm not prepared for it. Oh, I didn't look up Mike. How rude of me. Oh, that's not for nobody. I did, Mike. I did. I have a habit of doing that. It's out of spite, mostly. Oh, also, those. I saw those prints you sent over. I will get those. Why have I written Holdfield? Or is it Mike? I forget whether you're under Michael or Mike. Certainly not under Mike Holdfield. Sadly not. The best I can do is Mino Heck. It's nearly you. Look at his hair. Bless him. The incident earlier today. What was the incident earlier today? The second incident. If you mean the crash, as it happens, that occurred directly when Mike came into stream, and it actually happened at the same time as Bro gifted a sub. So he's aware of the impact that he has on these things, you know. Why has Twitch got a hype train in the background when nothing happened? How weird. 91, you're getting there. When I broke things. I didn't break nothing. What are you talking about? Wait. Is he at the Copper America? I'm assuming they're at the Copper America. I'll do all matches for now, because this squad's going to rotate quite a lot anyway. So who's back in? Jediva, presumably. Comes straight back in. I was going to do that anyway, in fairness. And then, with Gomez not being available up front, it does become a job for Mr. Dudu, I suppose? He suits this style of play a bit more. And we'll get rid of you from the bench, you from the bench, you from the bench for the time being, at least. Have we got any more options in the first team that we can bring back in? That's looking a bit deeper now. Cabetha. Oh, yeah, another guy, actually. That came back from Lone Farm is this guy, Nishan Mohammed, who's a Sri Lankan. He is a Spanish Scourge. But he's actually quite a fun player. Particularly as he's Sri Lankan. Oh, the print didn't break. That, yes. I might have accidentally knocked a print down, Mike. I'm so sorry. I will find it. It went down the back of my cabinet. Joao Carlos as well needs to be on the bench. Oh, we're only allowed... Oh, we can have more. Agipong's going to start. Give him his first opportunity for us. And... Cabetha? Or we're only allowed 9 subs for this game. No, I'm not. We've got more. Cabetha... In fact, there's more. Christ. We'll have you as well. And then you as well. Is that all of them? It's still only 9, isn't it? So Kiertadal, Monperus, Molsky, John, Kowalski, Naeem. That's largely how we're going to line up, with a few exceptions obviously being Dudu through the middle, and we'll probably have Mana in the team as well. That'll do for the time being. See if this is going to work. Yeah, absolutely, Viking. That sounds like a good idea. I'd love to. Any day, actually, this week. I'm a bit more open this time around. Specify the year. True. I mean, to be fair, the updates usually come out late afternoon for the game, so that's when I'd expect to see it. I had hoped that it would come out this morning, just so we could play as Andorra today instead for a little bit, and so it wouldn't look so weird that there wasn't a recap today. Potentially, Mike, yes. That's if I can actually update. Oh no, I've got an Ethernet cable on the PS4 now, so it actually updates properly. Doesn't take 9 years. Nice. Right, let's see if this looks good today. The lads. The lads. Because we're very laddie, you know. I'm sure, to be fair, Viking, we'll probably need Mike anyway, because it's not like Stuart's going to be around, because he'll probably be analysing talcum powder or something. I still have no idea what that was about. After so many updates, it's improving each time. Imagine if I said, nah, it's got worse. Yeah, it's getting there. I think the updates that SI have made to the game have obviously improved things. They're heading in the right direction with it, but I think a lot of the work has also been done community-based with things like the skins that definitely have improved things as well. 67 lads. No, our group chat has an absolutely incomprehensible name. Actually, the new consolidated group chat on Signal is actually just called The Group because we finally united the houses of all the different group chats. And it was like the Holy Roman Empire. We amalgamated them all into one normal group chat. Which is getting there. Takumi Balls when he sent that, I bet you were. Yeah, we united it. We need to elect a leader, really. You should have some kind of quorum. A few shots to start with. It's still, even with the discouraging long shots thing I turned on for it, you still get them, but I feel like they're a little bit more... They're better at picking their moments, I guess. It's the best way to describe it. That could have been a penalty there, actually. I want to just see how they get on, basically. Naeem needs a better year overall this season, I think. Oh, look at that from Naeem. Oh, okay, that was a weird-ass chance. Right, come on, Big E from Steinberg, and he's just there. Stadiums, no. I don't use the stadium mods. Not because I don't want to, just because at the moment I feel like they're not quite in a place where I would want to be using them yet, and they do add a lot of extra loading stuff to the game. And also, I'm managing Poland, so a lot of the time I wouldn't be managing a stadium's visible part of it anyway. But I'm really excited about what those guys are doing. Manager photos, what mod is that? I mean, I use face packs and badge packs. I don't really use any mods that you wouldn't have had for like 24, really. So it's basically just skins. And my own personal sort of macro mod things, but they're not really mods, are they? I'm just excited to see what Steinbergen does this year as a full season in that role without any broken leg injuries. I use Mr. Teeny's skin personally because I just think that it adds the functionality that I want. It doesn't overly change aesthetics too much either. I find that one of the things I used to hate about certain FM skins was that it would change the way the game looked visually to a place I didn't really like because I just liked the original designs. But with Mr. Teeny, you've got different color options, so you can either have the default version or you can have slightly different versions too. I really quite like that the game in a weird way, despite being less moddable, is actually arguably more moddable in places this year because it's all just sort of modular. Second injury, true, yes. I mean, he would have been back anyway, but at least it saved us a tiny bit of development, I suppose. It's 11 shots in the first half hour, none on target yet. Sorry, only 2 on target is a little bit annoying. But there doesn't appear to be any giant ratings holes in the team currently, if nothing else. Dura obviously is not the man I would... He seems to do well when my Insta result in matches does do... Oh my goodness me! Papadopoulos, more like Papadopoulos. What is he trying to do there? Well, that should make this a little bit easier. Or we're about to run into a lovely thing called 10-man OP. He's just tried to murder Olafemi John. John has been learning all the Polish swear words. Just yelling kurwa as he runs down the wing. Which I'm totally on board with. And that should be a nice easy one mopped up by Steinbergen. That no-nonsense dropping back cover, I think is really working for those exact scenarios. Because he's just provided... Oh, go on, John. Oh, revenge time. Beautiful. Olafemi John responds 3 minutes after being murdered. He's resurrected like it's Easter. And he makes it 1-0. Gee, if only there was some kind of right back that could have maybe done something about that. Say, a guy who'd just been sent off. It's lovely for Montparnasse, actually. Just drives at them, gives it John, sends his man to the moon, and then lovely little finish. On how intentionally skip trophy celebrations. No, I haven't seen it. That sounds like the exact sort of discourse I have zero interest in, or just like, it seems like the exact sort of discourse that would just lead to people being wankers to each other, and I try to stay out of wankers if I could avoid it. Oh, assist by the channel mid, and I like the way he drove forward with it too. I mean, he's on dribble with the ball more, in fairness. Trying to join the wanking. Well, that's obviously. Get your meat thermometer out, right? Or go on, have a little shot. Ooh, I like that he chose not to shoot there. Oh, hello. Both of the wingbacks have scored. It took Naeem till January last year to get his first goal. Mompa is... Do you see what I mean about the balance of this system now? Like, it's the fact that Montparnasse... Here, I feel like last year, bro has shot it. It's... And this little scoop from Naeem just to shimmy inside there, beautiful. I'm a bit serving, yeah. But I've resisted the vest. His name is Olufemi. Olufemi John. We just call him John most of the time, so I think his first name goes under the radar a little bit. Nice. Duru's been somewhat... Molski's also done okay. Oh, that's actually gaining rating. That's more like it. 19 first half shots. Not a load of them on target, but it's even worse. I did try as well. Oh, was that the other change I made? 1 second. I'll just check this. I might have not done this on... Yeah, I dropped the tempo from higher to standard because I noticed that when it was on higher, we'd have the same number of shots roughly in a game, but the percentage on target was just a bit less. I do use attacking on standard in this system because for some reason on positive it just isn't effective at all. I suspect it's because we kind of rely on players taking risks in order to make it work. I see we're up to 32.5 now because of the cookery going on here. Keep going. One thing I'm also doing on half times in matches now is being more mindful of complacency in the team, especially when it comes to making substitutes. I'm trying to keep an eye on players' body language a bit more when it comes to that sort of stuff. Like, I was more of a positive guy as far as like playing mentalities go, but we turned it on to attacking in a game once and it actually just looked brilliant, even against really good teams, because you just take a few more risks and it seems to just create more chances. It will lead to more long shots inevitably, but it just seems to work. You just pepper them. Play the stream. This is the first game of the stream, so there wasn't any fantasy today, because I figured that we'd probably only likely do the Super Cup today, so I figured it'd be unfair to be pointless doing fantasy today. Wait, we still going? Oh, well, the highlight's just going to continue. Sure. Go on, Momper. Find another one. A hat-trick with a Momp would be lovely right now. Ah. But they clip it long, and then it's just... everybody gets back. Yeah, I think it's because the tactical ready is kind of inherently quite an aggressive approach anyway, so it makes sense for us to be more aggressive with it. Oh, here we go. We're so good in transitions with it too. Because now he's got the overlap. Duru's into the pocket. Naeem's going to kill his man here. But by doing that, someone else is now going to get drawn out to him, which means Duru can ghost into the channel. Ah. Maybe not quite. Oh, the other thing is, I added... we didn't have it set to stop early goalkeeper distribution either. So we weren't pressing as much as perhaps we could have been. Let's say they've got 360 offers. Only 5 from Polish teams. Wow. Ah, yeah. So I feel like there's definitely more bids. And when I did the test, it seemed to be the same ratio of Polish clubs, but it could just be the way things are set up. I think it's definitely worth doing that each year, if nothing else. Or Momper? Oh, hang on. Surely not. Oh, it's filth. It's 3. Momper now with his first goal of the game and his 3rd contribution of the game. The fact that... oh, please don't disallow this. Come on. That was lovely. Oh. Do we not do highlights? Oh. Apparently we don't have... no highlight for us, apparently. Oh, Duru. Here to Dahl. Ah. Work ball into the box, especially if you've got quite a lot of long shooty people like we do. That was delightful. Oh, look at the little link up we're doing now. Momperus slips it through. Surely not another assist. Oh my god, it nearly was. Look at the build up. He is running this game like, oh my goodness me. Have we just unlocked even more out of Momper? Yeah, I mean, Lucini is not really the man for the job in terms of scoring there, is he? Steinbagen? They are just not giving any... I mean, the problem is, for them, despite them playing 2 DMs, Momperus is just finding space every time we get the ball. This is lovely. We're absolutely running them right. Why couldn't we have done this in the cup final? Which we ended up losing on penalties. Or pull it back to him, surely. Ah, blocked again. Keep it in play. Let's have another go. Keep the pressure on them. Kowalski, he's got a free man across to him. Go on, Bartholomew, have a shot. Or just drive forward and have a shot. Oh... yeah, so we got no offers for 65 players after that. It's weird that it didn't come through at the exact same moment, which was just very strange. It definitely seems more effective, but it definitely wasn't as effective as last year. But I think it's definitely worth having in the arsenal of loan farms regardless. Right, anyone that isn't complacent. Cool. So I guess Alvarez instead of John. I mean, one of you is going to have to come on. I might even give it to Cabathas, to be fair. Let him have a little shot. Actually, oh no, we were going to do it, weren't we? I get Duro off as well for Vanetti, because he hasn't been great today. Yeah, they're just not touching the ball. That was the other thing I noticed. It feels like our possession numbers, once I had it discourage long shots more, it means we're actually holding the ball a bit more frequently. So we're not giving the ball away as much, so it means that we can sort of put even more pressure on our opponents. How that's going to translate into Europe, I don't know, but I think it will probably help us be a bit more balanced. Oh my god. Especially with Steinbergen just sat there, clearing everything up. Have they had 0 shots in the entire game? Even by our standards, this does feel more dominant than usual, which I'm a big fan of. Oh, go on. Cabathus, just have a shot. Straight out from the corner. This might be our most dominant Super Cup win of the entire save. I really do want to get the entire game with 0 shots on target against. The only downside is we haven't had a chance to see what Agipong would actually have been like. Because bro hasn't had to make a single save yet in this game. Hopefully his time will come. Yeah, I think those little last couple of tweaks have really taken it to that next level. But we've had this moment before. I also feel like if we somehow manage to do the same exact shit in Europe again this year and have the same results, I think it might be time to tear it up completely and rebuild something brand new completely from scratch that's not based off this at all. Because if it happens 4 seasons in a row, you got to feel like something would need to change. But this does look like the best state we've got it into just yet. Please don't let this be a shot. No! As if they've scored. And this is what I mean when I feel like sometimes you just can't stop that goal from happening. You basically prevent them from having shots so much that when they finally do get a shot, it's going to be a goal no matter what you do. Frustrating, because like, what's the keeper going to do about that? Sucks though. Right, Montparnasse. Off the bar. Oh, go on, put it back inside. Oh, Kowalski into the bottom corner now. It's 5-1. Instant response. I do feel bad for Agipong. Like, what's he supposed to do about that? I wouldn't even be opposed to that. Bit of 4-4-2. Wait. I was going to say. Oh, I love that view. Bit of ref cam. A very tall ref, obviously. Kowalski never normally shoots in these positions. He's normally more of a passer, but every now and then he will... Look at that. I love that camera angle. That was beautiful. More of that, please, SI. Wonderful camera angle. Sucks to see the clean sheet go, though. 1 shot on target, and it's still a goal. I'm not playing for Jag. I mean, they could sign you. The fact they've got 10 men probably hasn't helped. I would like a 6th goal. Wisła's famous scoreline is usually 6-1. It's just what we do. I feel like there's one more goal in this game for us. And my guess is it's going to be Montparnasse. I reckon he gets 2 goals and 2 assists in the opening match of the season. Go on, push it through. Here we go. Naeem, he's got to pull this back for somebody here. Oh no, he's got to go alone, isn't he? Shensiata Darlin, his shot is blocked. Good to see Cabathus come off the bench and do something too, because he's a player I'm quite excited about as another midfield option for us. Oh, ooh. This is where we get done on the break now. We need to see Agipong tested in a game where he actually has to make saves. Like, I know he needed to make that save, but I don't think he had realistically any chance of making it. They usually do have to create ridiculously good chances to score against us. I love that Steinbergen's just forward here. Go on, give it to Naeem. He'll take both of these guys on. Problem solved. Everybody's just sat in the right position a lot of the time. Ball in. Alvarez for... There we go. Back post header from Alvarez. It's 6-1. Yes. Yes, please. That would be Naeem's second... No, it's actually his first assist of the game. Despite his usual creativity, he's finally got a crossing. I think a lot of the problem with Naeem... Not problem with him. A lot of his creativity doesn't lead to expected assists and assists because he's often passing the ball to the guy that provides the assist. I think that's why. And a lot of his actual good chances seem to get blocked a lot of the time when he provides good crosses. Right, 6-1 is better. Naeem is still the boss. Oh, what was I was going to say? There was... last season, we had a player, Hayatu, on loan at... I think it was actually at Jagiellonia. He was second on the Golden Shoe Awards. He didn't quite win it, but he was second on there with like 4,000 points or something, because obviously the Polish league would be higher up there now due to the quality levels. Oh my god, it was nearly another one. Stop showing me this box. Yeah, I figured that'd be the case. It's weird that SI... The game only has that box for certain screens, but I would have probably ticked that straight away. There you go. 6-1 victory in the Super Cup. A murder occurred, and I think tactically we look really, really good. Now, we'll see what that's like, because obviously... On Thursday's stream, we'll be back for the Champions League, which means I'll have been playing like 9 league games probably in the interim point. So if this is like 9 out of 9, absolutely crushing it during that period, I think I'll feel really good about our chances taking that into Europe, which would be awesome. I mean, 38 shots against Jagiellonia, 18 on target. They had 1 shot in the game when they scored it, because obviously they did. But let me just check the stats, actually. Passing. I mean, look at the progressive pass. Kowalski made 14 progressive passes in this game. Attacking wise, who was actually creating all the XA at least? So 0.64 for Naeem there. 8-6 for Montparnasse. Love to see that from him. In terms of XG, it sort of fell evenly across a lot of the team, actually. Which is, again, nice to see. Luchino with a random assist out of nowhere, which is not a bad sign either. Interceptions made? 7 for Steinbergen. That's why he's got a better rating than his centre-back pairing, I think. Although, actually, 4 and 5 between them is pretty good. No fouls either. Did the business. Didn't win a tackle, but he did win all the headers. Agipong had nothing to do. They did. They were 100% ruthless. Can't argue with that. Just yell at them. I've done that a few times now. Don't get complacent. I probably can at least allow them to celebrate that. New update out when they push the button to put it out. Probably later today. No, probably. It has to be later today. It's not going to be earlier today. Did we have 6 different goals? We did. We had 6 different goal scorers in that game as well. We're spreading it about. That's what we need. How could you possibly be in need of rest? It's the first game of the season. Is it because they're not match fit? It's the first game of the season. That's a new one. I suspect it's going to be like... My prediction is 4:05. Is likely where that's going to be. Like in the Euros. Naeem's Moroccan. And Kowalski is... I don't think he's got any caps for Poland at the Euros either. So I don't know. Just had a really rough holiday, does Naeem? He might just be that he's low on match fitness because maybe he wasn't selected in the... I think he should have been selected in the team. Weird. Steinbergen's quite high on that too. Now, they're always going to be a little bit high on that just because our tactic is so aggressive. The intensity thing is going to pop up a few times this season. I think he got those caps before the Euros. The final of which, by the way, is Portugal versus... Portugal versus Portugal? Portugal versus Turkey. Well, we might as well at least see what happens with that. How did Bro only get 1 match ban? Molsky, I don't think has got senior caps yet. But Kowalski does. Oh, he's rejected them, bastard. No, that's not for you. Oh, they're on the 14th now. I can literally just go and check, can't I? Oh. Hello, as well. Do the college exams. Hopefully your exams have gone well for you, friend. Let me try that again. Let's have a little look. Oh. Turkey did well. They got to the final, but in the end, Portugal were just too strong. Davide and Conceição, who... Why do I recognise that name? No, I can't click that. If I click that, we could crash the game. We've made this mistake before, and I would not intend to do it again. Right, so... it's a shame that it hasn't arrived for us yet, but I could be willing to bet that it's going to be around about 4. Juventus youngster, probably. There was a Conceição that plays in Poland as well, who I think is also a Portuguese international. Oh, how is Wisła? Wisła is very good in the sense that we're very optimistic about our season this year. And we need a better year based on what's happened in the last 3 years where things have not gone especially well for us. Some might even say bad. So, let's see. Who could I send you lovely folks over to? Oh, there's only one man for the job right now, right? Surely. Mr. D. Lots of people who's with Mr. Diz. God, I miss him. What a guy. So, maybe, hopefully Dan will actually be live while the international comes out. So what I'm going to do now, recap will be out on Thursday. Apologies for the fact that that happened. It sucks. I'll explain more if you don't already know about that in the recap itself. Stay safe. Hydrate yourselves, my friends. And we'll be back on Thursday with Champions League action. Hopefully it's good. And, yeah. So, I'll send you lovely folks over to Dan. Thank you very much for the wonderful support and braving the heat of yourselves, given that you will have obviously probably been inside watching this. Fair play to you. I'm now going to, I say open the window. The window's already fucking open. I'm going to try and cool down a little bit and do some more work. So I'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you for joining me. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.